Hello. 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 Can you guys hear me? A very good morning. So, yeah, I'm here to just give you instructions. If you want to use washrooms, you can use the back door, James right side, ladies on the left, and you strictly don't bring any food or beverages into the hall. You can use the dumpsters outside the hall. You have ground one and ground two on the right and left. And yeah, that's it. Good start soon.
Yeah, no idea what I did. So you actually have to drink water.
No.
Actually, this is the NX2. We have water cans placed there. We have washroom both the sides on both the floors as well. Gents washroom is this side, ladies washroom is this side. So feel free to use them as well. We have placed garbage bags every here and there. So make sure that you use those garbage bags rather than sticking here and there. Thank you. And welcome to DevFest as well. We'll be beginning very soon.
I think it's live. It's live. Okay. Done.
marketing, sales, design, and we are building a student community of more than 1,000 plus in all the colleges. We have collaborated more than 15 plus colleges and 25 plus companies providing interns to them. And we want to build one of the largest student-friendly upskilling community in India. And we have a stall there. If you're feeling thirsty and drinking water, we have just visit there. You can just visit it, and you can just search everyone on Google, and we are on social media platforms, and we have an app, Business Student Community. I hope you guys enjoy the lectures, and I thank Gayatri and Preeti who are volunteers of DevFest for giving me this opportunity to keep us strong. Thank you, DevFest.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I am Vedika and he is Vicky Reddy. We are from Bombay.
So we never started in young individuals. We both are the co-founders for it. So coming to the market session, most of the drones available in the market belong to Chinese company or else some other company they are available, of course, yeah. But they are inaccurate. So here we are providing solutions for drones which are hyper accurate in the level of micrometer. And in addition to that, we are manufacturing them in our own R&D center. And it's multiple. I mean, it is easy of course. So please give us all please have a look at what we are doing over there. And she's an excellent moderator to open the company.
So coming to the drones, we generally assemble drones and it comes under manufacturing. Also, you might have observed the survey anytime with rovers or drones. You might have seen we do surveys. But basically, we find many equipments. Survey చేస్తున్నప్పుడు you will have one stand tripod and also many other measurements to be taken. But we have developed an RTK, real-time kinematics, through which we can find the location of the drone even when it's in the survey. Okay, thank you. Please visit our stall number 4 so that we can give you details.
Next is Neeraj from Team Helios. So let's welcome Neeraj.
Hi there. So I'm the product in Helios. And to keep it short, like necessity is the mother of all inventions, right? I stand by it because our house is a wonderful view. Like there's a path right beside our house. So one day I was just sitting on my couch and I was trying to look at the scenery. But then I realized that 50% of the view was blocked by a building. And when I went nearby, there was another building under construction. The complete view was also disappeared. So I said, I can't do this. I want a scenery back. So I wanted to create a window. Like that's how I started. We actually came really close to recreating a window, and it's a lot more than that. Please do visit our store. It's with all the fancy lights. Thank you.
Thank you, Neeraj. Now let's hear Team Dhaka.
A very warm one. A very good morning to one and all present over here. I am Sanjana and here we have Saurabh Maji and our team Baraka here is here to present about an IoT-based project which is very much focused towards industrial concepts. As in, can you imagine a scenario wherein a human cannot enter into a place such as a chemical industry or it could be a warfare scenario where our prototype can get in and detect any kind of danger or any errors that can be prevalent out there and give us accurate results stating which error is present out there and how we can possibly rectify it as well. So my partner here is going to explain about all the technicalities involved and we are extremely grateful to the DevFest team at Google India here for giving us this opportunity.
So yeah, good morning everyone. Just to give a clear understanding of what our product does. Just imagine for an application scenario. Just imagine a chemical industry where a gas is being leaked, which is injurious to your health, and it's not possible for a man to physically go at those places and just evaluate the entire solution if anyone is stuck out there or if there is any important entity that is stuck. In those cases, what we do is, this is the product that we have. It will go in those places, it will transmit the entire data to the concerned authorities. Let's suppose we have the manager of the factory who is sitting at some place and he wants data of if there is anyone who is stuck out there, what is the density of the gas that is being used and everything. So it is integrated with the gas sensor as well as temperature sensor. The temperature sensor basically senses the temperature up to a temperature of maybe 500 to 600 degrees Celsius, whereas the gas sensor can detect gases containing harmful elements like carbon and hydrogen, which may be dangerous to health. So we have used the MP05 sensor as well as pH level sensor. We are yet to within 2 months we will be upgrading it to a proper industry standard sensor. So yeah, we have been working on it since the month of January in VDC in Visakhapatnam, and looking forward. Thank you.
Now let's hear Team Smart Hot Firm.
Good morning all, I am Manjushri and we are representing the stall SmartHub firm, and we are from Dr. Uncle Village College of Engineering, and we are specializing in UI UX and graphic design and content writing, and thank you DevFest for giving this opportunity for us.
Hello everyone. So I am the founder of this SmartHub firm. We literally started like 2 weeks back. We already have a client, the startup on finance, and we are taking care of the social media content and design services for them. And if any of you are interested to visit our stall, it's in the stall number 1. You can come visit us. Yeah, and you can also follow us on Instagram, the SmartHub agency. Thank you.
All the volunteers please assemble at the main hall.
We request all the volunteers to also be seated. And friend, there are few seats empty, so we request people, attendees who are at the back to occupy the 10 seats as well. There are many seats empty at the front, so we request everyone to please occupy these 10 seats. Okay, so first of all, hello, good morning. Welcome to the Vizag edition of DevFest 2022. I am Nitesh Kumar Shukla
And I am Navika Kennedy.
and we are your official hosts for the day. As the first and foremost event for the day, let's just begin with the lamp lighting ceremony. So I request all our dignitaries, Commander Gurumurthy Gangadharan sir, Usha Ramani Geburu ma'am, Krishna Mohan sir, Pooja Baunik ma'am, Ranga Kannam sir, and Dr. Ravi Saripalli sir on the dais to lit the lamp. And I request all the audience present here to please stand up as the lamp lighting ceremony will shortly commence. Thank you so much. We request all the dignitaries to please be present on the dais. All the dignitaries please be present on the dais. We welcome.
She's future perfect.
Thank you. And for the whole day, let's be encouraging. We clap for every speaker and everyone because that's the only thing we can do for them.
Let's show some energy, guys.
Okay, so we'll officially begin this day. Oh, that's a lot of people. Like we got 2,000 plus registrations, and congratulations on being the top 500 for coming to the event. And huge round of applause for that. There are people from 57 different places registered for this DevFest organization, and I want to give a big shout out for them too. And also, let's get started. The theme for today's DevFest is tech and togetherness. You cannot understand like we are all a lot of techies, professionals, coders, and a lot of people together here today to celebrate this event. And yeah, can you give a short note on sponsors, etc.?
Before we move on to the event, let me take a small minute, let me take a minute to thank our sponsors basically, without whom this event would not have been a success. Special thanks to our gold sponsor, Sales Software. Our heartfelt appreciation for our sponsor for the venue, speaker, and outstation student accommodation, tea and snacks, the one and only Geetham University. A big thanks to our banner and media sponsors, Surround Labs and F9 Technologies, who helped us in many ways to make this event a grand success. Then, we also extend our thanks to Gurujara IT Solutions, who have offered to give us their courses for 80% discount to all your attendees who's present here. And last but not the least, our gratitude and thanks to ITAC and Nimisoft Systems Private Limited for joining hands with us and making this event a grand success. So once again, let's thank our sponsors with a huge round of applause, guys.
Yeah, so we have a lot of coders here, but we also have code of conduct. So let's get started with code of conduct. I promise it will not be boring. Code of conduct. Before going ahead with our first session, we request everyone who is present here and online to abide the rules of code of conduct. All the participants of Vizag latest 2022 event, online attendees, event staff, speakers must abide by this rule. We just have 5 rules. Be nice to others, other attendees who visited us from different places and from Vizag everywhere. Be nicer and be networking with them, and let you have this event, leverage this event to network with other people. Be respectful and constructive. Remember to be respectful and constructive with your communication and discussions to fellow attendees. Be collaborative. We have a lot of stalls, we have a lot of events going on, we have parallel tracks going on in technical sessions. So be collaborative. I hope you enjoy the events and I hope you learn something by the end of it. Be a good listener. Obviously, we have many tech talk plans, many icebreaking sessions planned. So be a good listener and try to be attentive throughout the day. And as we mentioned, we have washrooms, water purifiers, everything outside our main hall. So this strictly will not allow any food into the main hall. If you want to use anything for any reason, please use the back doors for item. Thank you.
Thank you, Bindu. So, are you guys actually excited to begin with the event? Can we kickstart the event? Yes! A louder yes! Yes! With full josh? Yes! How's the josh? Yes! How's the josh? Yes! How's the josh? Okay, so without making much, let's call upon our first speaker for the day, Commander Gurumurthy Gangadharan sir, the Associate Dean, Career Services and External Relations of Geetham University to address the gathering with a warm welcome note. Let's welcome both the stage guys.
Yeah.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Geetham University, I extend a warm welcome to the organizers, keynote speakers, student community across the state, in and around the states, etc. Let's put our hands together to welcome everyone to this DevFest 2022. Before I start my speech, this auditorium is the brainchild of our founder president, Dr. MBBS Modi. This is what makes traditional sculptures. Whenever we clap in such a way that one of the lines should fall. Let's welcome the delegate with a warm round of applause. There is a small story behind this event. GDG Geetham, it was born out of an accidental meeting between one of our electronics and communication students in 2018. He was the only one from the entire Geetham, 3 campuses, to be part of GDG activities, and he was invited to Goa to be part of GDG club activities. When he came back, accidentally he met our present president, MBBS Bharat, and while talking, he spoke about how he traveled to Goa to represent Geetham in GDC activity, and how he's a one-man army in Geetham to be part of GDC activity. Our president was thoroughly impressed. Thereafter, he sent a mail to DCGC asking us, can we do something like this in our campus? It started 3 years back. Then, when he came to me, I'm a pure mechanical engineer, so I did not know much about coding, competitive coding, DevFest, etc. I was looking for the right person. As luck would have it, I have my deputy director Vikas, who is from the Department of Computer Science, and he gave this opportunity to me. Especially with that, Vikas anything standard. Yeah, please put your hands together. Okay, because took up that opportunity from 1, I think now we have grown into hundreds, and we are also in the process of exploring the opportunity of setting up similar activity in other campuses. We'll talk about more about GDSC a little later. But with GDSC coming in our fold, we were able to explore. And we had an opportunity meeting with ma'am. Ma'am said that she's planning to organize this kind of an activity. That time I was, I'm not saying worried, but I was curious to know why ma'am was to conduct this kind of activities when she has got her own software writing phone to run. Thereafter, when I googled on ma'am, I understood that she is a multi-talented personality who shares her time with various interests, starting from her own software engineering, managing the household activities, listening out to the community, talking to the less privileged, smelling the roses that possible. She spent a good amount of time in grooming young parents. That's why we got into association with Guru Dada, I hope I pronounced it correctly. Then there was no stoppage in between. The last 100 months or so, the entire university stood behind us to make this event a grand success. Like in every full climax, there was an added disturbance in the term of, I will not say disturbance, added complexity in terms of the prime minister's visit that we did not afford when we planned this activity. That's why the students are still coming in, notwithstanding. We are extremely thankful to ma'am and her team for bringing this event to Geetham University. We have On behalf of the management and administration of GTM University, I extend a warm welcome to all the delegates, keynote speakers, and the organizers to this event today. Talking about a university, and we have a rich history of 4+ decades, set up in 1980 as a Central Gandhi Institute of Technology and Management. GTM has grown from strength to strength, and we are extremely delighted to showcase the 4 different campuses that we have. The top that you get to see is our GTM Vizag campus, next to the pristine beauty of our Shigonda beach. Next one is our medical campus, the Institute of Medical Science and Research under Provincial Institute of Medical Sciences. The other 2 campuses are in Hyderabad and Bangalore. The latest addition being our Public School of Public Policy, which is set up in Hyderabad. We are expanding. We have got a very big aspiration set up by our president. All this have been possible because of our founder president, Dr. MBBS Murthy. Dr. MBBS Murthy, who had a big vision for the university. We started with a focus on technology and management. Thereafter, we started growing humanities, sciences, physiotherapy, public policy, nursing. You talk about a particular stream or specialization, we have got a school for each. We lost him in a road accident, foreign soil. Thereafter, better known as the present president, very young, Sri Bharat, who has got the right vision set for the university called Vision 2040. As part of that, he has rolled out plenty of strategic initiatives. One such initiative is GTM Career Guidance Center. GTM Career Guidance Center focuses on the career aspirations of the student community. We have moved away from campus placement, started focusing on other career interests, probably an entrepreneurship. Some of the projects that have been presented from our college, we are extremely proud of that. It could be higher studies abroad, higher studies in India, or family business. The ultimate aim is to ensure that the students at the time that they spend in the campus that add value to their resume. The destinations will automatically follow. This is the goal that DCGC follows. DCGC is a university level body which has got career guidance centers in each of the campus. I am extremely delighted to present Mr. Vamsi Kiran, who is the director of Career Guidance Center, Visakhapatnam. We have been instrumental in ensuring that this event is conducted smoothly. Moving on, for some of the career goals that have been met, you are seeing leadership journeys, visits to industries, meeting with Coursera team, or a campus drive with Accenture, the same auditorium that last, where 400+ students have been selected to Accenture. All these are outcomes of the career guidance centers. What we focus is on the graduation outcomes of the student. It could be anything. Probably a student wanted to get into the shoes of his or her parents to continue the business or explore higher study opportunities, etc. So what we focus is on graduation outcomes. In fact, the noble aim of conducting this event is to benefit the larger audience who are there in front of me, but some of the students who have got permission to attend this event, who have been shortlisted for attending this event, because we strongly believe that this event will add value to their resume. When they present their resume, whether it is for higher education or for a bank loan to start a company or for a campus opportunity through a campus drive, this event will add value to their resume. So we always focus on the career outcomes, which in turn adds value to the graduation outcomes of the student community. Talking about GDG, as I said earlier, we started from a single person, thereafter it got spread across the streams, years, etc. This is the flag bearers of 2021, 2022. These students have been, some of the students will get to talk to you today about their respective journeys, especially in Gulcharan, previously, who will get to talk to you. There are other students who are present here who will be able to share their. Oh, Sanjana is the one who presented her project recently. What I'm trying to say is that DDC has been getting best of the attention from the students, not only from the Department of Computer Science, but also from students from other branches, other years, etc. Now it is strongly rooted on the value system in place in such a way that they are able to train themselves, get the juniors groomed for activities like this. This club is run for the students by the students. There is only one faculty advisor, that's all. You will not get to see on the faculty advisor in any other because we strongly believe that student empowerment is the ultimate goal of the university. So GDC has been setting standards for other clubs. Last year, GDC was recognized as one of the best clubs. The faculty network was also recognized as the most supporting faculty across the Indian university. So, GDC has set some professional standards not only for themselves but also for other clubs to follow. We have also been engaging these senior students to train the junior students. You will get to see some of the first year students, second year students being part of this event because we strongly believe that traditions are passed on from one year to another year in such a way that they become a self-governed body with minimal interference or association or support from. The only fine duty is done from the faculty side. Otherwise, the club is self-run by the leaders with the able assistance from the respective leads, committees, volunteers, etc. The activities they have been involved are Gallo, the topmost is our annual report. Students are involved in live projects. In fact, our career counseling and mentoring platform, CK3, suitably named as Adwa, and thereafter career fulfillment platform, Australia, all these have come out with the able assistance from the students from GDG who have helped the project director to set up all those software mechanisms for the entire university to make use of. In fact, career counseling and mentoring is one of the unique initiatives which is rarely present in other colleges. That initiative is making use of our pilot project from GDS. Talking about DevFest have always been most talked about within the student community. I thought it is only for CSC students, but as the registration started coming in, I was pleasantly surprised that it is for anyone who has got a little of interest in technology. So I've been following it a lot. The proposal came from MAM through because I've been following it up. What is happening? I saw where are it being conducted, how it is being conducted, and told because very clearly that the standard that we set should become benchmarks for the university staff. So even that are being conducted throughout the day, the classroom activities or the snacks, lunch, etc., or the expert talks that are going to be here should add value to your resume, not only for the people students but also to your resume at the end of the day. So this DevFest is going to set standards by means of knowledge transfer, delivery, keynote speakers, their experiences, projects that are being shown, and of course hospitality from talking about Usha ma'am, I was pleasantly surprised how she manages her 24 hours because the kind of activities, as I mentioned earlier, whether it is focusing on her own venture or helping her husband to set production standards in the company, helping this kind of student community, joining hands with the colleges, universities, and the list is on and on and on. Moving on to other speakers, we have Sri Shivpula Krishna Mohan, co-founder Guruzava IT Solutions here, and I request her to serve you. Please know that all these people have come together only with the noble intention that the knowledge that they have acquired, that the experience they have got, the personal journey that they have undergone, they are going to transfer all this within the time slot that have been given to you through expert lectures, etc. Try to gain as much as possible so that by the end of the day, you become beneficial. Moving on further, we award Sri Rangakarna, founder, in 28 minutes and Udemy. And I decided for the time, he is a participant, but then from I understood that he has got this kind of culture. Thank you so much. And of course, we have Ms. Pooja Bombay, SD2 Unicards and Groove Developer Expert Letter, LinkedIn Learning District. The list is on and on. I restricted because my guest box size is limited. Please put your hands together. Thank you all guest speakers. We planned this activity in such a way that we get exposed not only to the technical expertise of the speakers but also to the warm environments of the University as told by our host. This auditorium does not entertain any food inside the auditorium because we are trying to keep it practically. Please make use of our annexures to have your lunch. You want to make use of our cafeteria, etc. We have implemented that there are multiple guests around. Tea and snacks will be provided at regular intervals so that you are fresh throughout the day and there are enough photo booths, etc. Make use of them. Just ensure that by the time you leave it is because we do not add because gain knowledge but do not add because we can use. Number requests, please keep your mobile phones off, attend the sessions carefully, then waiting the sessions to meet the keynote speakers, whenever you get time to interact with them. I strongly believe that informal interactions will add more value compared to the classroom-based instruction, but we are trying to provide the best of the classroom free for you to interact with the team of speakers. Try to observe. We always tell our students that we like a table sponge. Observe as much as possible when you are being potato. So today is the day. These are the speakers available with you. This is the ambience that we can give you. Make best use of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commander, for such a sweet and energetic welcome note. With that being said, we can now kickstart our event with tons of energy and enthusiasm. So once again, with a huge round of applause, let's create that vibe and that aura. So guys, please, huge round of applause for Commander.
So yeah, after hearing from our commander, we have now our Usha Ramani ma'am, co-founder of Global IT Solutions and organizer of this event, and also a deputy ambassador. Ma'am, the stage is all yours.
Good morning, everyone. A little more energy, please. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, you're my volunteers, right? Please come. Perhaps you guys will come here so that all of you are at one place. Firstly, thank you. Thanks so much for everyone joining us here, for Deakin University, for all our sponsors who have made this possible. I want to start off by giving a shout out to my volunteers. They have to leave, so I'm making this a priority. These are my volunteers. Thank you. Yes, you should go to your place. Thank you. Those who can stay here, please do. Others who can join your next. September 18, 2022. My dad is a part of my family. We all stay together. It was a normal day, a Sunday, and then food was served on the table. Lot of chores for a working woman actually. Laundry, cooking, something special also that kids demand. Along with all this, we had a sudden noise, a sudden sound. Thud. My dad fell off from 5 feet. Before I knew it, he was in the surgery table, on the surgery table. And their life was not the same for me for the last 1.5 months, more than that. I could only pick up phones, I could only work on phones because I was constantly moving from hospital to rental shops to driving to dropping my kids back home to cooking to multi. Already I was doing so many things, just as the service name within multitasking. But again, this got added. My dad was like my right hand man at home. He's like always stepping up to help me. But now he needed my 100% time. He had to be cared for. Before, so this is my dad, like we were on a trek to Gomukh. It was an 18-kilometer trek from Gangotri, the base camp. So he was part of it. Being 72, he's so fit and able that he was also joining us through the 18-kilometer trek one side. So it's a 36-kilometer trek. But then, just that 10 seconds made all the difference, and he is now totally pregnant. I share this because I want to share some of my lessons today as I go through my talk. But before that, let me introduce myself. I'm
I'm Usha Ramani. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm an ex-professor. I was in electronics. Somebody who was saying they are from electronics. I come from electronics and communications background. I run this community, Google Developer Groups and Women Technikers in Visakhapatnam. And then I also recently started a podcast. It's my passion, so I'm also a podcaster, I can say that. The first lesson I want to share, my learning that I want to share with you is when the intent is strong, the world conspires to make it happen. I think that is what happened with me because I came back to my team. I wanted at the back end actually we have really worked hard. My team put together. We already announced the date for this DevFest, and then actually it was just one and a half months to go. But then actually the challenge was should we go ahead or not? I had no one to answer. Google again they encourage to give first priority to ourselves. So there I had nobody to answer or say this is the reason I'm not doing it. But then the last 2.5 years, especially more during the pandemic, it has been such that we motivated team, we were there as a community, to listen to our community, to be there through their thick and thin, even most of it non-tech. It was being an emotional support for our team, for our community. We stood up, listened, we helped in whatever advice or whatever we could do. And then the entire community was motivated. They wanted to do something. They wanted to leverage the content. They wanted to learn. So at this point, I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to not use the opportunity to bring together all of you on such a big platform. And then I know I was vulnerable, but I shared this with my team, especially Bala and Manas. They have been with me at that point of time. And they were like, ma'am, let's go for it, let's do it. And that is one thing I wanted from you. I wanted to hear very badly. And then here I am, speaking keynote in front of all of you in such an amazing college. So, my message I want to share with you is uncertainty is the norm today. We have to get comfortable with uncertainty. The pandemic is an example. It's not that we know everything is sorted. I want to share this and emphasize more because I hear a lot of students saying, I have planned this, it did not go the way it is, and then I'm depressed, or my life took another turn, or these are the choices I made. I many a times get my energy or motivation by seeing people who are much less privileged than us. They don't have all the opportunities that we do. Still, they don't give up. They are not as desperate or addictive as just like that to give up hope or motivation. They are like, let's face it, that attitude is important. I want to share my professional journey. I run Gurujada. Gurujada, we are a product company, but we are also into services. So this has been the last 4 years, 5 years have been something that I had a team of 50, mostly students and graduates from normal, not degree graduates, not engineering graduates. But the only option for these people was to go to a bigger city to get jobs. They are not from big colleges or they are from government colleges, and then the only thing that the next thing is get some job, get some reasonable job. They are the children of our domestic helps or our electricians and all of them. So they are not, they have to figure out how to make money. For them, it is not a choice. And so I got an opportunity with my company to leverage it and provide jobs to such people. And I'm happy. Those lessons really enabled me to look through a different lens, gave me such amazing experiences. There was a girl who actually had to stop her education for her degree because her family could not afford it. She came to me and said, "Ma'am, can I be work in one of your shifts? I'm willing to come at 1 o'clock. I want to work till 7 o'clock. Please give me the opportunity." She wanted to go and attend college in the morning, come and work in the evening so that she can at least get educated. And then on top of it, she has been working with me for the last 3 years. Thankfully, before I stopped that operation, we completed that. But before that, she completed her graduation. So she's a graduate, and I feel in some way we are also contributing a little bit. So my message to all of you are, because we are a little more privileged than a lot more who are not able to attend here or who are not able to go to the kind of colleges that we do, try to see how we can help in our small way. There will definitely be a way. Think about it. So this is also like our product that we are trying to do in our company. So coming from a teaching background, we are passionate about leveraging the power of internet and combining online learning. So our goal is to increase the efficiency, efficacy of online learning so that a lot more happens beyond the one-on-one teaching or beyond face-to-face teaching. So that is what our product is about. So I would want to share this message that when you are doing something that you love, you won't have to work another day. Just as Sir said, where do you get? I know a lot of people who do it, so many who are multitasking, but they don't take each of it as a chore. They enjoy it so much that they find time for it actually. Instead of some other thing, they will fill their space with that. So the first thing when all of you, when many of you might be in careers or you're considering going ahead in careers, think of this as choosing the kind of career that you really love, you enjoy doing. Let it not be something that your parents told or is hot in the market. Let not be that a trick to choose your career. Choose what you love. Today you might choose something because it is good paying job or everybody says you if you go there your career is going to be good. But can you endure it for a long time? Can you, 10 years, can you do the same thing on and on and on, going to college, if you're a prof or something, going to the college, or if you're working at something, going to the office, the same thing. Do you enjoy it? What is it that you enjoy? If you're not able to understand that, if you're not able to pinpoint that or identify that for yourself, you will not be able to do it for long. I want to share that I have been part of Goldman Sachs 10,000 Women program. So, going back a step from my journey, from after my stint as a professor, actually, I wanted to do something else. I was like, being a prof, it needed me that I go for a PhD. It needed me to add to my degrees. But I was having this constant question for myself. Why? What I already have, is it not enough? Why do I want to add further onto this? So I wanted to do something different with what I already had. And so I thought of how I can help people or bring some employment, or I already always had this. So at that point of time, because we were doing some projects in our company and all that, and I chipped in. I resigned my college job and I chipped in. Also because my kids were there, so I had to prioritize. And when I did, actually, there was this opportunity for being applying for Goldman Sachs program, and I got shortlisted amongst 1,500 women at that point of time across India, and most of them were from Tier 1 cities. I saw that very little applied from such cities as mine, and I stood out because I showed passion in what I wanted. And that was the only thing. And this is a fully sponsored program. At that point of time, ISB management program costed something around 50 lakhs. For me, it was fully sponsored. This enabled me to sit with people, women actually, who are so talented and who are so passionate about doing something. It was just a shift coming from a Tier 3 college actually, Tier 3 city. I graduated from Vizag. Coming from there, actually, it was a whole new broadening and different scope for me. But that experience really humbled me. I was like, here are somebody who are standing up on their own with many more challenges. And they are able to figure out, do I need challenges actually to start out? What is stopping me? There was nothing stopping me. These women actually who were sitting beside me, they encouraged me to do whatever I could within my small limit. And that really motivated me beyond this. And this was, as I shared, a sponsored one. Again, in 2019, because of my work with the community, because I had nothing to do. I was like, okay, I genuinely coming from student background, education background, I wanted to contribute in a small way. So I was doing events, I was connecting with GDG, WTM, and trying to amplify in my small way, especially bringing all the students under one umbrella and doing some events. And without my knowing, I was being also noticed, and I got this opportunity. I got to go to Google I/O headquarters in San Jose, California, and it again was a fully sponsored trip for me. Why I share this is because I want you all to understand that we can't plan everything. If we are thinking that we are able to do everything, we are able, everything can be choreographed, no. Some of the best gifts, some of the best things that can happen are always gifts actually. So let the magic happen. Don't think that we have everything figured out. So, and I want to share that when you want to step up as a leader, be leader for yourself also. Take the charge, take decisions. These things enable you to be the leader for your life. And eventually, when opportunity comes, you will be the leader for people around you. We don't have to be in politics or in a big position to be leader. At least for small things around us, if we are taking an initiative, we are leader in ourselves. I would like to conclude my talk saying, let's do a little bit for the country as well. We cannot be selfish. I am always reminded of the era and age when we didn't have independence. That energy, that enthusiasm, and that vibes of the entire country was to bring us freedom. Today, it is not that. Many of us actually question, should I even stand up for the national anthem? How insane. We belong to this country. This country should instill that pride in us. Unfortunately, because of many, it is not being drilled down from early on, or many other reasons actually, that pride is not being there. It should be instilled in us from a very young age. I have studied in Kendriya Vidyalaya, so in some way we are in sync with the central government. But then I know that many schools, colleges are not having any link with the bigger picture, with the country. How many of us are even going and even considering going into army? Not many. But do you think, but we are able to sleep in peace because somebody is fending for us, fending our country actually. Can you even imagine, even in the best of the kingdoms and their rules actually, people couldn't have slept with as much peace. That fear was always there. But today, no. We know somebody's, protecting us, our people are deployed over there. Of course, we don't even, it is so unfortunate, we don't even respect them. We don't even understand the kind of sacrifices they're doing. We don't even do it enough. Especially people from our area or especially down south, we are like sort of very distant. I want you to take a proactive measure, see how I can do a little bit at least for my country in some way or the other. It's not like whatever we do should be translated, but always choose to do the right thing. That will help in manifesting it in the bigger scenario. I would like to leave you all saying we have all come together to put it, packed it with so much of content, enthusiasm, interest, and diversity in topics. For me, this has been a passion to bring together students and professionals from different colleges and backgrounds together in an event like this. I have been part of it. I have experienced it and I wanted it for you. So here you are, just as Sir said before me actually, here you have many access to many of the speakers which you wouldn't have otherwise. Access to your fellow peers who have stepped up to think within their confines how well I can do it, what else I can do it. They are trying to do startups. We have somebody who is 8-year-old and he himself wants to pitch an Android product today. The next generation is going to be even more quicker. There might be a difference between your age and mine, perhaps. And what was normal for me at that time isn't true. Everything doesn't stand good today. Many of us have to get updated on a lot of things, more importantly on technology. The same will happen to you. You have to be on your feet, you have to be that inquisitiveness, the curiosity should be in your DNA. And I want that for you if you want to grow. Tomorrow will not be the same. Take the pandemic. The kind of challenges that we came through at that time, many of the normals that we assumed were not the same. So again, I would want to leave you with say thanks for being here, enjoy the day, and make the most of every opportunity that you get. Network. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your inspirational, motivational words. Shri Ramadan is India here today putting up this great event, and we have a house full of members. And yeah, for all the people who came late, hi. We'll be starting with our first tech session after this, and over to you, Nilesh.
Thank you, Nendu. First of all, to all the new participants who have just now entered, welcome to DevFest. Now beginning with our first tech session for the day, let's now get into demystifying machine learning by calling upon our next speaker. He has been building software solutions for the past 25 years. He takes pride in being a hands-on programmer even after working as a technology head for 10 years. He is none other than Mr. Krishna Mohan Sigupala sir, the CTO at Guljara IT Solutions. So let's welcome Krishna Mohan sir with a huge round of applause, guys.
Hello. Good morning. Yeah. So it shows to help. After hearing yesterday Gangadhar speech and then Tushar Mehta's speech, holding your attention, especially into a dry subject like this, is very tough. Yeah. So I think, though I did not keep it in any slide, I would want to basically just make a small sort of introduction, which is yeah, go first. So there is a sort of some use of actually giving my introduction to you. Probably otherwise, see what is in my hand rather than actually who I am. Right? You should take what is in my hand rather than who I am. So I generally prefer actually to get directly into the topic. But there is some value basically in providing a sort of introduction about me. So I did that. Probably I have taught around 10,000 students some sort of programming language in my last 25 years. So teaching is a sort of second nature to me. But at the same time, I am a hands-on developer. I enjoy building the applications. So if I am asked to describe myself, I say I deal with teaching and technology. That is, I teach technology, I use technology to teach. And how the teaching learning happens is a sort of great interest to me. Whenever actually I I mean, for the last 25 years, I have been getting associated with building online platforms for teaching learning efficacy. For the Sikkim Manipal University, the distance education program EduNext, I am the architect for that particular program. That is one of the first online learning platforms that are available in India. So from then on, I have been watching actually how the teaching learning happens and basically when do you learn? When do you learn? It is the only thing that we know is basically if you just lock those doors, keep this 400, 500 members here, and keep the teacher here, and lead them to their funeral. And out of the interaction, you are supposed to learn something, and I am supposed to teach something. That is all that we know. And then we said actually let us do online, let us increase scale. And what did we do? After making a lots and lots of experiments, we actually went into Zoom session. And what is Zoom session? It is again the teacher actually and another 50 people, distant faceless. Right? Here actually I can see your face and suppose you are feeling sleepy, I have actually an ability to crack a joke or actually pull you up. And in the Zoom session even I don't have it. Right? I am supposed to actually assume that you are following and basically deliver to a blank screen. I am supposed to deliver teaching and learning efficacy. My students are supposed to learn everything where I am teaching to the blank wall. Does it happen? We know how you attended Zoom sessions when you had to. Right? Sir, bandwidth is, sir, I cannot switch on the cam. How many of you have done? Right? We did all. And now what? Basically, after becoming actually the biggest unicorn in India, what Byju's is doing? It says, I am actually starting physical centers everywhere in India. They are saying, actually, so this is the best way to learn. Isn't that cheating? They have actually collected thousands of crores of money, saying actually we have invented something in online learning space. And here they are saying actually we are starting physical centers everywhere. You come there and learn. Why? Because we still don't understand how the teaching learning happens. You know that actually the best of your teachers try to recollect. They will not be great speakers. They are not actually faultless. They just grab something and still you understand. Just recollect your teachers. So there is something beyond basically good speaking, good subject, something beyond basically which makes a good teacher and a good teaching learning experience. So that is what I am actually pursuing now. How actually I can improve my teaching learning process, where I would want to see basically there is a selfishness here. I remember one teacher from whom I have learned maths. He recently passed away, of course, called Venkateswara, is from Vijayanagar. So that particular person is a genius. And you go to him with any complex problem, he just speaks your language, teaches it in 2 minutes time. And in Vijayanagar, basically, whoever is studying, everybody goes to him. But basically, there is no way in which somebody is studying somewhere else can actually tap into his wisdom. Is there any way in which I can provide an access to such experts without losing the efficacy? That's the problem statement that I am pursuing. That is why it is called Guru Jana. What is Guru Jana? Guru is teacher, Jana is path. How do you pursue the path of the teacher? That is an experiment that I am carrying on. Well, all this introduction is just to tell you, be conscious of how learning inside you happens. Otherwise, you're initial. Why? What is this? You know, I occasionally joke with my friends. This artificial intelligence success and popularity, is it really due to the machines growing or the humans falling? You are not anymore independent, right? You are actually started to think like machines, right? So it is like whether you understood or not. Once I say my speech is over, you will clap. Predictability. If I don't clap, what will he say? Right? All of you, all of us, the society forces us to become predictable. It says be a machine. It is our individual capacity we have to fight, not to become a machine. If machine learning is failing, feel happy, because that is when the human race is surviving. The more predictable you become, the more successful the machine learning will be. Okay? So that is the amount of gyan that I wanted to give. Now let's get into this. So I wanted to do actually a sort of, when I was asked for a particular session here, so I have been asked, sir, do some hands-on sessions for me, or basically something that excites people. So I had to really argue with them to actually reach this particular point of whatever that I am going to speak. I said actually, if you are bringing some 500 people into the lecture hall, right? Out of them, the mechanical engineers like me, oh, I will. No. I mean, now these computer science people will not listen to us. They think actually we are lesser of us, right? So, putting actually a sort of I wanted to do something like basically a sort of handwriting prediction or something, basically. Something like one exercise that I wanted to do and prepare actually is a handwritten Sudoku. Okay? That image actually I wanted to recognize, produce the Sudoku and then solve it using machine learning. That is one exercise that I planned. So then I thought actually that basically maybe 20% of you have actually prior understanding about this particular what data science is. Maybe 20%, maybe less, right? And 10% of you, I'm very certain, came here not for this, not for the lecture. There are snacks outside. There is a lot of networking. Yeah, I know what happens under networking. Right? You can. So 10% of you anyway are not interested, even in the rest of the day I teach. And 20% of you are basically you already know, and you will feel bored anyway. My job is to actually cater to the remaining 60%. Because that is where actually if I can educate you, if I can show you a path, that might be useful. So I wanted to actually get down to the basics and actually introduce this. Because there is so much misconception about this particular thing. What does society think about this data science? Please. It thinks it is from a future era, some terminator coming from future into our current lives. Right? It thinks basically it is not normal. What is this artificial intelligence? intelligence itself is very rare, and now you want to have artificial intelligence. When it is, this is what they think. They think actually that I take my brain off, connect onto a network, and understand basically how the signals are passing and all that. Right? And you know what my bees think if I'm a data scientist? They think I'm making fun of money. That's the problem. Okay? So, this is what I actually wanted to do. Is basically clear some of the notions about what, when you get into a data science program, what actually you do. And basically, what is the path inside this? If some of you are interested in actually becoming a good data scientist, what is the path that you have to pursue? And then, what are the milestones? And before all that, actually, what is whether you have an aptitude for it or not? That is one of the problems that we actually get into. Is basically, you know, when I actually interview people because of some compulsions with my consulting stint, I consult a lot of startups, and all the startups actually want me to recruit. So somewhere or the other, I meet at least 1,000 students actually every year who are in the final year of engineering. I do interviews and I keep on asking questions basically. So where do you want to get into? Data science. Why? No sir, everybody is doing. It was just a bit early, some cloud actually, DevOps, and before that, some testing. Okay, SAP, probably you are too young to actually know the SAP boom, the Flash programmers boom, and all that. So now data science actually as a boom is going on. So this is what I am going to return is actually make you understand what we do inside data science, and whenever you are actually progressing in that particular state, is there a way in which you can go up 10,000 feet? See if you are on the right path or not. Okay? What is that? You know, it is actually statistics. That is all. And you wear a new mask to sell better. So, this is my first advice to you. If you don't have a feel for statistics, don't venture into data science. You will be very, very disappointed, and the job will be very frustrating. So this is the first question actually that I ask when somebody says data science I want to get into. So then I say actually what do you know the difference of average versus median? Do you know? Yes? Yeah, out of 500 I have some 5 yeses. So that is 1%. I said 20% will know data science. That is overestimate, right? Okay? So, this is the first thing that you need. A feel for the data. It's like, you should know basically if there are 1,000 elements, what will happen, if there are 1 million elements, what will happen, what is the time taken to process, how much is the error percentage, right? So if it is like, you know, For a 1 million, probably 100 half data point may not mean much. Whereas for 1,000, it means a lot more. So when you look at it, basically, you should immediately get a feel of it. Why? Otherwise, can you not become a data scientist? Yes, you can. Because of the job boom that is available in the market now, if you just pose yourself as saying, actually, I am a data scientist, and if you know 5-6 terms, you are more likely to get recruited. My aim is not actually providing a job or basically guiding towards a job to you. My aim is actually you should get into a job with a lot of work satisfaction. That's more important. So if you don't have a feel for the data, don't get into it. Just because it is the new feed in the law. You should have a reasonable understanding of statistics. Without that, actually getting into data science is useless. Yeah. Many people choose data science because they feel bored with programming. They don't understand a puzzle. I know. Right? They don't understand the puzzle because they are into IT and computer science. They don't know which area to get into. They are already getting programming to such an extent in the second year. They want an escape route. And that escape route is, I will be a data scientist, sir. I am actually looking for DevOps, sir. All this happens simply because you don't have basic understanding of how programming works. And I want to disappoint you early. If you don't understand the basic loops, conditional statements, and basic programming, you have no career in computer science. Whether it is DevOps, whether it is data science, everything, you would be needed to do some little bit of scripting or whatever. Unless you get that small element of programming, it is almost impossible to survive in this market. So, if you are in the second year, third year, please bend your heads down, get some basics of programming rather than dreaming of a data science job. Is it the same advice? So this is actually, can you visualize the data? What is visualization? Huh? Depicting it. No, depicting it is actually goes into presentation. Visualization is if you can feel internally first. Visualization is not actually showing it. Visualization is if you can understand it. So, I mean, basically we used to have some exercises. I mean, the sort of teaching is not available now actually. In my 6th class, 7th class, my teacher actually, he used to say, and now engineering first year rank is strictly prohibited. That is also a problem. In our first year, basically, we had to measure the number of math sticks it will take from my math classroom to physics lab. From my math classroom to physics lab, it's not the distance, number of matchsticks. How many? In my 6th class, my math sir actually in my second class or third class, he said that blackboard he had shown and said that how many fingers it will take to actually measure to the blackboard. So that estimation, engineering is estimation. That estimation as a skill is lost now. Reading, keep estimating everything. When is this fellow going to finish the lecture? When basically, what is the amount of time that I take from getting up to actually getting ready to go to college? Can I do it in 12 minutes? 6 minutes? Yeah, I know, basically, it's hard to do it in 3 minutes and flat. Right? What is the best way I should put some behind and leave, right? So So basically, visualization is a skill that you would be needing actually to be excelling in this area. This is the last thing, most underestimated one. If you don't have an understanding of the domain in which you are working for the data science, it's not going to work. Suppose you don't understand basically whether a high value means good or wrong. In that domain, for example, basically if you go to, suppose you are applying it in medicine or medical field, right? So if you go and say, actually, sir, this hemoglobin is just 1.2, sir, he is doing great. Not even 5-6 lakhs, which means basically you don't know how much hemoglobin actually is, right? Okay, so whether low value is good or whether high value is good, if you don't understand anything about that particular domain, there are no inferences that you can make. So, when you are getting into being a data scientist in a particular domain, just observe whether you have a feel for the domain or not. If you don't have a feel for the domain, almost I can give you the idea that still you will get all the inferences wrong. You should enter that particular domain. Right. So now basically the crux of this is a single slide that I prepared. It's a show, and all this actually I'm doing 10%. Layers are up no, sir, you're talking something of use. What the no. What will you expect? Why should I comment this? So, this is what actually this particular slide attempts at. It is basically understanding how problem solving happens inside data science and all the terms that we use. What are the other confusing terms that we use? Artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, neural networks. Right? All these terms basically, how do they fit? Are they different? Artificial intelligence versus data science, or how machine learning and data science are related? How basically, if you take any of the other popular terms in this space, data science, artificial intelligence space, what are the terms that you use? How all of them fit into the whole structure? That is what I will try to explain. I thought this particular slide itself can create a lot of awareness. Okay, so the first thing that we do actually when we are solving a problem in any data sciences, you will be using actually some sort of language. Mostly Python is used actually because Python is very popular, but Python itself is now almost like it's outdated. It's like very slow and the execution problems is taking a lot of time. So there's a lot of experimentation, a lot of trials with the other things are happening. I hope you are aware. So after Python, basically one language that I actually feel very comfortable with is Elixir. Correct? No is not needed. Just if I can count, that would be 1, 2, maybe 5, 6. Great. I am in a very popular company. Elixir is one language actually that is being attempted to actually replicate some of the problems that is solved in machine learning. Then we have Rust. A few more. Then Julia. Right. Same as actually Elixir. Julia is very popular, yeah. Julia is considered the future of actually machine learning and whatever basically, because it is actually specifically built for solving data science problems, large data problems with parallelism and all that. So if you haven't heard, if you are interested in actually data science actually as a career, please look into Julia. Okay. So now coming back basically, so one of these programming languages is actually used for solving this particular problem. So firstly, you want to actually get the data. From where you get the data? Probably you have actually a CSV file, or you will get data from a database. Sometimes you get it from an API. Basically, suppose it's a scanned data, maybe images or something. So whatever, basically outside the system, if you are thinking actually this is a box, this is the box in which I am going to solve the problem. You have to get the data from outside into this particular system. That is what I call it import. So you should be familiar with basically how you import data into your environment. Multiple ways. Somebody might say, I have the data available over API, get it. You should know how to get it. Somebody can say, my data is secure, so basically I will give you a CSV file. You should know how to import data using a CSV file. Or somebody might say, I want you to actually recognize handwriting, so I will give you a bunch of images. Or you are doing some NLP. Okay, so and actually a sort of big books are being actually fed into PDF files are being fed in. So whatever way it basically getting that data imported into the system is the first thing that we do in the data science program. Then you do tidying. Everybody does this. You know, when I come on to this, when I started speaking, in the first 5 minutes, I have to make an inference. How many of these people are actually going to get problem for me? I was asking one of my teammates actually, did you allow any tomatoes or something actually? You know, you want to try it. I mean, you have tomatoes, but you have to started tomatoes. Right? Tidying up is actually, you know the problem statement and what is relevant to that. Data, a lot of data will come in basically which does not conform to that, which is outside that particular scope. Right? For example, basically, it is like, what is the average wealth of this particular classroom? Okay? I know that all of you are here are students actually. And if there might be probably one or two, basically I have to, Ranga sir actually I have to send him out before actually I do some measurement here. He is actually a sort of freelancer earning money. If I add him, actually the average actually completely gets pissed off, right? He makes a lot of money. Joke. Okay. So basically, tidying up the data towards your problem statement is actually a necessary operation that we do as a second step. Okay. Tidying up is towards the problem statement. What is the data that we need and what is the data that is going to distort it? You should have a feel and remove that particular part. And remove that particular data, it's like, see, basically if it is in Excel, you know how to delete one row. But do you know how to delete randomly some 500,000 rows out of the 1 million data or 2 million data? You would need some programming, some sort of scripting. That is why I was saying actually, data science as a career is to me, I can give for loops and if conditions and all that. Never think like that. Programming is then you do some transformation. For example, is he having a car or not? Is a data. What will computer store there? It will store 1 or 0. What does it mean? Still, when you see 1 or 0, basically the filler is saying true or false. I am actually thinking it is the number of tasks that person is having. Can it be wrong? Right? So basically you should have a common understanding of what is the data that you have. Okay? For that, you may have to do some sort of transformation. That particular transformation is the next step that you do as part of solving a data science problem. Okay? I know all of you are getting impatient on why no buzzword here. Paper machine learning, I did not use the term. Artificial intelligence I haven't used. Right? Regression. You are waiting for all those terms, right? And I am explaining data science without using any of those terms. Either this fellow does not know anything. That is the more popular belief it looks like. Still, I am here. So then actually the visualization part. The visualization part is actually that is where it comes. Without doing anything, after you do the transformation, can you visualize the data and actually make some assumptions about it? Okay, this particular data is there. This is where actually the human part of human intelligence part of application comes in the data science program. This transform, visualize, and model. Visualization is actually you getting a feel of what is available in the data. And that you can make some assumptions. For example, you can picture graphically and say, oh, these are outliers, so this particular data does not belong here. Let's remove this. Or basically you can say, okay, so this is how the distribution is actually. So looks like this is according to my confirmation. So probably this data set is ready to be processed further. So that is where the ability to visualize comes in. But there are certain places where you cannot visualize. Suppose there is actually something like 1 million elements. And 1 million elements actually can you browse through? No. And even if you put up a graph actually, obviously the number of points actually which are outliers, see if it is 100 points, you can say, oh these 50 points are actually in a straight line, I'll put it into a regression, linear regression, and these 5 points are actually outside I can remove. But basically if you are dealing with 1 million points, even the outliers actually up to 100 you will be able to eliminate without a problem. So visualization can take you only so far. When you actually take the data set and when you are trying to process, there is a visualization can take you only so far. That is where you need actually the help of computing, so to say, where you will use models to transform. Models, so visualization is a human side, modeling is from the computing side. This is where this modeling and transformation is where actually we use the synthetic sense. Or basically what we call the entire data engineering or computing, whatever basically computers, wherever that they are used in the data science part, they are actually used in the model to transform part. Okay, so here you use the terms like, see, firstly, artificial intelligence is actually a much bigger term, which is beyond data science. They are not related. In the sense, there is a big artificial intelligence part. This is data science part. There is an overlap. But data science is not artificial intelligence. How many of you know? How many know? Not? This is another thing. I don't want to tell you. Right. So, out of this artificial intelligence is basically teaching the machine how to think like a human. That part actually goes into artificial intelligence. Out of that, what will be the relevant part that is with reference to the data science? That particular part is called machine learning. repeat it all. Ambal, that particular part of artificial intelligence which deals with data science is called machine learning. That particular part of artificial intelligence which deals with data science is called machine learning. Artificial intelligence is a big term, yes? Yes. I repeated 2-3 times because I wanted those keywords to get it. Okay, that is why I myself wanted to repeat, but actually I made it look like you asked, that is why I repeated. Okay, so that particular part of artificial intelligence deals with many things about the teaching computers. Okay, that might involve many other things. It might say basically understand emotions. There is nothing data science there. Right? Suppose there is a particular research program that is happening actually, where you are trying to code the logic for emotions. That is an oxymoron, right? Oxymoron is emotion and logic don't go together. And you want to code actually emotion using logic. Suppose that is happening, that has nothing to do with data science. Right? So there is a branch of, there is a particular area inside artificial intelligence which has nothing to do with data science. I am now saying all that part of artificial intelligence for which data science is involved, that particular part is called machine learning. Does it make sense now? Yes. Okay. So in that machine learning, if you are dealing with maybe less than 1 million points, you call it machine learning. If you are dealing with above 1 million points, you call it deep learning. Million is an arbitrary number, you can take even a bigger number. So basically it is where the quantum of the data is beyond human comprehension. That is when actually we call it deep learning. So artificial intelligence is this bucket. In that there is a smaller bucket which deals with the data science part, which is called machine learning. In that, suppose huge data is involved, then we have actually some much lesser bucket, which is what we call deep learning. Does that make sense? Yes. You already know this? Yes. Even if there is one actually who knows this already, I will think my speech is this. Is that what? Thank you. I know that there are some yes here, but you wanted to save my honor. This particular thing is an iterative process. Transformation, visualization, and modeling. Together, it is called understanding. It is actually a human term that we are using here. It is called understanding. We want to understand that particular data and have a feel of it. So you do iteratively. You do some transformation, you do some visualization, and then you do some modeling. Based on the results, again you do some more transformation, visualization, and modeling. So this is an iterative process till you get an understanding. Till you get and the computer gets. In both cases. So this particular cycle is called understanding. Okay? And once you understand the data, you actually communicate. This is what we do actually as part of data science. So suppose somebody is learning this. I want to become a data scientist. Where should one start learning? Yeah. Huh? No. I am saying only these steps. Let's be common language. Who is visualize? Good. It is understanding something is actually, you know, I was speaking about teaching learning at the beginning. You know, you have learned something if you can visualize it. If you cannot visualize it, you haven't learned. Whatever it is, basically, whatever about how does he look? You should. How does the head look? With your right hand, you can actually explain it. I think the years have changed now. You should. Yes. No. I mean, are you old school American? Yes. Looks like I asked also the students. Okay. So basically, when you want to learn actually something about data science, you start visualizing first. Take data and visualize. Already imported data. Take it. Visualize. And once you start visualizing, actually that is when the iterative cycle can be applied. It is like, anybody has seen the Mangala? Mission Mangal. Do you know the Puri example? Yes, sir. Ah, good. Right? What is the Puri example? From the same end point, you keep actually throwing it with a bigger speed so that the spiral increases in size. Right? Same way basically, here you start with visualizing, throw it once. You go to model, transform and come back to visualize. Now you throw it with bigger speed. Now actually you know what is tidying up. One more time actually come back to visualize and again throw it with much bigger speed. And this time actually you will probably get to up to import and then up to communicate. So this spiral growth is actually what mastering data science means. And that is where you start visualizing. So if you are getting into a course in learning data science, see if they follow this. Because I know basically 90% of the courses which actually teach, they want to teach basically with the, see if I say, do you know how to import data from CSV file, I'll teach you that in the first class. Half of you will leave, right? There I am expecting some, I told you right, you remember this? It is like to the circuit attaching brain. That is what you are expecting, and here I am teaching you basically how to import CSV data. So no commercial classroom starts with importing because they know they will lose the interest. At the same time, they cannot allow your visualization skill to grow. Why? It will take time. So the best way is teach you the modeling and transformation, which is, it's easy, right? I teach you, you don't understand. No, it's your problem. Data science is very complicated. Do you know? The failure moved away from the teacher to the student. Do you agree? Be conscious when you want to pursue a career in this. First, whoever wants to teach you, if he is focusing on you doing the visualization part, then he is a good teacher for you. Okay? Yeah, this is the most dreaded part. You can see that the entire thing is actually surrounded by programs. Unless you know how to program basics, there is no further persuasion into this. This is the slide. Did it live up to your expectation? Yes, sir. I told you, my lecture is completely only this slide. All the remaining edit typos. Thank you. contacts. So in the national Twitter actually, I tweet about the user, the application development, teaching learning. If these areas interest you, I mean, one challenge is to if that interests you, maybe you can follow me. Otherwise, so civic100.com is my website. Basically, probably you can go there. I occasionally write. So, right? And my GitHub profile is class.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you so much for not getting a deal. We actually had a deal, he on time. So thank you so much, sir. He's so funny. I love his sessions and big fan of him. So please round of applause for him, sir. And yeah, he's into tech from 25 years and he's very inspiring for all of us. And now we have a Flutter session for all the Flutter enthusiasts. Over to you, Neil.
Just a second.
So after the fun filled and interesting tech session on demystified machine learning, up next we have another tech talk in the queue by Ms. Pooja Bhaume. She is a senior engineer at Unicats, a Google developer expert for Flutter, co-founder of the Human Droid community, and author and a creator of Flutter Essential Training, which is an exclusive LinkedIn learning course. So without waiting much, let's welcome Ms. Pooja Bhaume with a huge round of applause, guys.
Thank you for that introduction and hello everyone. So, okay, I would want to know, this is probably like a diverse audience with diverse technology. So, how many of you here to interested in Flutter or have used Flutter? And by the end of this talk, hopefully there will be more people who will be interested in it as well. So, hi, I am Pooja Bhaume. As I mentioned, I'm a Google developer expert of Flutter, I'm a senior engineer in Unicast, coming all the way from Bangalore, and other things, as you mentioned. But before proceeding, I would also want to know if there are any professional people here, like basically who have worked in companies, or just raise your hands if you are, professionally working in a company. So we have a huge audience of students. Now this kind of helps in a way that when you actually do get into a professional environment, you will know how to build production apps by that time. Because so I kind of worked in like few companies. Where do I point this to? Okay. So I worked in Bounce earlier, where we had to migrate native Android and iOS apps to Flutter, and I was the first Flutter engineer for that entire job. So basically, I had experience in migration on that. Then I worked in Backstage, where we had to build a completely Flutter app from scratch. So I had an idea of how to build apps for an early stage startup as well. And then currently I am working in Unicast, where we are already serving million users, and I have to make sure that we are basically building features for the coming million users in a way. So I've also worked in like consulted for Google for startups, where basically help startups in a way that how they can actually fix whatever issues or doubts that they have with Flutter in a way. So I have some idea about like production ready apps, right? So when I started, I made a lot of mistakes, a lot of production errors and blunders in a way, which is like instead of learning in yourself, you can basically learn from my mistakes instead of like doing it yourself. Because so many students are there, you're going to be actually having your first production app very soon. And let's hope that we do not do these blunders, which I might have. Why is this moving already? Okay, I don't know. Alright, so what we are going to be doing is that we are going to be telling you a little bit about the production scenarios that we all have faced in a way, and I'm going to be asking the audience. So you have to answer what you could have done in that scenario to avoid that particular blunder. It's not related to Flutter specifically. It's just related to building production ready apps in maybe any language framework. So please do not die have click and please do not. Alright. So production scenario one. Where? Okay.
Okay.
Alright. So devs have started development, adding dummy testing data to database for testing purpose and deploy the same to production, and now it's difficult to separate actual user data from testing data. What could have been done to avoid this particular scenario? Anyone can raise their hands and shout the answer, or if you want mic, that also we can basically get.
Labeling the separate value.
Labeling the?
Labeling initially the dummy testing data.
Okay, that's one way. What about other
Having one test server and one production server.
Yes. So in a way, that's the idea that usually in production apps that we kind of have is that we have two environments. So one is setup a staging or a dev environment and a production environment, which actually is the one which will have the production databases. Now that's not just for your client, but also your backend also will have that support. And what do I mean in like in client? It's kind of like client separate file-based projects, separate analytics projects. Any idea why we need like these separate file-based projects for client? Protection from? Huh? Sorry, deploy. If you want mics, you can also get that or shout. You're students, I think you're habituated shouting. Yes. So, what do you mean by implementation bugs? Like it's the same implementation for both staging and
Production deploying bugs. The bugs which have in the dev environment.
but it's the same code base. It's the exact same code base. If there is a bug in staging, the bug is also going to be in production.
Yeah, that's why what that we will try to have a different
Code bases?
sorry.
Different code bases?
No, sorry, different environments.
So technically, in a way, in a backend, it makes sense having separate kind of environments in like client, and there could be bugs in the staging environment and there could be bugs in like production in a way. But having separate file-based project or analytics project means that suppose you're monitoring crash or bugs in a way that testing crashes should not affect the data of your production crashes as well. As sir also mentioned, like we basically want to clean your data in a way. So when you're testing, there's going to be so many bugs, right? But it's the same if you actually put it into a production dashboard as well. Your data is going to be so much unclean. So that's why for client you have that. And of course, for backend, you will have different base UIs, different API endpoints, in a way to make sure that both staging or dev environment is separate from the production environment. Get it? Alright, so now how basically do it in Flutter is that you can use the environment variables in Flutter where when you are running the app, you can mention that hey, env is equal to staging or production, and in the code base you can get that value from that and say that okay, environment is equal to staging, so let me just run the projects and URLs of staging or run the production. Another scenario. App is shipped with a critical security bug that will allow users to log in without valid OTPs, and this bug can only be fixed in the latest version of the app, pointing to the latest API endpoints. How can we avoid this kind of a scenario? So there is a bug, it's a security problem, and it is fixed in the latest version. However, if you are aware, in a mobile app which we have we have App Store and Play Store, people do not usually update their apps right? Like how many of you have apps still versions which are like 6 months old or something like that? If you're not interested in the new versions, if you're not getting any kind of errors or bugs, you will not go to the Play Store and update. You're not gonna do it, right? So if the users are not updating to the latest version, how are you going to solve this security issue which is coming up? Because this is very critical and people will just hack the system. How can you avoid it? Auto update is a part of the App Store or Play Store thing in a way. If they don't have auto update or enable, then still it's a safe one. Force install, yes, exactly. So forced updates in a way is basically the idea. Yes. So you need to enable or set up force update mechanism before you even deploy your first app. Because I tell you, the first few deployments are going to be super buggy, and it is possible that you might have a lot of critical bugs that you actually ship it with. And at this point of time, you will want to force the user to upgrade to the latest version and not allow them to actually use the version on the older one. This can be done in a lot of ways. You could use Firebase remote configs to even trigger the user that okay, there is this particular version that you have to download to, or the app will not be usable for you, or backend config API can tell, or there are packages that you basically if there is a latest version, then it will prompt the user to update to the latest one. So that's one thing. However, mobile teams start doing this. Every week they will start doing the force update. I think everything is a bug that is critical for them in a way. So now that's very irritating in a way, of course, right? Every time you're opening the app, it's not allowing you to use the app unless you actually update. I mean, I would probably get frustrated and not use the app in the future, and that is why you need to be very sure when you want to trigger app force upgrade. Few of the times it's a very security bug, a critical issue, not oh there's an exception or there's a small crash in one of the screens. Those are not the times that you want to do force upgrade for it. You want to, or the app is unusable, the UX is breaking badly and the app is unusable for the user, then you might want to do a force upgrade. So be very sure when you want to do a force upgrade and try to avoid it as much as possible. Otherwise, when such situation happens, you could probably add a kill switch height features if your product flow allows, and avoid force upgrade if possible. What does it mean is that when you are actually using the app or any app you have seen, today there is one feature, possibly that feature is not there tomorrow. How does that happen? You did not update the app, there is no updating happened. Today you saw one feature, but tomorrow that feature is gone from the app. How does that happen? They removed it. How did they remove it? The code base is still the same. Huh? Beta testing is exactly that is you're going the right direction, but what is exactly happening in this beta testing? Yes, feature topics. So basically, this is kind of like a configuration that is there in the code base that hey, wherever if this particular feature is told that okay, this is true or false kind of thing. Okay, this is toggle, then I will basically execute that block of code. That is it. Otherwise, I will not execute that block of code. That logic is already there in the app, and that will and those kind of configurations can either come from Firebase root config or from config APIs in backend. So basically, they can say that okay, there is some big issues coming up in this feature. Let's not roll it out to the users at all, or let's just like completely hide it from the users because this is becoming like a problem, creating a lot of crashes. So only one feature which you think could be very problematic, maybe or you're testing or you're doing beta testing on it or something like that, or A to B testing in a way kind of this, then you can hide it in case it's not working well for you. Maybe in the next upgrade, app upgrade, you actually fix the issue. Now the worst is that when you think the app is going great, however, people are complaining of the check mark issues or the downtime or features not being built properly in a way. But for you, like your app is going great, and that is because sometimes you have no idea what errors are even there in that. You build the app, you wrote the code base, you deploy it to the users, but there is no error monitoring, nothing. So for you, it's a absolutely an amazing app that's going well. However, the users are facing crashes and errors and exceptions and unusable behavior in a way, but you have no idea. And that is the worst situation that you can be in because in a way, people are leaving your apps and you have no idea where they're leaving from. So, in a way, how do we actually solve this? Any idea? This is actually a giveaway, actually. That's one way, but that is like you're saying that the user has to give feedback. So,
we can integrate a third-party application to monitor the web app that's already there. Probably something like Prometheus.
So something like that basically a kind of a error monitoring, exception monitoring, a performance monitoring. So usually Flutter we use for exception monitoring. No, go back. So usually for Flutter we use for exception monitoring this entity, which is not just for Flutter, it's for Android, iOS, web in a way. And crash reporting is like synonymous to crash analytics from Firebase, where you can also do exception handling there as well. But crash analytics where you can monitor what kind of crashes. By crashes I mean the app has stopped, the app is failed. It's basically closed. That's what I mean by crashes and everything. And of course, performance monitoring. You want to see that, oh, is there any user who is stuck on one screen for a very long time? The screen is frozen. The app is not is hanging in a way, right? So those kind of issues, how would you figure out? You are developing on a higher device in a way, but somebody is actually facing the issue, and those kind of statistics can come from error monitoring tools that integrate with your apps. Any apps. Do not ever deploy an app that does not have an error monitoring setup integrated because it's just not. There's no way if you do not get data of what is exactly happening with the app, it's basically useless. Now the thing is that in the dashboard you have integrated crash monitoring, but it's saying that 99% it's crash-free users. Like amazing number, right? It's amazing number. However, how many of you know that Flutter doesn't really crash the app? How many of you know this? Raise your hand. Okay, there's one person who has tried this out probably. So what happens is that what you get a crash, like when your native app like an Android and iOS native app crashes, it closes the app. It kills the app, it closes the app, basically the app will close down. When Flutter has any exception or something, it doesn't close the app. It basically will show some kind of an error on the screen in a way, or it's like if you're supposed to show some data, the data will be just white or blank in a way. So there is no crash report anyway because for Firebase no crash happened. So 99% crash for users, but for the users crash happened because they were getting undefined behavior. So in that case, we basically do. Okay, so for that, what happens in Firebase is that you enable non-fatals because fatals means that it will kill your app. Non-fatal is something that does not kill your app, and you need to enable that from your Flutter apps. Then make sure that you also report the non-fatal errors. However, the problem still happens on the user side because the user still has no idea what's happening in the app. Why is it blank? I am supposed to see a list or something and it's completely blank. So you need to tell what is the reason I know it. So you need to tell the user that either there are two ways. Either you actually force a crash. Now what happens is that sometimes we actually did this in bounds as well, that we force the crash because there is no point for the user to be on an undefined behavior screen because everything else is going to be undefined after that flow. So you just crash the app, which might be a bad user experience. However, it kind of lets the user know that this is an actual problem. Not like क्या हो रहा है समझ नहीं आया. What is happening? I have no idea. Is it a internet issue? Is it a server issue? I have no idea. Or you actually tell, show a alert box or a dialog box that hey, listen, there is some issue on our end. Basically, this is you can kill the app and reopen or something like some steps for them to actually follow so that they know that how to handle that situation as a user, user. So, is that server issues. Now, technically, are you aware of status codes in web? Basically, in APIs where you have 200 status codes, 400, 500. Are you aware of that? Anyone? So basically, 200 successful, great. This is what I wanted. This is the response that I wanted. 400 maybe it could be like authentication issues. The user is not logged in, and the user is trying to access a particular API without being logged in. Some kind of authentication or user-based error. 500 is when you're not even able to, like the server is down or something like that. You're not even able to get the response from the API. So in that case, the app has to handle that particular situation and tell the user that okay, there's a downtime or something like that. You can try again later. At least they will know what to do next. Try again later. So that because in this case, if you just keep the app like as it is, what's the point? The user will keep on trying the app again and again and again, get frustrated, go into Play Store and give a battery. That's all they do. So in this case, we need to basically catch the possible exceptions, the errors, and handle it in the UX. If it's 500, throw alert box to the user that try again later, there's a downtime currently, something like that. Now, there is also another problem that you need to be aware of is that users can still be in a no network zone and they might not be aware of it. A lot of times you're just on Instagram scrolling and suddenly the feed is not loading anymore. At that point of time, you keep on just doing the refresh, but it's your internet, not theirs. So you need to know exactly that your internet is faulty at this point of time, and that the app can get. The app knows when the internet they are not able to get any network connection. The app knows at that point of time. So, but what we do sometimes is that we do not let the user know. The user keeps on struggling, and frustration, Play Store. That's just a regular path for a mobile user. So you need to make sure that you're handling for. Okay, can you go back? Yes. So you need to make sure that you're handling for no network scenarios in a way. But there is also you mentioned about user giving feedback. What if there is a situation Why? Please next. So what if there is a situation where user has found like a problem, it's not a crash, it's not a undefined behavior or something, it's like hey, this is not working for me, the images on the app is very blurry in a way, you will not figure that out from any error monitoring system, any crash reporting system or anything. The images are not blurry, it's not something that anyone can report automatically. So user has to basically report this by manually, okay? And how do users basically report errors? Raise your hands. How do they do it? Feedback forms for mobile apps. Do they do? Have you ever done? Huh? Play Store reviews. Exactly. So first place that they're gonna go, the app is buggy, this is not working, this is the worst app in the world, this app is paid. These kind of issues, problems are going to go into Play Store and give a one-star review, which affects your entire app's complete, start system, the complete review in a way. Because now your app is like 4.0, 3.9 stars, which is not at all. Like when you do download an app, when it's more than less than 4, I don't think you download it. I don't think you install those apps. So that's how it's affected. So Play Store review, never rely on them. The best thing is that when you deploy your first app, make sure that you actually next, yes. Make sure you have an in-app help support. From the app only let them actually, give feedback to the developers. So they don't have to leave the app. They just have a problem. They can let them know right away. Your data is also clean. You don't have to like go through all the Play Store reviews to actually find the actual problems. User is only doing it from the app itself. So that way you're able to understand what exactly the problem happening in it. Now, I want to basically recommend this one particular package as well, which is called Biodash, which is made by a few of like the friends from the global community, and it kind of is pretty great in a way. You should definitely try out because it allows you to actually have an in-app help, like set up right in its 3 minutes. So you build a Flutter app and you integrate this SDK, and that's it. You basically a user has to user can send screenshots, or user can annotate the screenshots or something like that easily from the app itself without you doing any of the work of setting up the help support kind of thing. So definitely try it out when you go back. Now another scenario is that the app is loading hundreds of high quality images and on each app launch, and it's exhausting the app storage, and app crashes eventually. Why is that? Or how to avoid that as well? App, you can compress the images. However, there are like thousands of images, and they basically get stored in the app as well. So app storage gets exhausted. So how do we avoid that? Or what to do in the situation when there is low storage in the device? Because a lot of users are actually using low-end devices with very low storage. When you install the app, thousands of images are getting loaded on each app launch. Storage is going to get exhausted. So app gets crashed every day. What can we do there? Sorry?
Make them volatile or use any other.
Make them
Volatile.
volatile. Images, you sorted it out. You would reduce the image size. But storage, you do not still, maybe they have like 10 MB storage left or something like that kind of thing after installing the app. Still, your images are going to take those entire resources anyway. What will you do? Oh, okay. Where is this coming from? Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. So when you do caching mechanism, isn't that actually downloading the images into the local storage?
No, you can implement a message queue that source. Probably writing data into the message queue and probably loading it only when needed.
So on app launch, probably it's a feed like Instagram. So you will need it on app launch itself instead of like your idea works where we are loading a third screen which have apps, which have images in it. Because even loading of images, we actually do it on demand itself. We do not do it on the app launch in a way. But feed way, Instagram feed way, there's so many images getting downloaded on app launch itself. So what to do? Like low storage of 10, 20 MB left in a way in your device storage. So in that case, every time the app launches, the app has to load the images again and again and again and again. So you use data then. The user is going to complain कि मेरा data खा There is all the solutions that you're giving is absolutely right that you have to implement it. However, you cannot avoid a situation where a user does not have a storage and does not have storage. But at that point of time, you need to check what is the storage capacity of the user's device and not let them open the app in that state. Why allow them to use the app when you know the app is going to crash, right? So you will do all of that mechanism to avoid any kind of error. However, you have to see that if this user device does not have any kind of storage, then show them kind of a error screen that we need this amount of data storage in your device to be able to operate this app. So they know that okay, I have to delete all my dating app now. So basically, that is how you have to notify the user what is the next step that they can do. You can't just let them crash and crash and crash every time, right? So yeah, implement caching to enhance user experience is one thing, and then of course basically making sure that you let the user. Oh god. It's going back. It's going back. Next. So this is basically the same scenario that I have explained. It's a storage in a way. So implement logic for those storage scenarios. Next. Now comes is that Android devices have like so many different size phones, right? Small, big, large, wide, different sizes, right? Now it's looking great when you are dev testing in your device, which is probably a high-end device in a way, but users which have very low or smaller devices in a way, the button is supposed to be like one line becomes like a two-line button, or they're not able to even click on the icon in a way because it's very tiny in a way, like fingers not able to like tap on it. So you have not tested it on those kind of devices because you are developing on a nice emulator which is like you're able to use it properly, or a device or a physical device which is probably going to be high-end as well. So you have to make sure that before you deploy, you have to test responsiveness. You have to test in various size devices in a way and then handle the responsiveness and see that it works or the design looks exactly the same in all of these size devices. Now what usually happens is that nobody actually wants to like develop in these kind of devices, right? Like why would I want to develop or dev test on like a low-end, low storage basically smaller phones in a way, right? However, as a good developer, somebody who cares about the user, you have to actually test all the scenarios as well. There are various ways you can do it as well, like through a lot of online tools where they can give you a lot of devices to test on, but you must test it on those kind of lower devices before you actually deploy it. So now this is just advice for SDK or package upgrades because Flutter actually releases a stable version every 3-4 months in a way. However, my advice would be like if you are one of the people that the moment a stable version releases, you immediately go and like actually update the version. Now, as a student, if you are building your own side project, works perfectly. However, if you're building a production level app, do not at all upgrade to the stable version on the day of the release. Do not, because there is a high chance that there will be some bugs that will come on the first day in a way. So my suggestion would always be that do not upgrade under the latest version right after launch. You have to wait. Next, please. You have to wait for a few hot fixes to drop. Hot fixes means like bug fixes, which are very hot, like they have to be dropped right away. You cannot wait for like an entire release cycle for it. So wait for a few hot fixes to drop and only then update for your production app. Side projects, go ahead, update for sure. Because you do not have a lot of users in that yet. But if you have users, even as a student, if you are building a project which has users, definitely wait and do not get very excited about stable versions right away. That applies to a lot of things in a way that do not update to the stable version on the day of the stable version because it is going to be problematic in the beginning. Another thing is that have you ever probably, I mean, you all are students, so I guess you might not have faced this. But what happens is that it works on a machine thing. In my local build, everything works perfectly. But when I actually do a pipeline build, a figure a pipeline build, which is a kind of a different environment the way the build is happening, it is breaking. It's the same code base. How is it breaking? How is it working on a machine and not working on a pipeline? So, what exactly happens in this scenario is that when you are building in your local systems in a way, Flutter is actually caching packages in a way. They are caching packages and keeping it downloaded in your system. So when you're developing, it's always a good package, the version that actually works in your case, right? However, when you're building the app in the pipeline where there's no caching involved, it is actually getting the latest versions of packages, which may or may not be compatible. May or may not be compatible with the code base that you just wrote because you did not test it with that package version at all. So in this case, what happens is that when you are putting your dependencies, there is something called like a carrot here, right? So yes. So in this case, what happens is that if I say that, hey, I'm giving this 1.8, but if there is a newer version before 2, you can download it. Right. Now that's a problem that what if the newer version is not compatible with that code base? What? But so my advice is always strictly that it's my advice. A lot of people do not believe in this advice in a way. But in usually some cases, pipeline build should download the same package version as what you use during development. Like that, basically, if there's a newer version available, download that kind of thing. I do not agree with it in some situations, in some packages in a way, because I have no idea what that new version is coming up with. So in that case, what you can do is that remove the carrot and say that this code base should run only in this particular version and nothing else. Even in your pipeline, it will download only the version that you developed. Now, the thing is that when you are obviously going to be building your apps, you will be using third-party apps as well, third-party packages as well. When you are choosing a third-party package, it's not always that Google supported packages are always good. There are community packages that are amazing, right? However, you have to make sure that those are popular ones and they have high scores and highlights and they're used by other developers in the project because it's a production level app, right? And the releases are very active and the author is actually, basically doing active changes on GitHub in a way. You can see that there, right? So now that makes like you that way you know that if there is an issue, the package author might help you with it. Because what if you actually use the package in a way and then you have an issue and then you let them know in a GitHub commit or GitHub issue or something like that and they are nowhere to be found. They are not replying on your issue thread in a way. And I don't know what is worse, getting hosted by a partner or getting hosted by a packager. Because in this case, the getting hosted by a package also actually hurts because you have implemented a package in a production level app and now it's gone. This is just few advice that I would also mention before the end of the talk is that obviously add linkers and analyzers in your code before you start development because it helps that okay like you're determining the right types or not. It does static code analysis in a way. It makes sure that you know the variables that are defined as constant are defined in the code properly or not. Something like that. Basically, it can lead through your entire static code and see if there are any kind of statistical errors or something like that. It will tell you right away. These are like not, these are kind of like warnings, not like it will not let you run the app, but these are kind of like warnings. And of course, I'm sure that when you are building any apps, you do this print statement. Now what happens with this print statement is that this also goes into the production app. Whenever any product, like even if you're building web apps, if you go to console, you will be able to see all your control logs, right? So in this case, production apps should not have your login messages like this is the place where the error occurs. That kind of messages should not be part of your production apps. So always make sure that you enable login only for your debug builds or dev builds or profile builds and not the production builds because in this case you do not want the user to see all your fancy messages that you actually added to your production. And in Flutter, there's a way to do this is that you basically can check if this is a release mode build, then you can basically disable logging for those kind of builds. So if this is running on a debug build, keep logging messages, but if it's a release mode, all the logging will be hidden. They will not be executed. So this is the kind of a summary in a way. So before development, set up separate environment. Set up limiters and analyzers, separate out logging mechanism between build modes. During development, set up the force upgrade mechanism, feature flags, and handle for no network, low storage scenarios, and of course implement caching as well. And before deployment, make sure that you have enabled crash reporting tool, you have enabled reporting for non-fatals, and you're handling the error scenarios in UX, basically letting the user know that what to do when the error occurs. You are implementing an in-app error situation, and you're testing for responsiveness. These is kind of like the checklist that they're probably going to be more, but this is probably the big checklist in a way that you have to do before deployment, during development, and before your first app development. So that's all I guess, and that's me. Thank you so much. I think it's there, but no,
Thank you, Ms. Pooja, for spending your valuable time with us here today. All of our club enthusiasts here today must have learned a lot from this session, and you all must have been ignited to do something awesome with club. So with this, we take a small gap here from our continuous tech sessions. Let's just shift your mood from non-stop tech sessions to some fun print sessions.
Yes, as we are told, let's have some fun with ice-breaking sessions. And we have two volunteers, Manaswati and Pratima, to organize ice-breaking sessions. And we'll also give you token of appreciation to answer the questions. And me and Neeraj will be in the audience. So, yeah, looking forward to it.
We request everyone here to actually participate in this fun print session. We request everyone present here to participate in the fun print session. And for sure, let's have some fun.
Like a charge.
Hello everyone. I think everyone is seated by the previous sessions. So let's have some fun with sliders. So can you please join slider.com by using this code or you can scan.
You can scan this QR code or you can join by the.
Just go to slider.com and enter this code.
Scan the QR code. We have volunteers present around you, so you can ask them help if you need any help. We have volunteers standing around you. Feel free to approach them.
Yeah, please volunteers, please help them. If they are facing any issue, let me know.
Where are they? Here, on the ground.
Hi again. So moving on, thank you all the executives for being on stage. Now we have technology showcase from our students. So yeah, we have practice, we have Jason Modepani, and we have Gucharan from Vizag. And then we have Aravind from Bharati People's Performance. I just saw So, being a former PhD lead, I take the privilege to introduce all of these people to you. And so, he's Gurucharan. He's also my co-head GDG lead, former GDG leader of Vizag, and we are very good friends. And she's specialist at from writing University of Women, and she's our last GDG lead. And she was so proud of her. And she started GDG lead from Vigyan Institute of Information Technology College. And he's Jason Modepani. He's my faculty lead. After me, he's my inspiration. Thank
Thank you so much for that warm welcome. Good morning, everyone. This is Prasida from WTM College of Engineering, Bangalore. I'm a third year undergrad from Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning branch. So being in a community, or the perks of being in a community, I feel the current phase, whatever the phase is there for the first year and second year. For any individual, there are a lot of confusions being in mind. What skills to develop, even though I have skills, how to channelize the skills properly. So, even I was one of them. I had a lot of energy. I was participating in multiple hackathons and projects right from first year. But I didn't know, I didn't have a clue how to expel my energy or how to channelize my energy in a proper way. At that point of time, I was lucky enough to get introduced to a completely different realm altogether, which is the one that we are all in right now, which is GDG, Google Developers Group, and WTM Vizag. And I got introduced to Usha ma'am, I got introduced to Krishna Mohan sir, and it was like I met senior GDSC leads, and I'm happy that all of them are here also. We have Himantu, we have Deeksha, we have Sartre, we have Gurucharan on stage. So I think we met them and we kind of understood what the community process is all about. And I started to think, why not have a GDSC in my college too? Then I applied and brought the community culture in my college. I'm happy that it's going on well right now. Yeah. Last thing before I conclude,
being in a community, being as a community leader, I think it evolved me as a person. And the most important lesson I have learned in life is being humble. I think that is one of the most important quality I learned because you know if you are like exposed to beyond the classroom culture to a community culture, you know the importance of how insignificant you are because you just meet so many people out there. So with that positive note, I want to conclude. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Over to you, Ashwin.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, applause. I am Ashok Motherwali, team lead for GDG. So, firstly, I would like to thank GDG for giving me this opportunity to represent my community here. Thank you so much. And I'm part of Google Developer Students Club. It's a student community for everyone who is interested in Google Developer technologies. And we provide ways for peers to learn among themselves and experiment and provide solutions for local communities and businesses. And I would also like to talk about Google Campus, GitHub Campus Experts. GitHub Campus Experts are leaders who provide who create space to include diverse and to include diverse communities among their communities. So you can find them everywhere giving talks in online and offline sessions and conducting hackathons, taking sessions and conferences and all. So if you think what's the purpose of being in community, whatever I have learned in my student life, I owe it to communities, and you get exposed to a lot of people, and you get network with them. Like attending these sessions will be definitely be a different experience for you. I came to know about many new people and network with them and build my network because of these communities. So yeah, thank you.
Hello developers. Hi, this is Karthik Rajan. I am GDG lead for Within Institute of Information Technology and currently pursuing 4th year BTech CSC. And also I work in other club called ACM. I am co-owner in ACM club and also co-owner in DFG, means DG Gibson Geeks. I think we all know Gibson Geeks. We had also having Gibson Geeks student chapter, and also I am in the campus hero for Girls Kid. These are the 4 clubs I have been part of in my college, and I would like to say about the ACM club. Can anyone heard about ACM club here? ACM. Yeah, ACM stands for Association for Computer Missionary. So it is an international club which is open to all the researchers, scientists, and also students. It is divided into 2 parts for researchers and also for students, where the students can find different papers written by the research people and also by the scientists, and they can be using those research papers and do their works. Not only this, the ASM will be providing the students with a digital library which has more than 10,000 plus books in it. This is about the ASM club. And as a GDG lead, I want to share my experience. At first, like we know, everyone here uses LinkedIn, right? LinkedIn. Okay. Before getting before I started as GDG lead, my LinkedIn connections are like around 300. Within around 2 to 3 days, like within 2 to 3 days, I have posted that I was settled as a lead, and my connections are rising from 300 to 600. So literally, because this DDS have given me so much of network and communities. And first of all, I have been introduced to communities to this GDC only, Vizag Vizag, Good Doctors Group Vizag, by Madhav Reddy sir, and now Usha Rami ma'am. I thank you for these both people who are supporting for me. Thank you guys.
So
Good afternoon, one and all. I'm Jay Gulsar, GDG of 2021 and 2022 from WTM University, Visakhapatnam. Thank you. So I'm here to share the experiences of mine at the club. I would like to start my speech by saying a small quotation. A community which wishes to go ahead with its work must remain united in purpose, heart, and action. This quote really emphasizes a lot about my experiences here at DECOM and numerous student communities which I've been a part of. Uh, I've been a part of multiple student communities, but the one which really stands out the most is Google Developer Student Club's Lead Experience. I've been a part of this club for over 2 years. For the past 2-3 years, GDSC has seen a lot of development and flourishment in our community or in our university. And one of the key pillars of those are Director of Training of Placement in Initial Stages, now which is DCDC. And apart from that, our college has been really supportive towards the development and growth of student communities and clubs. In our community, in our college, we have around 70 to 80 student communities. And as we all know, due to competitiveness, we all see that we tend to present ourselves better or do things better. So in that way, due to the presence of all these student communities, not only GDSC but also the other student communities which were mentioned like ACM, GDSC, and the other student communities also have seen a lot of growth. And another part of thing which I would like to lay emphasis on is the importance of student communities in developing an individual to cater towards his overall development. Because the types of communities which we are seeing here, it might be GDGs or GDSCs or any other communities, they basically aim at making you a better person and cater towards your overall development. As a part of my experience in this, we have built numerous projects for the university, conducted a lot of events, flagship events like Android Study Camp, Study Days of Google Clouds, etc. So, by doing all of this, as one of my peers has already mentioned that networking is one thing which we really gain a lot. I also have a similar experience. Before becoming a leader and entering into student clubs, my connections were nearly hundreds or 200s. But after networking with a lot of speakers, individuals and all, now it is nearly 4,500. So this really gives us an extent to which we can reach out to more people. Majority of the people who are standing here are, I have known them through the experiences of my community as well. And another short note which I would like to say is gratitude is something which everyone should have. Because an individual's personality development or any of the success or achievement he has, it is all because of our self hard work and talent will be there, but community plays a really important role in all of this. So I would like to express my gratitude towards all the student community members, faculty advisors, Usharami ma'am, GDG, GCDC, and our DECOM University as a whole to promote all these student clubs and help us achieve the things which we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Just a small announcement. If you have, like in the lunch and networking session, if you want to know how these communities work and how you acquire and all, we are open for stalls over there. We sit, you can just come and you can ask your questions. We are happy to do. Thank you.
So thank you so much. Thank you, President. Thank you, Guru. Thank you, Karthik, and thank you, Yashwant. Thank you for speaking. So now we have, now we can have lunch. So it's not that simple actually. So yeah.
How many of you are hungry?
How many of you are hungry? How many of you did not have breakfast? How many of you want to have tea right now? How many of you had tea while the sessions were going on because it was open? I can't see your hands. Please, a show of hands. How many of you had tea? Thank you. Would you want to go to lunch or have tea? We have something
be hot and yummy for you, but if you prefer, we will give you tea. What do you want? But we are really tight on the time because of all the discrepancies that happened since morning. We hear you, we see you, we feel your hunger actually. We don't want to keep you hungry, okay? And give you content because that is not going to work. You are like, session ఎప్పుడు అవుతుంది భోజనం ఎప్పుడు చేస్తాను అవునా కదా right so we will break for lunch but I need you all to come back in time. Will you do that? I need a resounding yes. You guys were very good. So yeah, please share about the group actually once they come back. 1:30 positively we are starting, irrespective of your here or not. Okay? So request all of you to please be here. We are already very short in the number of attendees because of some problems, but still actually those who have come here we want to give a very good experience. So please help us help you. Right? 1:50 maximum 1:30 session starts. Web stays here, Android, Flutter and cloud happens in parallel tracks. Room numbers will be shared with you. Okay? Okay? Okay.
So we have volunteers at every door. You can ask any questions if you have, or else you can go for lunch.
We actually will request everyone to get back by 1:50. But after that, we have some parallel tracks. Please do not carry any food inside this auditorium. We have garbage bins placed every here and there. So we request you to utilize those bins only. Do not litter here and there.
One minute. Excuse me, please. 5 minutes. Yes, we can answer in 5 minutes.
Please know that the lunch is actually provided. Only then can you have your lunch.
Yes. Actually, yes. So lunch is being set up. Meanwhile,
The lunch is in the annexure 2 basically.
we want to announce the calendar and room numbers. Just take a seat. Just 5 minutes. We are setting up the lunch. We'll go for lunch. So calendar tracks, such as we have 4 tracks.
We have 4 parallel tracks basically. We just announce you the room numbers. As soon as you complete your lunch, we request you to disperse to your particular rooms, whichever you want to go to. So we have 4 tracks. We have a web track, we have a cloud track, we have an Android track, and a Flutter-based AI track. So we have 4 parallel tracks in different rooms. The web track will be here in this main hall. So people who are actually interested in this web track, please complete your lunch and gather in this auditorium.
Are you getting us? Yes. Okay. So we have 4 tracks, right? What are the tracks? Yes, very good. This is something like a school.
Which track will happen here in this big hall? Yes, so we have web track in this main hall. We have cloud track in hall number 1, which is room number 105.
So we have room members. One is will be helping you, but just remind. 105, 106, 107.
So we have cloud track in first hall. We have Android track in second hall. We have Flutter track with AI in hall number 3. Our volunteers will guide you to these halls, but just remember the room numbers: room number 105, room number 106, and room number 107.
Yes. After that, here is small announcement. You can take out your phones. You can make reels or you can make snacks. And please tag us GDG_Vizag on Instagram and WTM_Vizag on Instagram and hashtag DevFest Vizag 2022.
We have photo booths, we have selfie booths, so please, have your snaps, make reels, make videos, tag us even, and be featured on our channels as well. So now you guys may discuss for your lunch, which is in annexure 2. Our volunteers will guide you. Thank you so much.
And one thing, we have communities beside stores, community stores beside.
Stores are in annexure 1, lunch is in annexure 2. Have a happy lunch and have a happy networking.
Please get on with yourself.
Please network with each other when you have your lunch. Please talk with each other. Happy lunch, happy networking. Thank you so much.
And don't forget to ask us if you have any queries. All the people who are waiting for
Thank you. Thank you. Have lunch.
Happy lunch. Happy networking, guys.
Close up, కొంచెం ఎక్కి స్టేజ్ ఎక్కిలా దగ్గర తీపు దగ్గర
Keep your hands up for Dikshita.
అందరికి ఫోటో బుక్ పెడతాం, మనకి ఫోటో బుక్ ఇస్ స్టేజ్.
అందరూ తింటాను నా ట్యాగ్ తీసిస్తాను.
చేంజెస్ లో ఎందుకు తీసుకుంటున్నాం?
Keyboard అయిపోయింది మైక్
ఇంకొక వాలంటీర్ ఇంకొక లంచ్ పంపించమని చెప్పాను. వాళ్ళు అక్కడ తినేస్తున్నారు, వాళ్ళు ఒక రూమ్ లో పెట్టిస్తామా?
wanted to come there?
No, sir, I will come.
No, that I think that's yeah. No.
He just said, but to contact.
Yeah.
Got it. కాదు రెడీ చేస్తారు 115 పక్కన సార్ అంటే మరి వేరే రూమ్ పంపించండి.
Very well done. Doing a great job.
Thank you, sir.
Sudhakar being in Australia.
పరిగెట్టినప్పుడు కాలు పట్టుకోదని చెప్పి
డిఫరెంట్ పోస్ట్ అందరికీ కూర్చుంటారండి.
జిమ్నాస్ట్ లో టైట్ ప్యాంట్ అని చెప్పాను మీకు. టైట్ ప్యాంట్ అని చెప్పాను కదా. సోషల్ మీడియా
కాన్సెప్ట్ చేయరా మొత్తం 500 ఎందుకు 500 చూస్తారు
గీత ఫీస్ కట్టుకుంటా
ఎస్టీ గ్రూప్ కాన్సెప్ట్
శృతి తప్పింది అని మళ్ళీ పట్టుకుంటే
కాలిపోతాయి.
ఇప్పుడు గ్రో అయిపోయింది ఇంకా కట్ చేస్తున్నాం.
అవే కట్ చేసుకుంటారు కదా కొంచెం.
చాలా పైగా పైన
బ్రో ఎప్పుడు ఫోటోలు తీసుకోవాలి ఏం చేస్తారు
Wait.
Nice one.
అందరికీ ఇదే బైక్ ఏదైతే కొంచెం ఈక్వల్ వన్ కూడా అక్షరాలు కాదు నేను ముట్టుకుల మీద ఉంటే కాలేజ్ అని చెప్పేసి ఓకే అక్కడ ఇంకా దూరం సగం సేమ్ అయింది
స్టైల్ అంతే
baby. So take my strong.
ఇప్పుడు ఫిజికల్ అయింది కదా స్టేజ్ కొత్త
మామూలు
చిన్న మైక్
చేతిలో పట్టుకున్నాయి. చేతిలో పట్టుకునే మైక్
बोर्ड पड़ा है पढ़
అందుకుంటే భలే ఉంటుంది స్టేజ్ మీద.
సేమ్ అలాగే కింద ఉంచుకోండి. ఈ సైన్ వస్తే ల్యాప్టాప్ కూడా ఎక్కడ ఉంటుంది. కొన్ని ల్యాప్టాప్లో చూస్తారా అయితే ఓకే అయితే
కుర్చీలు కనపడకూడదు దొరికిపోతుంది.
ఎలాగొచ్చింది ఓకే కొంచెం ఎలాగొచ్చింది అంటే ముఖం బాగా కనబడాలి. బాగా వస్తుంది ఫోటోస్ కానీ కొంచెం నీకేమైతే తీయాలి.
LinkedIn. ఎవరు అయిపోయింది పేరు కొత్త
ఇప్పుడు వేసుకున్నా ఇంట్లో ఇది వస్తుంది
తెలియదు వాట్సాప్
వెళ్తాను రాదు తప్పక
స్టిక్స్ పట్టుకెళ్ళిపోవాలి బ్యాగ్లో బ్యాగ్ పట్టుకుని తిరుగుతావు స్టిక్స్ పట్టుకుని వాటర్ ఇది కాలం వేసింది అది కూడా నీ దగ్గర అది కూడా నీ వల్ల నీకు ఆలోచనలు అయితే స్టార్ట్ అయిపోతుంది చూసేవాళ్ళు రాలేరు ఇంకా ఎక్కువ
इसको साइड में
ఫోర్ మంకీస్ అప్పుడే
ప్రొఫైల్ పిక్ అసలు చాలా రోజుల నుంచి వెయిట్ చేస్తాను.
అక్కడ సైడ్ సైడ్
My setup. Actually, 1:31 happened.
Okay, 1:30 వరకు కంటిన్యూ చేయండి.
Capture it in my try to capture it.
So, excuse me, may I have your attention, please? Within few more minutes, we'll be starting with our parallel tracks. So, we request you all to disperse to your respective halls. We have 4 tracks basically, as announced: room number 105, room number 106, and room number 107. So, please disperse to your respective halls for your parallel tracks. Those interested in web can stay here, remaining can disperse to their respective halls. Our volunteers will please guide you. In room number 105, we have an Android track. In room number 106, we have the Flutter track. In room number 107, we have the Cloud track. So we are discussing to the track of the interest. And in the main hall, that will be going on. So guys, within the next few minutes, we will be starting with our sessions. Please disperse to your respective halls for your panel tracks. Those interested may stay here, make them please leave to their respective halls. Volunteers are requested to please guide our audience. Yeah, we have recording screen as well. So please do check it out and depart to your respective halls.
Just only one. One minute. Guys, just a minute. 1 minute. Just start with a
So, hi guys. Yeah, good evening, Royal fans and GDG. Very mixed of vision was seen.
Great, awesome.
Hello, hi again. Sorry, yeah. Did you not have lunch? Yes. Did you enjoy the band?
Where's the energy, guys? Energy should clap, power clap.
Can you clap for Indie Rocks?
Big round of applause for our band, Indie Rock Stand Right.
Thank you so much. So, everyone here, I assume are for web session, right? Here we are having web session in the main hall. You can use this day to go over the cloud, flooded with AI and Android. How many of you are here for web session? We'll have our fun speaker, Krishnan sir here. Yeah, we will start in 2 minutes. So, anyone want to mute for cloud, Android, or Flutter with AI? Please use that door, and there are volunteers. You can ask them.
Once again, cloud is in hall 1, Android is in hall 2, Flutter and artificial intelligence is in hall 3. So, who may want to discuss can discuss actually. We'll be starting our event in few minutes. Our speaker is ready for this event, and so we expect you to be. Room number 105, 106, 107. Our volunteers will actually lead you and guide you to your respective halls. So do ask the volunteers.
40, 38, I think. Or something. 145.
We'll be starting in another 2 minutes. That is by 1:40 we'll be starting our event. So I request everyone to please be seated. Please be seated in your seats. We'll be starting in 2 minutes. Those who want to discuss can actually discuss. The rest can actually prepare up, get up themselves with their laptops and your systems. for the hands-on session.
Are you excited for first session? Yeah, you have to.
Where is the energy, guys? Let everyone know for the session. Where is the energy? Felix, Niti. Guys, who's not actually interested in Android session, please visit or go to room number 105. Android session is in room 105. And the people who are actually at the back can occupy front seats for a better experience. Please occupy the front seats.
Everybody please occupy the front seat, please.
Everyone who's sitting at the back, we request everyone please occupy the front seats. Guys, quickly sit, quickly. Start after 140 and you're like so quickly starting it. Can you Adi can Android there is no one. Only 4 people. Only 4 people. And even I am trying to set my mic as well. Opponent tells my mic issue is there. Akan PPT ready hai na? We'll be starting in a few minutes. In 2 to 3 minutes we'll be starting. Okay, Kan? Sir. Again, those who are occupying the back seats, we request everyone to please shift themselves to the front seats for a better viewing experience. Those who are sitting at the back, please occupy the front seats. There are many empty seats in the front. Please do occupy them, guys. Our speaker is waiting. Please do occupy them and we'll begin with the track. You're on live.
Are you ready? Please sit up, all my volunteers, I want you all to listen, please. Sit up, settle down, please. So I'm assuming that this room comprises of interested in pets. And also I feel like you are really interested. Okay? Give it only 5 or okay? మీరు ఇంకొంచెం ముందుకు వచ్చినా బాగానే ఉంటుంది. పర్వాలేదు, ముందుకు రండి.
Sir, ready, sir. You need a follow mic, sir? Okay.
Sir. You want
So, good afternoon, everyone. Hope you all have your lunch. Yes. So, how is the menu? Great. Anything of your favorites? Name your things, no problem. Everyone will have different favorites, right? Lunch is over and no one is energized. One age. Okay. Anyone?
Guys, you are all feeling sleepy. Especially football actually. So I hope you like the food. So if you అందరూ దేని గురించి తెలుసు అనుకుంటారు కదా ఇక్కడ ఏమవుతుంది ఇక్కడ మిషన్ లెర్నింగ్ అవుతుంది రైట్ సారీ క్లటర్ సారీ ఏడబ్ల్యూఎస్ ఏమవుతుంది ఇక్కడ గైస్ ఇక్కడ ఎవరైనా స్లీపింగ్ కోసం వస్తే లైక్ ఆల్ రూమ్స్ లో వేసుకున్నారు ఇక్కడ ఒక దగ్గర ఎవరైనా డోంట్ వరీ ఓకేనా సార్ మీరు ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళాలి ప్రశాంతంగా పడుకోవచ్చు సో బట్ ఐ హోప్ ఎవరు అది స్లీపింగ్ కోసం వచ్చున్నారు ఇక్కడ సో దేనికోసం వచ్చాం అందరం ఇక్కడికి గట్టిగా చెప్తే సాయంత్రం రైట్.
So, most of us have enjoyed our previous session on machine learning by Mr. Krishnamohan Chibgula, the co-founder of Gurjara IT Solutions. Now, let us have another session in our web course. So, he believes in teaching intervention. He is well versed with languages like JavaScript, CSS, CoffeeScript, Ruby, Elixir, and many more. He recently worked on build tool partial on Phoenix framework and integrated table CSS. Now let us welcome our speaker of this session.
Guys, Sanjana, welcome.
Hello. Audible? Yeah, I can see the effort you are making to stay awake. Probably the toughest time of the day, right? So you had actually some continuous technical sessions, followed by lunch and networking, and then a lot of high decibel band, and now I am supposed to keep you awake. Have some pity on me here. కొంచెం జాగ్రత్త పడవు కదా. సో ఒక విషయం కూడా అర్థమైంది నేను ఉదయం the morning when I was taking examples, so I was going around American examples and all that. I realized during the band actually. So if I asked Pawan Kalyan, I would have got more answers. See, The cells are bred and becoming old. Probably, I think if I said Balakrishna, probably I would have had more. Yeah, I know. The new is the long forgotten old. The new is the long forgotten old. I mean, in our era, basically, when I was studying basically in Andhra University, if you are actually a Balakrishna fan, you are considered tasteless. If you are a Balakrishna fan now, actually it's a style statement, right? That's why I'm saying the new is the long forgotten old, right? So, my position is exactly like you saw Arvinda's movie. Movie at some point basically there was a conversation and NTR actually says he tells the story to the kid and he says actually he spoke with his own minister or something. And then the heroine says actually if he actually wants to have peace he should speak with the other ministers. Why he is speaking with his own minister? Anybody remember? So my position is something like that. All of you are here for web actually. What is the point of convincing you? The people who have to be convinced they went outside. Right? They said Flutter is great actually and all that actually and all of them went to other rooms. You people are already convinced that actually web is great. What is that I have to tell you? I know all of you must be feeling it, right? Yes, no? Yes. You are making 5 stones. The building web application says Stone Age. Web కోసం ఇక్కడ కూర్చున్నారు ఒక్కరు కూడా కావలేదు. ఆ ల్యాబ్లో ఫుల్ అయితే ఇక్కడ కూర్చుంటారా అందరూ? లేదా ఇది ఏదో 2 డోట్లు వేస్తాడు ఇంట్లో పట్టుకుంటూ వచ్చారనుకోండి. మార్నింగ్ బాగానే పనిచేసినట్టు చలో. Well, how many of you know actually about the privacy battles that go on the internet? You heard? Google is sued for basically these many $1 billion and all that, right? And then actually regularly there will be a bulletin that comes basically from the Play Store. These many apps are being removed because actually they are stealing a lot of information. Heard? Yes. Now tell me this. Basically, do you install an app in the mobile when you hear it first? Can you? I mean, but see, leave out what private information that he steals from us and all that. But at the first place, you would want to think twice before you install an app. Agreed or not? Simply because these days mobile is actually a sort of a gateway to your financial world also. Right? So basically these concerns are actually getting increasingly concerning for a lot of the community. So nowadays I am very sure there hasn't been a great successful mobile app in the last 2-3 years. Whatever mobile apps that you have, they must be earlier releases. You update them. For example, for Gmail app, you have actually you keep on updating. An Instagram app or actually a Facebook app, you keep on updating. But a new app, just like that, you will not install. Right? Why? Privacy concerns, security concerns, financial and other concerns. So this is actually the issue. That is what. Yeah. This is the issue that actually keeps the web as a platform alive. The web platform simply is the safest. Unless you are committing a sort of a suicide basically by typing in passwords and all that, by default, your web platform is very safe and secure. Are you there? For example, you can ask for a file access permission in a mobile app, and then you can access just about everything in the mobile. Whereas using a web browser as a platform, you cannot access the local file system. Are you aware? Right? You cannot. So, something, okay. Then, if you are releasing your app, will you release for iOS or Android? Android has numbers, iOS has money. Who? Which technology? So, and you know that basically now nobody takes the native application development route. They want to build for one platform, which is Flutter, right? Flutter claims that, right? Flutter claims that you build in Flutter, deploy for iOS, deploy for Android, deploy for web, deploy for desktop. All four versions can be emitted out of a Flutter app. That is what it claims, right? But very conveniently, Flutter does not say how to write your backend. Right? Where they write your backend actually if you are using Flutter? It says use our Firebase. Right? So basically you are saying actually stay on my platform, otherwise you have no access. This is what is causing a lot of concern across the developers community. Heard of Supabase? How many? Yeah, Supabase is a Firebase alternative. Recently getting a lot of traction. Why? If Firebase is there, Google is providing for free, then why Supabase is getting actually traction now? Firebase is charging more on production. That can be only a part of the concern.
Open source. Open source. Is it open source?
Yeah, open source. Supabase is open source. More importantly, Supabase you can host anywhere. You can bring your own cloud. Whereas the Firebase now actually says if it is not hosted, your front-end app, if it is not hosted in Google Cloud, then actually it may experience some problems. Anybody read about that particular problem? No. Right? So it is like basically Google is saying, I have something, and please come and stay in my platform. That actually causes always a resentment. I'm not going into value judgment, especially staying on a stage that is actually provided to me by Google. Right? Irrespective of basically what use I have actually on Google, I shouldn't be commenting. See, they kept a spy also. Some volunteers are here.
So nothing like that, sir.
Nothing like that at all. I'm actually before going into best lab trying to wake you up. Okay, and it is important that you understand actually some of the things that. So I mean, I wanted to actually put this whole thing into one statement actually. Initially, the one statement that I wanted to make is web application development is the mechanical engineering of computing science. Repeat all of it. You heard it and you agree with it. Understood? I said, web application development is mechanical engineering of computing science. Engineering ki mechanical engineering alago, computing science ki web development alaga. Which means evergreen. I was separating a mechanical engineering. No. Coming back actually, if you really observe basically, the highest non-computing science paying jobs coming to mechanical. And I'm sure if you have actually somebody as an engineer in your earlier generation who advises you, he would say mechanical is evergreen. Always you will get actually jobs in it because there will never be a recession. Right? For example, basically in computing science, if you come in, basically if you are into good industries, are lucky, if you have been lucky to stay in good industries, you will be fine. But actually there are some industries like flash programmers. Those people became jobless overnight. That sort of a concern they will not be for mechanical engineering. As long as there is some manufacturing, there will be jobs. So people choose that. Similarly, in computing science actually, without a web application, nothing exists. If you realize, even now, okay, we do a lot of data science basically, what do you do finally? You have to put it on the web. Right? Without putting it on the web, how can you make it work? How can you make it accessible? And if you want to put it on the mobile, gaining the trust is so difficult. You have to prove so much. And you know there are so many issues basically with the Play Stores. Right? Randomly somebody can actually just pull it off. You know, right? Some apps actually which are pulled out of Play Store. Right? So if you are deep pocketed, suppose you have actually deep pockets, funded and all that, then you can attempt all that. But otherwise, if you are actually a small stealthy startup, can you afford that? What do you do? You actually put up a web application, see that actually people are actually using it and people are actually solving something with it. And then you grow. So, irrespective of the advancement in the computing science industry, the web application is going to stay forever green. There will be opportunities. This convincing I wanted to do, but you believed it, you are here. The people who did not believe it, they went away. So, this is what I actually would want to tell. So I think a couple of things here before actually I move on. This has been a sort of a very favorite topic for me. Favorite means a topic of close to my heart. Where I want to actually, I will be pursuing this and I will be advocating to find a lot more material for me in the near future, where I will be writing a lot. Where I want to argue that web application development is an aptitude. You can't become a web. See, morning I was actually speaking about data scientist as an aptitude. I said if you don't have it, don't go into that. It's not that actually computing science is great. Now I mean 20 years back actually computing science is great, you can join computer engineering. Super. Can you do that now? No. But first year you have to decide actually whether you want to get into core programming or you want to get into DevOps or basically where you want to move on data science. You have to decide now. It is like Marichit and Telsa. Marichit. So the tree actually initially it's a small one. It grows. Each branch actually then comes down and actually becomes a tree by itself. And it grows like that. I think you people know about a particular tree basically which occupies some 4 kilometers or something like that. That's the largest tree in the world. Where you don't know where is the first fruit. You feel like, okay, this is actually, oh, this particular thing is looking so big, so maybe this is the root. No, it's a branch. Like that, 15 years back, the computing science was in its nascency, and you can get into computing science and actually go into some advanced discipline a bit later. Nowadays, it's not possible. Do you realize? Because, I mean, if you go into whatever your basic computer science actually, do you use your assembly level programming anywhere? No. Right? That is what is taught to you, right? In the core computing science, first and second year. Where you will, unless you get into actually some chip industry, basically you will not use that. So, again, coming back actually, a good web application development needs a certain aptitude. I would be discussing that particular what is the aptitude required. What is the aptitude required and how you have to mold yourself to become a good web developer. I wanted to take example basically of a particular tech stack. I wanted to take example of something that I use now. It's called the Phoenix framework. Anyone heard? Phoenix is a framework that is written in Elixir, a programming language called Elixir. Heard? Okay, I'll get on one level. Ruby on Rails? Yes, sir. Certainly more yeses, right? Yes, sir. So it is a. Facebook uses. No, Facebook, not Twitter. GitHub uses Ruby on Rails. Facebook uses. I come to Facebook. Okay, Ruby on Rails. The programming language is Ruby. The framework name is Rails. The first example I quoted is Elixir language, Phoenix framework. Okay, okay, I'll get on in further. Heard Laravel? Okay, so Facebook is written in PHP. Okay, so basically these web frameworks are actually some sort of language, some programming language, and then you use that language actually to build a sort of an application using a framework. Okay? How many of you have done any web application development earlier? Hardly. So my guess is right. I mean, I wanted to do a sort of a hands-on coding session. Then in the last, somehow at some point I just realized it just changed a bit, and I thought I'll explain basically how you can become a good web application developer. I think I'm lucky. Bad luck. You can say bad luck. Sir, మీరు ఏదో చూపిస్తారు ఇక్కడ తీసుకున్నట్టు బిల్డ్ చేసి చూపిస్తారు అనుకున్నాము మీరేమో ఊరికే సుత్తి కొట్టి టైం పాస్ చేస్తున్నారంటే. ఓకే, సో can somebody explain me what this is? Using the widget? ఏం చేద్దాం అనుకుంటున్నాను అక్కడ? This is my point. There is actually a sort of a characteristic called hygiene. What it is, I will explain. Hygiene law, if somebody is below 4, he is not eligible. 4 is the minimum that is required. 7 is the score that he needs to be good. Above 7, if he is scoring, he is very good. So, this is what the graph would be, where I will explain what that characteristic, what that skill is. A skill ఏంటి అని చెప్తాను. ఆ skill లో I am giving a score. మీకు score ఉంటే you are actually suitable for this particular thing. That's what that particular graph is. Now understood? Yes. Okay. I will explain what each of them is. Okay, a characteristic is not straightforward. I will explain a bit. Okay. So, and before I move on, earlier also I gave my contact details, basically my website and all that. Here also in the last slide probably it is there. I'll put it up. I am actually launching an aptitude test on web application development. It is like it's free basically. Once I launch, actually, I just want to tell you people. It is, basically, suppose you have actually a lot of inclination towards biology. Will you go and actually join engineering? No, right? So it is like knowing whether you have that aptitude before you go into it. And then statistics as a basics telekunda data science is useless. Same way, I am saying actually, if you want to know whether you have web application development aptitude or not, this particular exam, it will be an online exam, you just register basically or whatever and take a quiz. It will be a sort of 20-25 questions quiz. At the end of the quiz, it will tell you if you have an aptitude of this much. That's it. It's just simple. Okay, what is for me? I want actually 1 million people to take the test. And I will be using machine learning to refine my logic. Okay? The use that you people will have, అసలు నేర్చుకోవాలక్కర్లేదని ముందే తెలుసుకోవాలి. ఆ పర్టికులర్ రోజు గేట్ దాకా వెళ్ళి ఆండ్రాయిడ్ లో వెళ్ళిపోతూ మళ్ళీ గదిలోకి వచ్చే చూసావా, ఆల్రెడీ ఎవరైనా అనుకుంటున్నారా? అనుకుంటే బాగా తెచ్చియే. So there are 3 things that are actually when I listed under hygiene. Hygiene is basically just having it. That's it. Okay? I said VS Code. What is VS Code? Code editor. Beyond that, if anybody answered, actually I would say editor. IDE. Wow. No, actually VS Code we don't call it IDE. You will call Visual Studio to be IDE. VS Code is not exactly IDE. IDE is for VS Code at least aims to become only the editor. It does not want to become everything. IDE is integrated development environment. So what are the developmental activities? Writing the code, writing the test, running the test, okay, pushing it to Git. All those activities are part of development. If it has all the features actually, then we call it an IDE. Okay, VS Code aims to be only code editor. All other things you have to opt in. You have to bring plugins. By default, VS Code does not aim to become an IDE. సంస్కృతం మాట్లాడుతున్నా. ఉదయం కౌండిన్య అని పేరు పలకడానికి మన యాంకర్లు పడ్డ కష్టం చూస్తే గ్రీకు లాటిన్ అనుకుంటే సంస్కృతం అనడమే మంచిదని మనకు తెలుస్తుంది. లేదు కదా లేదు పర్లేదు ఓకే రైట్ సో హౌ మెనీ ఆఫ్ యు నో గిట్ quite a number. So you know how to generate a pull request? Yes. Do you know how to merge? Do you know how to resolve conflicts? Okay, if you know that, good. The second skill I said is front end. I said actually there are only 3 ingredients inside this: HTML, CSS, and basic JavaScript. And I said actually here 5, 8. So just think for yourself, if you already know HTML, will you rate yourself actually above 5? If you don't rate, then you have to answer for yourself 2 questions. నేను ఇప్పుడు చదవలేదు కాబట్టి నాకు తెలియదు, చదివాను కానీ రాలేదు, చదివాను కానీ రాలేదు, ఫ్లటర్ మనకి ఆప్షన్ ఉంది ఎప్పుడు, రైట్? వెబ్ డెవలపర్ అవడం కష్టమయ్యా, నమ్మరా? కొత్త డెవలప్మెంట్ కంట డెవలప్స్ కంట కావాలంటే ఆ ఎక్స్పర్ట్లు కూడా పెట్టినప్పుడే చెప్తారు, భయం లేకుండా నేను చెప్తాను. వెబ్ డెవలపర్ అవడం చాలా కష్టం. బట్ ఇట్ యాక్చువల్లీ inherently, once you are a good web app developer, you are irreplaceable. Good. Underline, highlight, bold. Because you are the only one who interacts with business. Company lo eppudina chusuntaru basically highest salaries, sales, then marketing. Colleges lo highest salaries, placement officer. Yes or no? No or no? Yes kada. ఒకప్పుడు 15 years back వాళ్ళ ప్రొఫెసర్ PhD ఆయన 30 మంది PhD చేయించారు, ఆయన ఏమో ఇంత ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్, he used to be the highest paid employee. Now placement officer. Why? Because parents, when they go to the college, they will not ask, మా పిల్లలకి బాగా అన్ని వచ్చేటట్టు నేర్పించండి. నో, they will ask, మీ కాలేజ్కి ఎంతమంది ప్లేస్మెంట్, ఎన్ని కంపెనీలు వస్తాయండి? The KRA అంటే తెలుసా? Key responsibility area. The key responsibility area of a college moved from providing education to offering jobs. So obviously placement officer has to be the highest paid employee. మీరు అందరూ కూర్చున్నారు ఎందుకు? వెబ్ డెవలప్మెంట్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ కాదు, ఇంట్రెస్టే. సరే, these two are together. This is what actually a framework brings you. Okay? For example, the programming language itself, Elixir, Ruby, PHP. And then you have actually a database which is Postgres or MySQL is the probably 90% of the open source applications use those two. So these two together actually form the framework. Okay? And here I rated 6, 2 and 2, 6, 8 and 10. You need to be at least 6 years. Now 6 is low. Remember, if you don't understand a binary tree, it's perfectly okay. You can still be a good web application developer. Is it a little part also? Huh? You don't need DOM also. You don't have to do no DOM, right? Now you use React. Right? So you use a library. So you don't have to, and I am telling you, after developing web applications for close to 20 years, the amount of programming language that we use is 30% of the entire language. Just 30% of the language, if you know, you can become a web developer. Knowing the programming language is not the fundamental characteristic of a web developer. It is the application thinking that is important. One advantage people have actually is you are very young. Yeah, one advantage you people have is you are very young. So you don't snore. You can sleep and I will not know. ఇంత గొప్ప అబ్జర్వేషన్ మీకు కనిపెట్టడం కనీసం This is what I wanted to say. The last one, communication. And I said you need 7 years to be minimum eligibility. If you want to be a web developer, your communication has to be top notch. No substitute there. You can get away with basically not knowing Ruby. You can get away with not knowing Elixir. वो स्टैक एक्सचेंज में मिलेगा कॉपी पेस्ट करना है हमको कोड right? Hyderabad will come to a standstill if Google is down. Google అంటే కోడ్ ఎలా రాస్తాం సార్ కదా right? Okay, so what do I mean by communication? There are 3 communications that are actually done by a web developer. One is a documentation, which is basically inside the code what you write. Then there is a B2T, which is business to technology. And T2T, technology to technology. అది చెప్పడం కదా బాబు మార్క్ ఇచ్చేవాడు కదా technology to technology is basically when you speak with your fellow developers. You don't firstly these days speaking is less obvious. You have to write in your code. They will see the code and manage. You will not stay in that company for long, right? India company మాట్లాడుతున్నాను మన అసలు మిలియనర్స్ కాదు right? So I place this is my scale. Think about it actually. If you want to develop a web app developer, these are the skills and this is my measurement. All of this can be acquired. When I do basically my internal trainings, actually I consult for certain startups. So startups team build chestam. So interview cheskoni meela antaru. So meetoti otherwise చాలా కష్టం కదా బేసిక్గా మీతో కమ్యూనికేట్ చేయడం అంటే అసలు రియాక్షన్ ఏమీ లేకుండా చాలా ఇంప్రెసివ్ గా అలా ఉన్నారనుకోండి మీకు అర్థమవుతుందో అర్థం అవ్వట్లేదు ఎలా కమ్యూనికేట్ చేయగలను అయినా చేయగలుగుతాను ఎందుకంటే ఐ డూ స్టే ఇన్ టచ్ దిబ్బరొట్టులాగా నాకు మీటింగ్లో అలా బాబు ఈ పని ఎప్పటికవుతుంది అయిపోతుంది సార్, బాబు పని ఎప్పటికీ అవుతుంది అయిపోతుంది సార్, వేగంగా చేసేస్తాను సార్. That is the communication that you do, right? The question, what is the question asked? So what is the response expected? Some time. ఒక నిమిషం, ఒక రోజు, ఒక గంట. So I am waiting for hearing a number. Except that number, everything else comes. I am really telling you, this is the problem I face with basically the developers actually. The developer communication is as of now, you did not get in touch with the business side of it. They hate developers like anything. They hate. తప్పనిసరి ఎందుకంటే ఆ కోడ్ అది మనకు అర్థం కాదు. So for that reason, they somehow live up with us. But otherwise they hate, I know. Have you heard of no-code environments?
Yes, sir.
Why they are becoming successful?
Nobody wants to code these.
Everybody wants. Every startup. When I go for consulting, the first thing they ask, sir, can we do it in no-code environment? Why? Sir, I am ready to pay even $1,000 every month subscription, but I don't want to live up with a developer. So please, that environment is changing. Developers are not only the highest paid employees, but they are the most hated ones. If you don't become actually sensitive, and if you don't equip yourself with proper communication, you are going to become I know what you felt watching the last one. You saw this? Anybody saw this earlier? Please read. Dear recruiters, if you are looking for Java, Python, PHP, React, Angular, Postgres, Redis, Mongo, AWS, S3, EC2, ECS, EKS, Unix administration, Git, CI and CD, .NET Kubernetes. That's not a full stack developer. That's the entire IT department. And that is expected out of a web developer now. And that is how it used to be. Earlier, 10 years back, if I wanted to launch a web application, I can write by myself. Or I can go to a PHP programmer, ask him, please write this code for me. We will. Then the application developer, PHP application developer, he used to write the code, deploy it, everything he used to do. Now, is it possible? No. Why? Because if you ask him to write actually, most of the full stack developers, they say, we will write the React, we will write the front end. Back end, sir, you have to get it done somewhere else, Java, something. Okay, I'll write a back end. Then, sir, I can write the React components and all that, but for it to be good looking, you need a UI specialist. You have to bring in a UI designer. No, sir, I cannot write CSS and all that actually. I am a React developer. Right? UI designer. Sir, can I, the business owner comes and says, can I deploy? No, sir, it has to be tested. Who? So testing specialist will be there, sir, Selenium specialist. Okay, one more. That fellow comes in Selenium, he writes tests. So then all your tests pass now, deploy it. No, sir, I don't know how to deploy. You need a DevOps fellow. .NET. And then, I don't know actually. actually for my application, I will get some 100 users or 50 users. I will not get thousands of users. Just put it normally. No, sir, not possible. You have to put in load balancer, redundancy, Kubernetes, Dockerize the application, put the Postgres actually into some other node and establish a network between them so that safely they can communicate. Why you have to split and then actually establish a network? Can't you host both of them on the same? No. We made IT so complex. The business is hating us. So when I said actually those 6 characteristics, I actually will go through basically very quickly. You need a VS Code basically, and then you should know Git, the GitHub flow. Then be aware of the zero DevOps services. Have a Heroku? Yes, sir. Vercel? Yes, sir. Netlify? Yes, sir. Fly? Go through. All of them are zero DevOps. You can just deploy your application, whatever be the framework. Be aware of them. Basically, as a web application developer, if you know this, you can go to your business telling, I know I can write the code and deploy also. You are actually saving business one headache, which means you are 2 times more powerful in the team. You are 2 times more irreplaceable. కొంచెం మొహాల్లో కొంచెం అర్థం అవుతుంది ఫీలింగ్ కొంచెం చూపించరా కనీసం నటించరా థ్యాంక్ యూ I'm sorry, this particular image is a bit distorted. It's not, I mean, by this time the resolution came here actually, I want you to just observe that this is don't push, pull only. There is actually a color difference here. Can you observe? Yes, sir. Now tell me this whether this is a door. Probably you are not realizing it's a, I mean the resolution is not coming good. This is a door. And before the door, basically this board is there. It said don't push to pull only. Now, can you explain what it means? Am I asking don't pull up or am I asking don't push up? Why? See. Huh? Exactly. That is how user interfaces are being designed nowadays. Because we don't plan to communicate. The developer is, the web application developer is so weak with his communication. Leave about Ruby, Elixir, PHP and all that. A web application developer now does not have a mother tongue. కనీసం ఉన్నా సార్ మదర్ టంగ్ అని కూడా ఒక్కడ కూడా మీరు చూసారా?
Some people do Python frameworks, some people do JavaScript frameworks, and some people be like they'll use.
No, I'm saying mother tongue. I mean Telugu, English, Hindi. I mean basically you have no mother tongue. The biggest problem actually this particular generation is facing, not lack of opportunities, not actually so difficult choices to make, not actually anything. If you want me to list only one problem that actually the millennial kids have, I will put it as number one problem, no mother tongue. Because you have learned English and you are not so good actually that you can do in English. You can speak English. Right? Have you seen GitHub Chinese repositories? Anybody see?
Yes, sir.
Vue. Heard of Vue? Vue.js. Vue.js is actually Chinese. Have you seen the documentation in the face? They write it in Chinese. आपने हिंदी का डॉक्यूमेंटेशन में एक GitHub प्रोजेक्ट भी देखा? तेलुगु में? Tamil? No. We will write in English. And we don't know what to communicate. I know many of the developers actually whom I interact with are very, very nice people. But because they lack communication and because of the way business speaks, business thinks that actually these developers are insensitive. Most of the friction is actually simply because these people could not communicate. And I sometimes wonder, I tell my fellow people who work with me, "Arey, English to udra Telugu maatladara babu kanisa." No. నేను చెప్పాలనుకున్నది ఇంగ్లీష్ లో చెప్తే అది ఒకటి ఇంకో రకంగా అర్థం అవుతుంది, ప్రాబ్లం వస్తుందిరా. నో. And these people are not aware of actually those trivial things. Hardly it matters. You know what my developers think when I use that as a phrase? You know what it means? Hardly it matters. It doesn't matter, right? My developers actually understand it. It is a very difficult task. It is true. What is happening here? దగ్గరగా చూసి మోసుకోకుండా. When I saw the first one, I thought actually he's proposing, but he's actually kissing goodbye. That is the difference between front end and back end. Understand? It's a bad argument. This is what I wanted to highlight on. Two short answer questions. 10 points. Name and describe the 5 key phases of software development. Question is 5 key phases of software development. The answer: 1. Denial. 2. Bargaining. 3. Anger. 4. Depression. 5. Acceptance. What is acceptance? It's a given amount of acceptance. I will give this 10 marks out of 10. In fact, if it is possible, I will do 20 better. You should know actually this is how it works. Firstly, basically, the feature in the business web application developer meeting. అదేంటి ఫీచర్ ఇలా వచ్చింది సార్, మీరు నాకు ఇలాగే చెప్పారు, నేను ఇలా చెప్పలేదు, నేను ఇలాగే విన్నాను. సార్ 3 రోజులు చేసి ఇచ్చేస్తాను సార్. నువ్వు ఆల్రెడీ ఎక్కడైనా నాకు ఇంటి కనెక్ట్ వస్తాను, నాకు కనెక్ట్ చేస్తాను. లేదు సార్, సార్ 2.5 రోజులు వేస్తాను. బార్గెన్. వీడు చూడు చేసేదేమీ లేదు, వచ్చి నా నెట్ మీద కూర్చోడం తప్పించి డెవలప్మెంట్ అంటే ఎంత కష్టం అనుకుంటున్నారు. అండ్ both of them will be missing their space cycles. Cycle ఇద్దరు మిస్ అవుతారు, ఇద్దరికి డిప్రెషన్. So actually this is one slide I wanted to do this, sir. Web application development కి సంబంధించి నన్ను ఒక లెక్చర్ చెప్పడం అడిగినప్పుడు ఈ ఒక్క స్లైడ్ తోటి నేను 1.5 hours మాట్లాడతాను అని అందాం అనుకున్నాను. These are my tricks for this. Basically, see, all of you are going to be very good team members, team leads, okay, architects, and all that. There are only 4 tricks, basically, for solving this particular thing. First, learn to listen. See, that particular problem that they are stating, it is new for him, it is new for you. నాకేమొచ్చి ట్విట్టర్లోని లైక్ కొడతా చూసారా అలాంటి జాబ్ ఫర్ హిమ్ ఆల్సో ఈ సమ్వేర్ ఇట్ ఇస్ ఆస్కింగ్ యూ ఫీచర్ ఫర్ యూ ఆల్సో ఇట్ ఇస్ న్యూ ట్విట్టర్ జీతం ఇస్తుందో తెలుసా మేము పంపిస్తున్నాం తెలుసా ఆల్రెడీ మనం ఏంటో ఆపిస్తాం వాడు ఎవరు రైట్ అట్ ద మోస్ట్ ఈజ్ ఆస్కింగ్ keep a button there that is startable, right? But we don't want to listen. Twitter lo feature that is complex. So learn to listen. Second, communicate crisply, frequently. Frequency is very important. Almost like అవసరం అంటే ఎక్కువ కమ్యూనికేట్ చేయండి. ఇవి వాడి ఇక్కడ వరకు వచ్చింది, వాడి ఇక్కడ వరకు వచ్చింది, ఇక్కడ ఈ ప్రాబ్లం వచ్చింది, ఏదో వాడికి విసిరిపోతాడు బిజినెస్ వాడు అయినా కూడా ఇక్కడ ఉన్నది అని కూడా తెలుసు. కమ్యూనికేట్, ఓవర్ కమ్యూనికేషన్ ఇస్ బెటర్ దాన్ నో కమ్యూనికేషన్. అండ్ 99% of the developers I know don't communicate enough. If you want to become a good web developer, communicate frequently. Frequently communicate చేసినప్పుడు మీరు ప్రతి మెయిల్ కూడా 500 పదాలు ఎస్ఏ రాస్తామంటే బాగా. సో కొంచెం క్రిస్ప్గా కమ్యూనికేట్ చేయడం నేర్చుకోండి. అండ్ I see my developers mails. I have to show at some point, if all of us get in again for another session, I'll do developers emails is the only topic on which I'll show. I see. C is what? C is what? C. How many single letters are there? ప్రతి సింగిల్ లెటర్ ఒక పదం. ఇది ఏమైందొచ్చు? ILK. తెలీదు, నాకు తెలీదు, చెప్పలేదు. సరే, and have empathy. See, it is not that business fellow wants to actually really make your life miserable. His life is already made miserable by somebody else. He is actually transferring part of the problem onto you. Remember that. Same way, if you are getting into business, developer has no intention of actually somehow making life tough for the business people. You are actually basically the developer does not know how to communicate correctly. Speak with him for some 10 minutes, 15 minutes, then he will mix his English, Hindi, Telugu and Java together and he will explain you that basically I want to do this but I don't know. Stack Exchange is not giving me the right answer. Okay, so that empathy is very important. And this final thing, technical writing needs practice. So basically, installing Java, write actually a sort of a small blog, have a technical blog, keep writing. Technical writing is different. I mean, I know many technical blogs where basically they start analyzing basically Pawan Kalyan's expression while he was walking. I mean, I was going through a technical blog yesterday, and that fellow was writing about actually walked in the Novotel hotel again. First time when the police were actually troubling him, next now those same police are actually guarding him, right? Yesterday. How heroic he is. ఏం చెప్పమంటారు టెక్నికల్ బ్లాగ్ అది నేను సబ్స్క్రైబ్ చేసిన టెక్నికల్ బ్లాగ్ టెక్నికల్ రైటింగ్ నీడ్స్ ప్రాక్టీస్ keep writing something small. By the time you actually complete and get into real job, your communication would have improved 10%, 15%. At this moment, basically, you are probably are going to make more enemies than friends actually if you go and get into a job now. మరీ ఎక్కువ చేస్తున్నాడు ఎనిమిస్ చేసుకుంటారు నేను వచ్చి ఉద్యోగం చేస్తున్నానంటేనే ఆ ఇన్ఫోసిస్ నారాయణమూర్తి గారు నేను రాత్రి 108 బంగారం పువ్వులతోటి వాళ్ళు ఆవిడ పూజ చేశారు లేకపోతే మళ్ళీ గ్రేట్ వెళ్ళి ఇన్ఫోసిస్ లో జాయిన్ అవ్వండి రైట్ Actually, this particular thing I wanted to show, this is the new block in the cave. Actually, Stack Overflow conducts actually a sort of a research every year called the developer survey. In the developer survey, they will ask a lot of comprehensive questions. They interview around a lakh of developers and basically they publish results. And they are considered heard of Stack Overflow survey? Yes. Okay. So the Stack Overflow survey is a very important survey result for all developers. We keep looking forward to it. So in that particular thing, the most loved framework, actually this Phoenix framework that I am talking about, it has 83% most loved and 16% most dreaded. It is the highest. The sweat winner, React, Vue.js and Svelte are considered the next generation JavaScript frameworks. Svelte is considered very popular. Even Svelte is having only 75% most loved. And Dino, basically, ASP.NET, actually, rest of the things actually come much lower. So it is a particular framework that is really liked across. And that is the framework actually that I wanted to use and build the initial plan was to build actually a Twitter clone along with you on the screen. Twitter clone real time lo chestu basically ante చూపిద్దామని అంతా రెడీ చేసి పెట్టుకున్నాను. Now tell me basically what is spoken, is that useful or basically if I have done the clone basically would that have been more useful? ఈ రోజు ఒక ఆన్సర్ వచ్చింది ఇంకా can you hear? Both time is the constraint, right? This one. Thank you. I thought so. No. మీకు మీరు ఇలా అంటారని నేను అనుకోలేదు. నేను మీకు ఇది ఉపయోగం అనుకుని I thought that this is going to be more useful for you, so I took this. Finally, you know what happens? Aren't you seeing this? It's a great villa, 6-bedroom, with completely European interiors. No. This is the expectation mismatch with which the web application developer continuously works with. That is why I keep repeating, please, 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 communicate better, communicate more. Once you do that, there are challenges in this job, but basically this is the most rewarding of the jobs. You will, once, because you are the only person who is going to interact with business, slowly the business is actually going to trust you. Instead of actually trusting a DevOps person or a cloud person or a core programmer, they think at least this fellow is speaking some language which I understand. So you communicate to them. I have seen teams where basically the web application developer becomes the central focal point of the entire development team. So it's a very rewarding career, but it's not difficult. It is just building the right aptitude and attitude towards that. If you have it in you, please attempt. It's a very, very rewarding career. Can I expect you to take my aptitude test when I publish it? Yes, sir. 30 ఇక్కడ ఉన్న కనీసం 1 మంది 30% Thank you. So that is all. Hopefully, I gave something useful to you. I always remember one thing. It's a bit out of place to actually quote it, but this is something that I have learned from a very peculiar place and time. You will not believe it. I learned this from a person called Charity Koteswara. Heard of his name? So that particular person actually told me, not me, basically he was speaking, and in an interview he was saying. So he said actually that I am, when I am sitting on the stage, I believe that if I am giving a speech for 1 hour, and if there are something like 5,000 people in front of me who are listening, I am responsible for 5,001 hours of man-hours, 5,001 man-hours. If I don't deliver something useful, I am doing a great disservice to the nation. 5,000 hours productive hours me, I am just staring it up. So I better do homework, come there and deliver something that is useful. That's what he said. Do you expect Chaganti Koteswara to teach time value? But I will never forget that particular lesson. So when I come onto the stage, irrespective of anything, I will ensure that basically I deliver something useful. It's not your claps. It's not making you feel that, hey, that is so. No. If each one of you do not go with feeling that I have known at least one thing useful. ఒక్కటైనా పాపులేషన్ తెలుసుకున్నాను అది నాకు ఉపయోగం అని మీలో ఒక్కళ్ళు అనుకోకుండా బయటకు వెళ్ళిపోయినా I have failed in my duties. That has been my single motto when I come onto the stage. I hope I delivered something useful. Thank you.
Just say ready, just let us know if you are ready. Make sure 5-10 questions like that.
So how is the session? Only 10% that you are asking in classrooms. So it is not a classroom, right? Classrooms don't have front benches, back benches and concept. This is a workshop, right? Workshop kind of event. So how is the event? Still, first to the response was energy లేదు. సార్ కనిపించే చెప్తే మీరు ఇంకా డల్గా చెప్తారండి.
Guys, how was the session? Awesome. Can't hear you. Awesome. Wait, no louder.
Awesome. Guys, here what చెప్పు. Awesome.
One word for this session. One word for this session according to you. What was your experience? Any one word according to you. Impressive. Next. Useful. Sorry. Okay. Cool. interactive. Any other words? Informative.
Guys, so ఇప్పుడు we are going to conduct a quiz. So ఇది ఇందులో కాదు, for learners there is a small gift. So అందరూ ready for quiz? Quiz in the sense, ఇప్పుడు చెప్పిన టాపిక్ రిలేటెడ్, డబ్బు రిలేటెడ్. So just it's a matter of 5 questions. So ఎవరు ఎర్లీగా చెప్తారో చూద్దాం. Guys, keep quiet. Please, I request everyone to please keep quiet.
Slide देन में तो जनरल क्वेश्चन Fine. So we are the QR codes placed here. Please scan this QR code. Volunteers, please do help them out. Or you can join using this code.
Now volunteers, I request
2599536. The code is 2599536. Volunteers, please do help out.
Guys, please be fast. We are running out of time.
We are waiting for everyone to join us present in this hall.
Right, so round is 61, 64. Another for 10 seconds.
Please join quickly, guys. You are not joined yet. We are about to begin with our quiz. 88. Few more.
It's 3,400.
97. 3 more to century, guys. Okay.
One at one.
That's a good number. Lucky number.
Yeah, so please don't forget 108. Come on. Please, someone else. Yeah, thanks.
Guys, don't take it to 120. It's 111.
Start with the number.
Okay, we are getting your noise, but please, as quickly as possible. We are running out of time.
Hey, hello. మేము చెప్పినప్పుడే ఫస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్ తెచ్చి
So guys, question number 130, the top 5 candidates will be, right? So top 5 actually gifts.
135 have joined. Others who still have, please quickly join. We will begin the first question very shortly.
So start with the number. Anyone else is ready?
Last 10 seconds and we will be starting with the quiz. Please join quickly. SR.
Come on, another 5 members, 3 members. Anyone else is doing? Anyone in the floor? So yeah, I think we can start. Yeah, so the first question, which are the following can read and render HTML? Server, mobile app, browser and header.
Last 10 seconds, guys. Which of the following can read and render HTML? Last 3 seconds.
Guys, if anyone want hit the hands only in this one. Okay, man?
So browser is the correct answer.
So let's see the leaderboard. Wow, so the top 5 are equally good.
First two positions are shared by Ankit and Manas. Congratulations to both these guys.
So let's go to the next question.
Yes.
Second question on your screens.
Next.
If your website can be installed like an app, what is it called?
The gradual level, progressive level, a website cannot be installed.
I'm sure everyone will answer this right.
Use your brains and fingers at the same time.
Last 3 seconds, guys. Okay. Clear the board, please. Only 10% have answered.
I know it comes.
So the first is cognitive and second is confident muscle.
Wow.
Who's confident muscle actually?
Who is a big person?
Okay. Confident guy. Yeah, he was just basically. Next question, please. Let's see, boats for outside emergency boats. Cookies are useful for summer side code, climate side code, both A and B, none of the above. Oh.
It's not that cookies.
Last 3 seconds.
Who will answer this question? I'll give it to me.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah. So there is after this question. Again, I don't know rules. The next one is go to the Indian rules to change our rules.
Okay, so that's congratulations to both guys.
So actually, let it was me. Next to the thing to time for someone learning to answer correctly, you will feel that.
Guys, next question on your screens.
Which of the following is not open source? Superbase, Unhost, Firebase, and AppWriter.
Last 13 seconds.
You will probably start such a technology. Let's see who will be the leaderboard. Vivek. Wow.
50% have answered this question correctly. The first question is shared by Navya Sashi and second is by Kaundinya. Congratulations to both these guys.
So the last question, their type competition is going on.
Second question, which will decide the ultimate leaderboard.
Which of the following is not a code editor?
VS Code, Atom, Sublime, GitHub. No group answers, please.
Next, the last question, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the numbers are? Wow.
So the final leaderboard is on your screen now. Kaundinya has 180. We request all the finalists to please come on dais. Kaundinya, Prithvi, Baladesh, Amir, MG.
Congrats guys. So guys, I request everyone to give a big round of applause.
Guys, please come on dais. Kaundinya, Prithvi, Baladesh, Amir, MG.
विनर में प्राइज वाला करेगा करने क्वेश्चंस करा किसी ने he needs one just 5 questions right 5 questions and you exactly first time you go
Sir, actually, I'm not going to request a level. And tell my team help. I request everyone.
Guys, applause should not stop. Please.
Like the gift might be small, but the attention is very big, right? So, keep it in the Thank you guys. Now let's move to the next events.
Thank you, Mani.
Thank you, Manipur, for hosting the experience session. And also, did you have a good time in workshop?
Guys, how was the experience in your talent tracks workshop? Okay, 2 or 3, just share the experience, very short.
How is your experience in the talent tracks?
Anyone can share their experience in few sentences. Yeah, Mike, please.
Hello, I am K. Siddharth, CSC for first year engineering in So I attended the cloud, about cloud, it was a seminar. So my experience was it was a hands-on experiment and we got to work out and we got to know about Google's cloud and everything else. And sir was very generous, so he offered his courses for 20 participants who were willing to do it. about 3 hours, and it was fully educated and it was very. We explored a lot of things about cloud and we got a clear picture of it. So I'm very thankful for developer plus team and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Hello everyone. We and my team was here at DevFest for a reason actually. Because we are developing our first industry grade project actually. For our knowledge of us. So I wanted to connect with people. I wanted to connect with more better developers so that we can develop better. Because we have a backend designer, we have a front-end developer, we also have a UI person, and sir actually covered all the things. And you sir also told that, and sir also told about that communication thing. See, I really feel like developers lack communication. Like all the time we are using the short forms in our messages, and that has become a culture actually. So when we are talking with clients, when we are talking with the actual business persons, we should be more generous and more empathetic. So all those learnings in this session are actually awesome, and the whole practice is awesome. Like I learned a lot. So my tickets from Bhubaneswar price that they are now done. And okay, thank you.
That's all actually.
Exactly, that's
Anyone?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Yoda from Kabul. I am from Deep Learning Engineering College. I'm the current CSE here at my campus. So, the main purpose of me and my team coming was the first purpose is networking. It has been great. I've met some really good professionals as well as another one was it started a year ago. So, we wanted to know how the GDGs are working at other colleges. And I thought there could be more academies and diverse to meet the other fellow GDGs. And I learned many new things as well. That's why it's creating different tracks so that we learn about the different technologies and how people are doing it. Overall, it's been great and I'm looking forward to coming to many students in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now we have a small break for us. We have anybody who is not having bands on their hands, please go on to their right, your left and my right. And anyone is want to take a break from all the workshops, technical sessions you want, go for tea and biscuit this time.
We have a tea and coffee break for 5 minutes, so we request you all to just refresh yourselves and get back as soon as possible because we will be starting with our next event very soon. So,
And it's
have a tea and
just
coffee.
fun. So whoever is not having bands, please raise your hands.
You don't have bands.
Because those are very important, like they will give you flags according to your brand. So please go on to your brand.
Those who don't have bands, please get your bands from this election one. And those who want to have tea and coffee from election two.
Tea and coffee on your right. On my right, sorry. Can you please rapid
This break is a short break for 5 minutes to make us everyone to be seated back if you want after 5 minutes. We will be starting with our next event very soon. Thank you so much.
Volunteers, please.
Volunteers, please be around.
Please. Volunteers, please. Also had a lot of experience developers coming here and sharing it's very great opportunity. Do everything because you work, you can learn, you can experience a lot of stuff and you get to explore yourself as and we share it. It's a great opportunity. We can connect against
Hello. And please go inside. Everyone who's done having tea, please go inside.
ఇంకొకరు కావాలి
లోచన్ లోచన్ చైర్స్ ప్యానెల్ కోసం పెట్టేసారు
panel members వాళ్ళు ఇది ఆఫ్ చేసుకుని చెప్పండి స్టేజ్ మీద ఎప్పుడు తర్వాత స్టార్ట్
అనౌన్స్ చేసేస్తారు. ఐ కార్డ్ ఏది నాది? నా ఫ్రెండ్ పట్టుకెళ్ళాను ఐ కార్డ్. అది కాదు సార్, ఐ గిల్లు వాళ్ళకి మైక్ కావాలి అని
Hello. I think you are done with the TA modeling sessions. May I request everyone to please be seated. Who's in the annex may also get seated there. All the volunteers as well will get seated. We are about to begin our next session, which is a panel discussion basically. Those who are still standing are requested to please be seated. Guys at the back, please sit down. Please. Thank you. Who are still standing are please requested to be seated. All the volunteers as well are requested to be seated. There are still few more standing. Please be seated. Guys, we are about to begin with our session, so please quickly settle yourselves. Those standing near the doors, please stay yourself.
Did you say something? I said to you, second next week.
Yeah, you have to give the column like this. So you need to turn this. You need to turn this again.
Very good afternoon. Excellent to see young crowd. Now I have a panelists who come from various backgrounds. I have a person who is from the government, computer science guy from representing the government. Then I have somebody representing the industry, the president of the IT Association of Andhra Pradesh, a director of SCPI. Then I have somebody who is from the army but now leads and mentors and disciplines students towards better career. And then I have my good friend here who has come from rigorous work and now coming to academics and helping and running his own startup. So it's very panel. It's good to see. I think very exciting stuff up here. So I'll start from the end in an order which people are come on stage to. Okay. So sure. You've been right across the country, worked in many places, right throughout, right from the student stage to the leading SDK and not initiatives, including startup initiatives. You've seen the changes in trend, maybe from your 4-on-4 to what it is today, and going forward. What are your thoughts as to how this whole thing is moving?
So, good afternoon, folks. Good afternoon, everyone. So, in fact, when I'm seeing the students, any students, I'm recalling my student days. In fact, I see the during the identified idea. At that time, we learned, like Ravi said, Pascal and data structures. Many of you might not know what are the terms that were used just now in the quiz. We don't know all those terms because we are not connected to these programming apps or all this. But at that time we learned Pascal, data structures. Of course, data structures we are learning, but Fortran, all these programming languages. Coming to the so much of change we are seeing, that is a good thing. India is the host of the talent. Almost for the in the world, 20% is being contributed from India. From say across India we are distributed. That is the talent we have in India. And coming to the IT ecosystem, how it got developed since ages. For example, STP, as I am representing STP, it is a software technology parks of India. So it was started in 1991. At that time, if you go back and look into the history, only 200 crores of export was done at that time. Only 200 crores of export was done during the beginning of 1991. So government has taken an initiative to promote the IT from India and brought software technology parks of India in 4 locations, that is in Hyderabad, Noida, Trivandrum, and Gandhinagar. Apart from these, we also have 2 STP centers in Bhubaneswar and Bangalore. With these 6 centers, we got only 200 crores of business. Today we have from STP 5 lakh crores of export is being done from STP. At that time we have only 50 companies. Today we have 5,000 plus companies that are registered with STP. You may have a big company like Infosys, Wipro, TCS, all MNCs, that what we are talking. So all these, they are doing their business from India. So the talent, like you, they are all housed in these companies and they are doing the export related works from these companies. That is the change we have seen because of the ecosystem created by government of India. That is the ecosystem created with so many benefits that are given to the IT companies. Today we are seeing a large employment opportunity Today, everyone is looking towards the IT because of the ecosystem created. So, if you look the changes, if you can see the changes in the recent times, we are talking about the startup ecosystem. So, Government of India in 2016, by means of introducing Startup India scheme, so they are promoting the startups. So at that time we have only 450 startups. 450 startups that are registered with the DPI. Today almost 80,000 plus startups are registered. 80,000 plus startups are registered, and all together we have 6 lakh startups. Earlier, to get an IT job, it is very much competitive. Now, even to turn yourself as a startup, it is very much competitive. Most of the startups, almost like 90% of the startups, they are getting failed. 90%. Government is promoting the startup ecosystem like everything is available. Only you need to change your mindset and try to grab the opportunities. What are available? How you are different? That you need to do and take it forward.
Thank you, Suresh. Wonderful. Okay, now we go on to Mr. Sridhar. He currently heads the IT Association of Andhra Pradesh with 100 member companies. Sridhar, you have seen as a trainer, as a person who runs an IT company, the growth of IT in the state of AP. Infosys now coming in big next big years. The big companies, the medium size, and the startup ecosystem, the next few years, what are your thoughts?
With respect to IT?
With respect to the state of Andhra Pradesh.
Okay. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So, just to give a small background about me, I'm not only the current state, president of IT Association of Andhra Pradesh. We have an association called ITAM, which includes all the software companies in Andhra Pradesh, state of Andhra Pradesh, not only in Vizag, but other regions also across Andhra Pradesh. I basically represent the company, run a company, and not only that, I'm a corporate trainer with almost like 700 to 800 batches of experience in the last 25 to 26 years. Okay, just to come to the point, since you asked about the Visakhapatnam and also AP. Yeah, right now if you look at the statistics or right now the business which is going on from AP or from the Visakhapatnam, because 80% of the IT in AP comes from Visakhapatnam. But majority of the business which is going in BPO. So that is BPO, business process management, whatever terms we say, ITES, IT enabled services. But that doesn't need to be understood, ITES means doesn't need to be understood as call center. That's it. BPO 20 years back it was a call center, but no more now the BPO business is in a call center mode. It is in a KPO, knowledge-based process. And a lot of high-end jobs are getting with APO also, like different verticals. Coming to the technology focus, considering the startup and all. Strategically, if you can focus from the government side or from the trade side, if you can focus on the emerging technologies, like let us say cybersecurity, which has a huge potential, untapped potential. Similarly, the metaverse, VR, XR, VR, the industry 4.0. Of course, AI prospects almost every domain. I don't need to be very specific on AI. Everybody is talking about AI, every startup talks about AI. So AI is there, it is ubiquitous, it is there in every other place, in every other domain. But from every point of view, either from the ecosystem point of view or from the government point of view, if we can actually focus on niche areas, specific domains, like cybersecurity, metaverse, industry 4.0, any other domain, I think that's going to give you a lot of experts. We are going to create some professionals in that sector. To compete with tier 1 companies, tier 1 cities like Hyderabad, Bangalore, they are already in excellent situation and they are doing more than 1 lakh crores of turnover from various cities. So to compete with those cities, I think we need to focus more on the other niche areas, like a technology area. Of course, AI, everybody is there and everybody is talking about AI. I don't want to get into that common general topic. But if we can focus on the specific areas, I think we are going to have a better future. And we will be able to position ourselves as a niche segment so that we will be able to get more companies specific to that. So, to answer your question, that is my view. I think it is not just for them, from the government and the ecosystem, from the trade body. I think we should have something, we should focus, we should tell the government to focus more on that to create that kind. So that is what my view on your. I think this may not make that much sense to the students who are attending this.
Yeah, thanks, Subir. Yeah, so moving on to the other. People in army, people conditioning, you see the changes that when the millennials, that Gen Z, you become X, Y, and Z, the Gen Z. The changes that you see very closely monitor these people, how they behave, how they say. With the technology infusion into their lives, change in lifestyles, how do you think they should be prepared or how for the next decade to come, more and more technology coming in and changing the personal lifestyles. What do you think should be their preparedness for the coming job as well as their personal lives?
Sure. That's a nice question, very apt to be. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You all can hear me? Yes, then I should not be able to hear you. I would request all of you, as I said in the morning, please maintain the decorum of the auditorium. For example, in case you want to get an appointment with any of these dignitaries who are seated, I am available here for including that. For it would take hours to get an appointment with them. I repeat, in case you want to get an appointment with any of them, you need to wait for hours to get an appointment with them. They are here to come and talk to you. For you to be seated in the AC auditorium, you get an opportunity, very rarely, this kind of an opportunity to interact with the people of eminence. Please make use of this opportunity. You can always talk to yourself later. They are not going to vanish. Continue to be seated next to you even after the event. But these people may not be available here. I would request all of you, as I said in the morning, this auditorium has got rich traditions, cultures built over a period of 4 decades, starting from our founder president Dr. M.V. I would request all of you to maintain silence, to hear the words of wisdom that are coming from these people, not me, and available in this campus. Agreed? Yes, sir. No, I didn't hear you. Yes, sir. Thank you. Going back to the question, the pandemic has had a great impact. New normal that we have been talking about has made a big change in campus placement scenario. Earlier, the big corporates go to the big cities and hire. Thereafter, they started moving towards brand names. Then they started moving towards talent pools. Now they made the drive open online. Why? Because the corporates have learned the cost saving in conducting a drive online. Sitting in Hyderabad, Bangalore, San Francisco, they can just conduct an online drive with enablers in place to identify the right talent pool. Thereafter, get in touch with them through online and select the talent pool. Not to transfer the talent pool to the corporate, but to work from home and get the advantage of that particular talent pool in a remote village in India. All it needs is a computer and internet. That's all. Therefore, the campus placement scenario is changing rapidly. It is yet to settle down. In fact, we are seeing blended drives in which the corporate prefer to come and talk to the students online, conduct the drive and conduct interviews in person. Why? Because they want to be sure who they are talking across. Because tomorrow is that employee is expected to go and meet the client as a consultant. They should be sure of whom they are sending. Therefore, the corporate. No, I'm able to hear your voice clearly. Thank you. Therefore, there is no need for any brand name or a city for the corporate to identify the talent pool. It's an open market, anybody can get it. This is the first change that has happened. The second change that has come is that the corporate are not ready to wait for a fully finished product to graduate from a college. The corporate has started engaging with the students even from 10+2 stage. Your competitors are not the alumni or the final year students. In case you are a third year student, don't think that your final year student is your competitor. The competitor is a 10+2 student coming out of the school. I know of homes, I can quote few names, which have started engaging the students right after 10+2. Select the right talent pool, put them through a BTech program, start working on the projects. You are ready, you start. Why? Because you get raw talent to work on fresh projects. fresh ideas. Moment that those corporate consider the talent which is graduated as stiff in the sense who are not ready to learn, who are not flexible, who are not ready to adapt to the changing conditions, who are fixated to the idea that I am a BTech graduate, I'll start doing only this job. Whereas an interesting student is willing to explore, work with new people, trying to learn new things as he or she graduates. This is the second change that has come in. Third change is, of course, moonlighting, where an employee gets to work for 2, 3 brands. I don't know how many of you know about it. Maybe in case I produce cycles, I don't do any brand in that. I just produce only few cycles and give it to different brands for them to add the stickers and sell the cycles at different brands. Same way, there are people who are working for 2 to 3 different firms on the same technology, and the product is being sold in 3 different names. I'm sure you would have read videos how IT giants are trying to cope up with moonlighting. This is the third concept. Fourth is that corporates are willing to sponsor the academic programs of the right talent pool that they have identified. We had a corporate just coming to us saying that give us the pre-final students, we will start training them in the final year, we will put them through 2 years MS program, at the end of which, if he's really good enough, we will shift it to, say, wherever the project is. Yes, we continue to work with our Indian clients, and the packages are different for these two. I'm talking about a graduate who is being hired, being put through an MS program, foreign track, being like away from motherland or working in India. What are the different packages? This is being offered to the student to pick and choose. It's a buffet system. The better you are able to sell yourself. In addition to this, the last point that has come is the way in which your resume is being crafted. They are looking at skill-based hiring. If you are able to get the eyeball attention of the automatic tracking system of which the company is employing, if you are able to produce that kind of a resume for a profile, you are in straight for the taking letter. These are the major changes that have come in. Those students who are coming from remote villages, colleges with lesser facilities, you are able to upgrade yourself through programs like this or anything online that is available. Add value to your resume, straight away you get an opportunity to present your candidature to the external world. If you are good, get an MS, go to whichever country you want to. If not, you want to work in a country and contribute towards the growth of the country, continue to do so. Opportunities are plenty, but for the people with the right attitude. I hope I answered this question.
Yes, thank you, sir. Yes, you made the point that basics still remain the same. It's the attitude and attitude towards, like, okay. Moving on to my friend Ravi, he's been all over the countries, different countries, Wipro, and then works for academic institutions, driving innovation. And he's on startup Skill 2030? Yeah, Skill2030.com. Okay, question for you, Ravi, is you've seen freshers come into the organizations, working with you. Now you come to train the freshers to get into organizations, seeing them trying to get into the state. Any big difference that you see that's happened over the past few years, and how do these people need to mentor themselves or nurture themselves? Also, the trend on innovation of the creative startups, because basically people only focus on the lower thinking skills, not moving towards creativity, decision making, other things. Because I know you come with design thinking, but can you throw some light, including your startup, what it helps?
Good afternoon. Thank you. I have a bad news for you. Later I will share the good news. Suppose if I have to create a web app, right? Java Works is there, it will create behalf of you. I don't require any more developers. Suppose if I want to write a small draft of letter, right? Jasper is available. So you just write 3-4 words, it is writing a beautiful letter. So no more front office, just office assistants required for this. Suppose if I want to generate some code, my Elon Musk has already created OpenAI, right? I think that is creating a beautiful code. No code platforms are there and low code platforms are there. Suppose if I want to conduct my marketing for my startup or for my company, Market News is doing an amazing job, right? Suppose if I want to organize my entire project Asana is the product which is helping me to manage the entire project management end to end very beautifully, right? So you go step up, and the last one I think I should not boast, but suppose if tomorrow I think sir was talking about remote managing. Tomorrow, if a freshers interview has to be conducted, our product is ready. Yesterday itself, we could able to conduct 2,000 online AI-built metaverse avatar-based interviews done in one shot. No single human being in that entire process. All over India, I think all were conducted, and next one week I think we will be able to do. And without any further, probably I think you can log in today and register. Next 1 week it is event free. 6 avatars are there. You can choose any of them, and they will interview you and ensure that whether you are good in your basic skills or not. I think to that extent, the technology is already inbuilt. Now the question I think Ravi was talking about, what is that is still constant? What is that can be, the legacy can be transferred, right? There are only 2 elements which are remained for you, which might actually provide you a job, which is nothing but an inspiration. The second one is celebration. Today we all have to celebrate, especially we are sitting in Vizag. November 15th, the first private launch, rocket launch is going to happen, right? So it is outside NASA, outside ISRO. This is the first private rocket is being launched, and it is being built by 2 people. One is Pawan and second is Nagbaran. Both are from Vizag, both are from MVP colony, studied in the MVP as we need to celebrate. It's a very big celebration. First celebrate what we have already achieved. I think we transfer from the celebration, right? So while we talk about celebration and while we talk about inspiration, there are so many grassroots innovators in this particular region. For that matter, at India level, National Innovation Foundation has identified more than 1,100 grassroots innovators. They carry wonderful ideas. They are the best sustainable ideas possible in the market today, right? Out of 1,100, 200 are available from Andhra Pradesh region, and out of 200, 26 are ready for sale. Probably 20 are ready for patenting. Probably 13 are went for the president medals, and 2 of them got Padma Shri Award. Give a big celebration to all the graduates. In their entire life, they never studied. Probably the best qualification for among is 250 10 class. But the inventions are very amazing. I just couple of them I just name it so that you understand. We are talking about solar technology, but they have built technology without any understanding. Mandesam, I think you have seen the movie Mandesam, right? So he is from Karinagar. He has built the entire audio system, that weaving system, right? Automated, without any background of electronics and communication. And you know what? The 4 hours of weaving process is reduced to 90 minutes. And this is just he has done because mother was completely wounded because she got a cut, and to reduce the drudgery of the mother, this boy has actually, he went out for 2 years, he was not appeared back at the home, and he built the entire system, automated, and bring it back, and today he became a national award, Padma Shri Award, and movie has come in. To that extent, we need to celebrate. Ideas comes from problems. Our problems are the best ideas. While you are talking about technology, while you are working for any technological company, start looking at a very sustainable ideas, very grassroots ideas, inspiration and celebration is very, very key. So rest of things as we progress, I think we'll discuss. Keywords, inspiration and celebration.
Yeah, thanks for this inspiration, again, we back to, yeah, now we come to the startup world. So this is the real thing now, this is the fashion fad, we call it, this is the thing, because even reports say, previously people used to search a lot for CEO founders, and now it's a startup founder. So that's become a big thing now. So STPI, I know we've been on many things, we've been funding a lot of startups, especially student startups, I've seen myself. So can you just throw some light as to how students can, what sort of funding and grants that are relevant for these guys to get in there, so that it's easy for them to transition, rather than just looking for a job, then they become job creators.
How many of you are programmers? What about the remaining? No, their head is going to be seen down. What they are seeing now? How many of you are in this room? Still, you are not seeing from hand. Okay. How many of you wants to be a startup?
That's pretty good.
I am asking a very serious question. Please put down your hands.
How many of you are very much serious that you want to start? Really? So you are all very much serious, you want to be a startup. Right? So India is the destination for startups. India is the destination for the startup. India has created an ecosystem for the startups. Okay? Everything is available. But still, how we can grab that opportunities? So that is the big question now. Okay, in fact, STPI, we are generally giving the services to the IT industry. Now we are working like a startup. I am working like a startup. I came down and I made a down and working. Because if I don't work, I cannot take my center of entrepreneurship as a successful CEO. Recently, few years back, STP has started COEs across India. Across India, in 20 of STP locations, we started COEs. It is meant to encourage the startups. For example, in Chennai, we have started FinTech COE. Who are interested in the FinTech area, they can look for that kind of COE. And in Bangalore, we have created IoT COE. In Hyderabad, we have created gaming and animation COE. And in Bhubaneswar, we have created AR/VR COE. And in Pune, we have created automotive engineering COE. And in Lucknow, we have created MedTech COE. And in Gurgaon, we have created blockchain COE. And in Guwahati, we have created artificial intelligence and combination other technology COE. Across India, in Northeast, we have created 8 COEs. So already we have 20 COEs. And see, for example, so we understood what actually the startup requires. Almost more than 90% of the startups are getting failed because lack of funding, because they are not having the right team, because they are not going in the right direction, because lack of leadership, because lack of infrastructure. So as STP understood all these practical problems, we have created an ecosystem. If a startup gets selected to any one of these STPI COEs, from the ideation stage to the growth stage, STPA takes care. STPA takes care. But selection is very much difficult. Selection is very much difficult. See, in the first Chennai, I think Ravi Garu was one of the committee members and also Sridhar Garu was committee member. Only 1% got selected. Only 1% got selected. That kind of competitiveness is there. You see, as long as your students, as long as within your compound, you may not understand the real time problems outside what is happening. So you need to think out of the box. See, somebody got selected for ingenuity, what they are mentioning, that is called the next generation incubation scheme. If somebody got selected, we are going to see for the prototype. Directly we are going to the start. So enormous opportunities are there, but it is not easy. It is not easy. So you have to, in order to achieve something, you have to think in that direction. You should have aspiration, you should have that. You should have that zeal. For example, suppose if you want to go to the movie on the first day, say for example, Paul Kalyan or Mahesh Babu. So your wish is to get a ticket. Automatically you will get a ticket. Suppose if you want to meet somebody very close to you, you find ways to meet that particular person. Automatically you are ready to go there. You can say, from your career, for your best future. If you want to be best, you are ready to go to automatically. So it is in your hands. And recently, we started University for COE in Visakhapatnam. In Visakhapatnam, we started that COE. Only specifically to talk about University for COE, I came here. Because Today, the implementation of Industry 4.0 in India is only 2.5%. Please note that, only 2.5%. Still, we are in the stage of industry 2.0. We are in the stage of industry not even industry 3. So, enormous opportunities you have. So, artificial intelligence, how my friends are talking. I know we are. If you have skill set in any of these technologies, put your extra effort how to grab the advantage, opportunities you have in industry 4. So we have created this in Vizag. We have a strong ecosystem here. Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology is coming in circular COE. A strong collaborations like Siemens, Schneider, State Government of Andhra Pradesh, ITAB, Andhra University, IIM, everyone has collaborated with the CPI. IIM. See, the beauty of the COE is the proper statements that we are getting from the public sector undertakings. Earlier, one of the COEs that I mentioned, 20 COEs, the proper statements are based on societal needs. Specifically, for this particular COE, the proper statements are from public sector. See, you don't know about the proper sector. 50% of the yoga are already completed. Nobody should have technology and technology experience, innovative approach, not into final presentation. So students, you try to be innovative. Don't compromise yourself. See, for example, see, I want to put one small incident what happened in my home. When my daughter got her marks in her hands, she got less marks in physics. Immediately I asked, why you got less marks in physics? That is not only me. Around almost 30 students also got same marks. She is talking about, okay, to justify her, she is talking the negative thing as an example. She is taking the negativity as an example. See, for parents, you need to look forward. You should not take the negative example. If in terms of the personal relations, you can compromise. But in terms of the professional, you cannot compromise and you should not compromise. You should always look forward. So, if at all you want to be a startup, you just look what is happening all over the world. How many of you know that how many unicorns we have? I don't know how many of you. 101. Your name is the answer. Can you remember the answer? 100. We have 110 unicorns. So out of 1600 unicorns, India is having only 5 to 6% of percentage. So 50% of unicorns are from America, 20% almost from China. So do you know how much minimum time that in order to get income startup to planning the income? Average, at least 7 years it is. So everything, see, you should understand what is happening here. So then you can be involved 10%. Otherwise you need to be very tough, right? So if any help you require with respect to the COEs and all those things, you can reach to SPPI. Thank you.
Just to prove your point in reality, yes, we have one of the students who got funded, they give you there, we have valued students matter value at 3 crores.
Example, they got selected.
At the time of funding, not now, at the time of funding, they funded them, they are currently valued at 3 crores. So good start, all the best to you guys. So that's one. And yeah, okay. Now moving on to the startup ecosystem, which these days I saw at least 40% of the hands up when I said startups. Where do you see this going forward? Because there's a lot of things that are happening around, a lot of momentum that's coming in. Where do you see this whole thing going? Because again, there's a lot of things that people need, and because the list of because is for because of these failures. Initiatives taken by the state government or IPAPs or great bodies to ensure that those gaps are filled. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would like to touch some basic points. But before, incidentally, we're all connected to the startup ecosystem strongly. So, and we have almost covered all the policies and ecosystem advances from the government of India. Since many, at least 30% of you have shown the interest in becoming startups. I just wanted to check how much of you really see how many open challenges are going on at any point of time. Anybody else in India know how many open challenges are going on at any point of time in India by any agency? Because startups are being encouraged by many agencies, maybe the government body or private bodies or necessary fraternity. There are many open challenges are going on. Like you were mentioning about one open challenge, which is typically the CBE set of entrepreneurship here. But anyway, people have shown the interest that I want to become a startup. So anybody knows there are open challenges going on? No? If somebody is better out 110 milligrams out there, but really see if you have good development, let's see. Now I just want to cover some basic points. People are interested to become a startups. Yes, one basic mindset, entrepreneurial mindset is required. Okay, that is how I said. But other than that aspect, one thing to have some knowledge on the technology or on the domain. So I think easy because I've been in this mentoring field for a long time, apart from my regular role. I see the basic issue with this. See, unless you have good technology, unless you are confident in the technology trend, you get a technical idea. You just a small level of mindset is not enough sufficient enough to really meet the problem, to understand the problem, to come with an innovative solution. So my recommendation is if you want to become a good startup, you should have a business mindset. So because it should be a combination of technology, the business, and the learning. Unless you understand the domain, you have great technology for use. You will not able to come up with a solution for a problem. So you need to understand the problem with the domain. And to come with the solution, you have to technically do it. How many of you are really working hard on the technology trend? There's not just now, interestingly, everybody is talking about AI. Because we do in the panel, almost like there are multiple panels for startup evaluation. You take every startup and everybody says that they are working on AI. Irrespective of the domain, irrespective of the kind of startup, I don't think how many of them really include AI in a professional way in the particular statement. It has become a government and trade word of industry. My recommendation is kindly be strong on the technology front. Whatever technology you take, once you are good at technology, then there is a chance for you to get an idea of the solution. So that's what I see for the students, particularly who are aspiring to become a startup. So they need to have a domain knowledge, business knowledge, and also they need to be good at the technology aspect. That's what I see particularly academic startups. Like people who are actually passed over and working as a professionals in IT industry, and they become startup. Okay, that's a different issue to be developed. Particularly, we see for the academic startups, technical competency is very, very important. For that, we need to put lot of effort to become a competent engineer in any domain. I'm not very specific to one single domain at all. But technology is not enough. You need to be having a domain knowledge. So you need to choose your core from the business mindset and you get the technology. Or if you are in the business mindset, then you identify somebody who is having a technical knowledge. That blend is going to help you to really identify a problem. Then people are saying like startup interested in startup. There are so many challenges that we are not only across India. Identify some challenge which is connected to you and which is connected to the domain which you are working, then try to explore and give an account. Even if you are going to fail, you are going to do anything. You will get to explore how this ecosystem is going on. Because there is a lot of effort being made. There was a question asked by everyone to Suresh. How many schemes? At least 20 schemes are coming from the government of India itself with an average funding from 15 lakhs to 1 crore. So the one which is mentioned in the Suresh called Chinauti with a 25 lakh seed funding. Here itself is an example, like a 4 companies were there and almost 3 of the completed work is going on. And we got a good number of startups selected from 100 itself. So there are like 25 lakhs is not small money for the student startup. It's a very good money. Yes. 56 startups are one of the best selected technology, and you can realize that there is a potential opportunity for me. And it's not only AI, and there is a lot of emphasis is there on the startup ecosystem. A lot of policies are there, at least 50 plus schemes are going on in India. Any point of time, at least 10 challenges are going on, with an average funding of 20 lakhs. That is the kind of potential what we have. Don't think that I'm talking in terms of monetary terms, because that is the one which motivates people, other than the technology and other aspects. So, and as another point mentioned by kindly don't be, I mean, with yourself, you try to meet more professional people, try to attend more and more events like this. This is the first more like a technology related event. Try to attend more and more startup ecosystem, startup related events. So you meet more and more people, you will get more and more insights. And if you are close to yourself and if you are only education, you are only studying all your books and giving an attempts to your exam and all that, like you feel out with the focus on startups. Particularly startups, you need to get the idea of the market, you need to get an idea of technology, you need to get an idea of the ecosystem. I think if that mindset goes, I mean, if you start focusing on it, I think then you can grab that opportunity. So that's what it is.
Oh, thanks, Vijay. Just to add to one more point of what I was talking about domain business acumen, it's also a self-assessment of readiness to startup. Ability to handle peer pressure, ability to handle pressure from home, ability to risk-taking capabilities, a few other things which we can talk later. Now, the commander will you come from the defense background, so this is probably the right question for you. Suresh was talking 90% of the startups fail. People fail in life. We all fail. We're not here saying that we can all do it through successful. I have seen our own set of failures. And today the new mantra is celebrate failure. In fact, when we have an early exit of a startup, which says, I cannot do this, I'm leaving this, I'm moving to the next idea, we celebrate it with a cake cutting. We actually do, because the guy is not wasting more money and effort on the wrong things. Good stuff. So, handling failures, celebrating failures, from the student life perspective to their incorporate into the future, how do you put it across to them and advise them how to handle failures?
Thank you for that question, sir. It makes sense because in DevFest we have got venture development center where we get to see lots of young minds working in very few people is fine going away from going out of the institution. First and foremost, when you are doing a 4-year program, right from first year, be clear of your orientation, what you want to do with your life. For example, our data says nearly 60% of students go for campus placements or a career opportunity through corporate. 15 to 20% go for higher studies abroad. Only 5% students are interested in either family business or starting their own business. We want these numbers to get reversed. More and more students to get aligned with either higher studies abroad or entrepreneurship. That's why I represent Become Career Guidance Center. Moment you enter, get hold of a faculty or a senior who is very clear about career goals. Identify your career goal, what you want to do. Thereafter, choose the subject that you want to specialize in. What are the areas that you should be master of the subject that you have chosen. And it's not necessary that in a 4-year program that you can wait for the final year to choose your project. You can start experimenting right from first year. I understand that you all are being taught only basic physics, chemistry, mathematics, notwithstanding. You can always join hands with the final year students, pre-final year students, faculty who are into research work, etc., to see what they are getting into. For example, yeah, I'm able to hear some of you also. Thank you. For example, some of the faculty in Department of Mechanical Engineering are doing a project with NSPL about lubricants. Some of the students are also aligned with that, so that they clear that I am going to continue my research on lubricants. How to reduce the consumption of lubricants, how to recycle the lubricants. I am moving away from IT related subjects to tell you there is future in other engineering branches as well. When you start presenting your ideas through mini projects, paper presentations, research work of the faculty or the senior students, you understand, okay, I'm good at this, I can start progressing in this. By the time you come to second year or third year, your ideas start forming up. That's the stage when whatever content that they are talking about, you need to present your idea. Unless you are born and you need to work in a team, identify people with the right talent set or mindset, working together, get comfortable with them, thereafter start presenting your ideas to various contests. There is no depth of content. As database, sir, at any given point of time, there are minimum 10 to 20 events happening across the country. And new normal has brought it, made it easier for you to present it online also. First, you need to present a proposal. If it is okay, thereafter you are called for a presentation. If you are ready, thereafter you move ahead in further stages. So by the time you come to pre-final year, your ideas start taking shape. Then you have the wonderful opportunity of your final year project. You can try the final project through your final year project. If it is successful, getting recognition, getting recognized by not only the university but also by the outside world that it is one of the best projects, you know that there is scope for improving that project further. Within the four walls of the university, if you are able to provide that kind of a miniature project with the help of funding that the government is giving or the other research agencies are giving, I'm sure you'll be able to add value to your project. That's why you are going to move ahead. In case you are not getting that success by the time you reach final year, you are double-minded whether to go ahead this or listen to the parents and start learning. Follow your guts. I'm good at this, I'm going to follow this up. In case you need to add additional qualifications, go ahead. Add value to your technical expertise in that particular. It could be robotics, it could be artificial intelligence, or it could be machine learning, or it could be even mechanical department related software, law, civil engineering, design works, etc. Add value to your resume. Thereafter, if you are not very clear that you are not getting the right product out of your startup, probably you should go for 2 to 3 years of corporate experience where you will get to make real-time projects. There are trends going outside that corporate offering. For example, you are a civil engineer, how to reduce the construction cost, how to reduce the timelines, how to go for modular construction. These are the challenges that are coming up. You get better ideas now, you have some money in your pocket. Probably that is the time to invest. But the day you enter the campus, even before that, you should be very clear about your career goals. Moment you are here, identify a career mentor. It could be within the faculty, it could be a senior student, it could be a new startup system where they are getting mixed responses for their attempts. Get a career mentor. Align your interest, start presenting your ideas in various events that are coming up during the formative years. Whether you come to pre-final year, present a paper or create a pilot project model, etc. In the final year, please ensure that you are working on the project in which you are interested in. See the response of the environment to that project. If it is successful, sure you have an idea to aim for all the ideas that the family is saying. I hope you got some idea about how to move about the career goal, align with your own interest and take success.
Okay. Now, the last question of the day for you. We're running out of time. You're a radical thinker, I know that. So, there's this thought that I have, where I say somebody people coming and saying, I'm a computer science graduate, I joined computer science. I think they don't have a core competence, because a mechanical electrical, anybody in the BCom people, any graduate can computer science, a developer. No differentiation, but whereas a computer science cannot become an accountant, cannot become a mechanical electrical and all that. So in this context, how do you think the computer science guys can maintain their core competence and live above the others so that they are competing with more or less the whole world in trying to find a job? So how do you think they maintain their core competence?
So basically the question is how computer science guy is remain competitive.
Yeah, because anybody can get into, if you're thinking like a developer, anybody can get into development. Like when sir said from first year, from mechanical, electrical, electronics guys starts doing the same stuff these guys do, they can become as good as Google guys. And you say illiterate guys becoming great coders. But when you're talking to others, so how do they maintain their identity in this whole competitive world?
Again, the important element of computer science today, recently it has been announced as it's no more a vertical, it is a horizontal skill, right? Computer science, electronics and communication, and robotics are horizontal skills. They cut across every part of the domain, be it a textile, or be it a mechanical, or be it a chemical, or be it something else. Everywhere computer science is required. I think we've been talking about a physical, right? I think every physical object would have a small digital element where computer science can play a small game, right? So when you are into that kind of work, your role, if you want to be competitive, right, I think you need to observe very heavily, and you need to identify flaws within the system. For example, when you there is a person named Osama Manjar. I've been interacting with him for almost a decade now. This guy is he's not literate at all, but still this guy was able to develop 1 million websites for a MSME segment. Right? India is hosting almost 70 lakh MSMEs. Out of them, I think in Andhra Pradesh we have around 25 lakh MSMEs are there. We are talking about startups. I think there are so many startups already. But your job as an individual computer science guy should be able to enable the system, compete with the system, and give them a market access, probably bring some productivity to them. So your job is to give that kind of extra edge, right? The extra computing, the edge computing, we call it as computer science guys can remain competitive to become an edge computer in your own sense. Then only you can actually sustain yourself, and otherwise the vertical guy anytime can get into your shoes, and anyway, I already talked about so many systems coming up. You can be replaced. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, I don't know how many of you are aware that since I deal with campus placements through my career, various centers, I tell you this much: the corporate when they come, they don't ask for computer science engineer, they don't ask for mechanical department engineer, they ask for white rice in a buffet. You understand white rice in a buffet? I'm sure many of you have gone to hotels where they serve buffet. The first is white rice. The white rice, when you add little bit of coconut, it becomes coconut rice. You add jaggery, it becomes jaggery rice. You add sambar, it becomes sambar rice. You add curd, it becomes curd rice. They say give us white rice, which is ready to learn, which is ready to blend, which is ready to absorb the technology. The borders between the branches are slowly ceasing to exist. There are not any more borders. I know how many of you are we offer mechanical engineering, IoT, mechanical. Yesterday, in fact, we had a discussion with one lecturer where they are running our e-commerce site.
I think this is a quick way of spending time up. I think you got the point. Thank you guys. Any questions? I know we have of time, so please go ahead and next hour come and bother us. We're more than happy to answer any of your questions. Career startups, especially a lot of people on the startup front. Thank you and thanks for being a wonderful audience. Thank you. Have a wonderful time and all the best to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you all the dignitaries for the informative, very inspirational planning session. So we'll just quickly get started with other sessions too. Now we have a design thinking session by Ravi sir.
డిజైన్ థింకింగ్ కదా నేను చెప్తాను మరి సో
So, we hope that you must have learned a lot from the panel discussion from our STK. Yes. Moving ahead, our next session is something which is very famous these days. Yes, you get it right. We are talking about cloud technology. So let's hear more on cloud from Mr. Raghavan, who is the founder at 828 minutes and also an instructor at Udemy. Let's welcome Sir Guys to do some of the cloud guys.
तो इसको बाहर रख लीजिए
Good evening, everybody. We are running short of time, so I'll make this a little shorter than what I was actually planning for. And it's also a very difficult act to follow. Right? After a talk, after a discussion like that, I doubt if a lot of people would be interested. But anyway, I'll give it a try. One of the points that we were discussing about earlier in this session was horizontals. Right? We were talking about computer engineering becoming a horizontal, and one of the most important parts of computer engineering, that is computer engineering, which is becoming horizontal, is the cloud. Right? Whichever space we are talking about, whether it's IoT, whether it's machine learning, whether it's data, anywhere, which is the best place to do those things today is the cloud. Right? So I'll oops. I'm really happy to be in Vizag for the first time. Last couple of days have been really good. Just anybody recognize who is this? Saklan Mr. Right? This was actually Chennai test. Sachin scored that wonderful century, and still India lost. And I'm trying to move to the next slide. You can see next slide so that previous. And this is Anil Kumble picking up 10 wickets. Why am I showing this? It's because next one. Even recognize this? It was mentioned in the previous talk. This is Blaise Pascal. The Pascal language was named after him. During my second semester of college, I actually failed the Pascal exam. Pascal was the first language I learned. I was given a program on matrix multiplication, I think, and I was not able to get the output. And yeah, so it was the first time I failed in an exam, and it was a very bad experience for me, right? So not able to get a simple matrix multiplication program working was the place where I started really focusing on computer science. Right? That made me really focused, and over my career, I got a chance to work with some of the most popular IT services companies. So I spent almost 15 years working with various, like a couple of IT services companies that you see in here. And the best thing the IT services, next. And the best thing the IT services companies gave me was the chance to work with a varied range of technologies. I programmed in Visual Basic, C++, C Sharp, then Java. Like I worked with a lot of very things, a lot of things which we consider antique today. I worked with a huge variety of databases, and most importantly, I worked with a lot of amazing people as well. Right? The best place you learn from is from other people. Like I feel the best place to be is in a place where you are at the most bottommost level. Right? You are the guy who is the youngest in the team. Right? That's because that's the best place for you to learn fast. If I'm going to a project where I'm the expert, my learning will be very less. But the best experiences I had was when I went into projects where it was like I am the youngest person. I had a chance to learn a lot. And the other thing, my IT services experience gave me was the chance to travel with them. I worked with some of the best programmers in the US. I worked with some of the best programmers in Netherlands, and that gave me also the focus on excellence. Right? Whatever we are doing, if we are doing it to the best of our ability, then we will do really, really well. And this also gave me a chance to travel the world. This is Switzerland. This is a photo I have taken. This is one of the most famous mountains in Switzerland. This is Matterhorn. This is Annapurna Mountain. How many of you know the Annapurna Mountain? Very few. It's number 10 in the list of mountains. However, it's the most difficult mountain to climb. I did not climb the mountain, I just went to the base camp. But the thing is, being in technology gives you opportunities to not only follow your passion, but also to do wonderful things, to meet wonderful people, to go to wonderful places. And that's what I had during my last few years of technology. And during this journey, I became a Udemy instructor, and today I'm teaching actually a little bit more than 1 million learners in almost 206 countries around the world. So, what did I learn during this journey? That's kind of the essence of what I wanted to share. Next slide. So, I think this point was made a number of times during the last discussion, right? Since the time I started my career 20 years back to now, the only thing that is a constant is change. The way we build applications has completely changed. Right? Earlier it was waterfall, in between it was agile, today we call it DevOps, tomorrow we call it SRE, and in a couple of years it will be something else. The tools which we use to develop applications have changed. Where we are building applications have changed. Earlier we were building things for our own data centers. Today we are deploying most of our applications to the cloud. The way and the kind of applications we are building have changed, right? Earlier it was completely web application mostly, right? Today most of us do most of our things on our mobile phones. Hardly anybody goes to a web application to do things. So the only thing which is constant in technology, or actually in most aspects of life, is change. So, have anybody seen one of these? Probably you are too young to see maybe. So, when I started my career, I used to go to a STD booth to make a call. Right? Today, everybody has a phone in hand. How do we buy movie tickets? Right? Like a few years back, this is how we used to buy movie tickets. It happens today once in a while, but it's a very, very rare thing these days. Right? And if you look at these social media platforms which we make use of, if you go 10 years back, none of them have existed. Right? So it's like all these have, like if you look at Facebook or YouTube or WhatsApp, if you go back 10, 12 years back, they were non-existent. All these things have come in the last 10 years. And one of the major technology changes I have seen is the emergence of cloud. A lot of us think cloud is very, very new. To be really, really accurate, cloud is not new. We are here for the Google Meet. Google Cloud is one of the most popular cloud platforms. The first service which was offered by Google Cloud was something called App Engine. And the first version of App Engine was released in 2008. So we are already talking more than 15 years, like almost 15 years back. Right? So that cloud is not new. It's just new thing is the adoption of cloud by everyone. Right? Cloud is now being adopted by almost everybody. So earlier we were talking about starters. Earlier we were also talking about unicorns. Almost every unicorn is on the cloud. They are making use of cloud platform. right? There are a lot of SaaS companies which are emerging from India. And the most important, one of the fundamental building blocks for SaaS companies, for startups today, is the fact that they don't need to worry about infrastructure. Right? They can just go in, they can provision resources whenever they want. And that's what cloud enables. So you can see how the use of cloud, this is just public cloud. So you can see how the use of cloud has been growing almost exponentially over the last few years. And even if you look at the projections, right, the growth. So even if you look at the projections, you can see that the cloud usage is only going to grow up. So, usually everything is there to change, right? Today, probably Python is number one language or JavaScript is number one language. And it might be something different a few years down the line. But one of the things I am really, what do I call it? So one of the things I really believe is that cloud is something which is going to be a constant, right? Whether it is 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, whatever is the number one cloud platform might change, but cloud will almost become like programming, right? Programming is very, very essential for somebody in college because that's what enables you to be able to build good applications. Irrespective of the language, the core programming skills are important. Similar to that, irrespective of the cloud platform, the core cloud concept, the concept of the cloud, how it enables you to do things, that is going to be constant over the next at least couple of decades. That's what I really believe. So, the usage of cloud. Earlier, a lot of enterprises used to go to the cloud because it helps you to cut costs. Right? It's cheaper to run workloads in the cloud. That's the reason why a lot of people move to the cloud. But today, cloud is no longer a cost center. Cloud is more of an innovation center. Right? So, if you look at machine learning, which is the best place to do machine learning? Is the cloud. Which is the best place to do data engineering today? Is the cloud. And if you look at the cloud, the three popular cloud providers, right? They are the number one companies on this list. So they have big pockets. They can invest as much as, they can invest a lot to keep the cloud as something which should be at the forefront of technology. However, there is a big challenge. The challenge is that there are not enough people who are trained on the cloud. The biggest challenge today is that enterprises need cloud. But you can see that a lot of enterprises are moving up the cloud ladder. No cloud, to adopt cloud, to cloud default, to cloud native, to cloud native. A lot of CTOs want their enterprises to be at level 4 and level 5. But today the biggest challenge is that there are no skills available, right? So there are not sufficient people who are cloud enabled or who have the right skills on the cloud who are available in the market. And that's one of the biggest challenges that almost every CTO, every enterprise is facing today. So, yeah. As a learner, I think the best way to learn the cloud, like if you have zero knowledge about the cloud, if you look at the cloud, cloud is very vast. Right? Whenever we talk about cloud, you go in, you see 200 services. It's almost impossible to learn every service which is out there. So it's very, very important to focus on specific things. And even if you look at the certifications, there are a lot of certifications that are available. Right? So my recommendation typically would be to start small. Right? Each of the cloud platforms have a beginner cloud certification. Right? So Google Cloud has Google Cloud Digital Leader, Azure has Azure Fundamentals, AWS has AWS Cloud Practitioner. These are not very, very technical certifications, but the great thing is these enable you to understand the value of cloud. Why cloud? What are the advantages of cloud? What are the innovations that are happening in the cloud? if you want to understand what is serverless, what is machine learning, what is data engineering, these certifications really help. They help you to get a high-level overview of the entire cloud. May not be in a hands-on way, but at least they give you a very like 10,000 feet overview, so that you can decide which one you want to specialize. And also, in the cloud session, we actually gave free vouchers to use Google Cloud, but you can also get access to Google Cloud as well. Like if you go to Google Cloud, even AWS, Azure, each of them provide you with a free trial account. So you can use the free trial account to learn the cloud. One of the most important things is to build like not only certifications, it's also important to build your projects. Right? You need to have a good GitHub profile. So, like what goes really well is certifications plus having a good project profile. Those two things are really important. During my career, I found three very important things that are the key to success. Anybody recognizes this? Who is that? John Butler. The thing which he did differently in the semi-finals was the first ball Bhuvneshwar Kumar bowled. Right? He charged. Right? He did not stay in his place. What did he do? He took 3 steps forward, and it completely disturbed the flow of the bowler. Right? So that's how we need to see the change in technology. Technology will change, but technology change is not a threat. Bhuvneshwar Kumar got Butler out 5 times before the T20. He averaged 6 runs per dismissal. He did not see Bhuvneshwar Kumar as a threat. What he saw is an opportunity. Right? That's exactly how you need to see technology change. If you want to be really good at technology, the way you need to look at it is technology change is an opportunity. Earlier, we were talking about differentiating yourself. 20 years back, I did not have a way of differentiating myself. Today, the great thing is there are so many options for you to differentiate yourselves. Right? You need to find something that helps you to differentiate and start seeing technology change as an opportunity. See it positively. See it as a way to distinguish yourself. The next thing, which is very different, is the access that we have today to e-learning. Right? All the Coursera is awesome. Skillshare, LinkedIn Learning, Udemy, edX. I'm not listing all the platforms in here. There are a lot of really great content coming in from IIT. Right? There are a lot of great content coming in from Stanford. Right? And all this is available for free on YouTube as well. A lot of content is available for free on YouTube as well. So, the second important skill, once you see technology change as an opportunity, the second important skill is how to learn. Right? There are platforms available. The problem today is there is overload of information. However, learning is something which is individualized. The way I learn is not the way I recommend my son to learn. Right? His way of learning is completely different. So you need to find out which of these platforms, which of the approaches works for you. How can you learn the fastest? If you look at a 20-year, 30-year, 40-year technology career, the thing which will differentiate you from others is how fast you are able to learn. And you have to work out something which is individual for you. And the only way you can do that is by exploring different platforms. Right? So, for example, if I want to learn something, what I usually do is I try and watch at least 7 or 8 different people what teach that for 15 to 20 minutes. So you need to work out what works for you. Once you work out how to learn fast, then there will not be anybody who will be able to. So that's the second important thing. The first thing is to make sure that you see technology change as an opportunity. The second thing is to work out how to learn. There are a lot of opportunities, there are a lot of platforms, there are a lot of solutions out there. It's about you working out what works for you. And the last one is aiming to be an expert. A lot of people ask me today, which cloud platform should I learn? AWS or Azure or Google? And it is the question I be asked almost 10,000 times a year. And for me, that's not the right question to ask. The question to ask is which cloud platform can you be in the top 1%? It's very, very important for you to have a goal. Like nobody knows what is the 3 years down the line, will AWS or Azure be popular or Google Cloud be popular? I'm at a Google session, so maybe I should say Google Cloud. But nobody knows, right? Nobody knows which programming language will be popular 5 years down the line. Nobody knows. So the only way is to select something good. It does not matter which cloud, which programming language. What matters is how good are you at it. There are still people who are making millions of dollars working on mainframes because they are really good at it. They are really good at mainframes. So the technology choice you make is not important. How good you are at that specific technology is what is really important. Are you in the top 1% for a specific technology? That is what is going to be the most important question. So if you are asking me which cloud should I go for, AWS or Azure or Google Cloud, I would recommend you to look at your ecosystem, people around you. Which one would you be able to get the best support from? Which one can you be in the top 1%? That's the thing that needs to be the number one question for you to decide which technology to learn, which platform to learn. Anywhere you have a learning decision to make, it should be based on where you can be a master of. Can you be a master of? Are you willing to spend hours and hours learning that? And that's the thing which would be the most important question that you need to be thinking of when you choose a technology, a platform, or language. Thanks a lot. We are running short of time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Anand, sir. That was very informative. So before we go to the next session, I have a small announcement. So our volunteers will be giving you slides, obviously. It's a good event. And there will be a card in it with a QR code. So after scanning that QR code, you will be able to join a WhatsApp group and you have to fill the feedback form. As soon as you fill the feedback form, you will be getting access to the content, like our photographers, other taking candid pictures of me, all the pictures, all the TED talks, everything. You get access to the content after you fill the feedback form. So that's it. And let's
make sure to show your tags, guys. Only with your tags will you be able to get those flags. So when our volunteers approach you, please show your tags. And only then can you receive your flags.
So moving on to the next session, we have Ravi Sir to deliver a talk on design thinking, which will be very interesting. Yes, let's hear it from Ravi Sir.
ये मैं क्लियर कर दिया वाला सर इसको ऊपर करना अरे नहीं अरे सर जस्ट अ सेकंड आई हैव few sentences still
mentioned a particular structure. Big Four companies की important.
Guys, can you please sit? We are ready for the next event. Please be seated. Those who are standing. Okay, so next session is on design thinking. Basically, as I co-host said, design thinking is essential and is in more demand in this competitive world. So this session will surely help you all. Let's hear regarding the session from Dr. Ravi sir. He is an innovation officer at GDG College of Engineering and the co-founder at Intelligence Technology Labs. So make sure you hear this event because this will help you in your interviews and any other interview examination. So let's hear it from Dr. Ravi sir.
Am I audible? It's always happening because this is the last session. Probably I think I try to engage you differently. Can we have one voice, please? It's more of a storytelling. Right? I think I don't want to present what is design thinking. I would present more in the form of basic stories. Right? I think life stories. So this is the place in Maharashtra. This is located. This village is located 150 kilometers from Mumbai. Even today, lot of women they have to carry these pots on their heads, walk for several miles, probably 4 times, 5 times a day today. And these girls are employed because they are dropping schools because they have to carry this water for the household demand. Even today, this is the situation in multiple villages across India. Why this is the biggest challenge? One company called Hello, it's a US-based company. They have done extraordinary research, lot of analysis with empathic card. Finally, they have come with one simple solution for a complex problem like this. Because these women are actually carrying these pots for several kilometers every day, several times, they are developing nerve problems, spinal issues are coming up. They are getting aged at an early stage. Girls are not going to the schools. This is the social problem. Right? Finally, the simple solution which this company has come up is water wheel. Right? Look at from a different dimension altogether. While we are talking about technology, think from a solution angle. Very simple solution. The water wheel is a synthetic tank and covered with a simple tire, and you just have to drag. You don't need to carry on your head. Right? This is a simple solution. What changes it made in that particular place? Let's see that is. The change number one, because you have to carry like this, the spinal cord issues are kind of evaporated right from the area. The second change which is brought in, for the entire household demand, you require 40 to 50 liters of water. Every time these women 4 or 5 have to go there multiple times and they are employed whole day for just carrying the water. Since it is a 40 liters syntax tank, you just have to bring it one time, whole demand is taken care. This is the second advantage. The third advantage is these girls who are dropped for the school, right, just to carry these pots, they are actually going to the school. It has become a big helpful to the girls so that they are getting educated. The third change. The fourth interesting change, you know what, this is what is the design thinking is all about. While you are developing some solution, see from a different angle. What change this solution brought? Since it is employed in this form, dragging form, not carrying on the head, because of that, mentor to the woman, it is not your job. Dragging is our job, carrying on head is your job, hence we will do your job. This is a big change happened in this class. Give a big hand to this people. It's a simple solution by one person, and he is a design thinker. He looked at from various dimensions of this particular problem. Finally, the solution is being brought, and today, huge social revolution took place in this particular part of the world, and this is manufacturing now. This is called design thinking. Design thinking is nothing but human-centered approach to experiential innovation. Experiential innovation qualifies on 3 parameters. Someone should design for that process or a solution. Someone should effort for that solution, and there should be technology viability for that. Along with that, human-centeredness, compassion should be there. When these all things are together, that is called design thinking. While you are developing a great technology, while you are developing a great apps, if you don't employ design thinking, probably your job is going to be seized very shortly, because design thinking is the only constant job remains on there for the next decade or so. My next story today is a very interesting story. This is again a company recently. This is not yet announced this story. I am just getting from an internal source. Please don't record this because this is an internal source which I am sharing with you just for information. One company recently developed a wonderful detergent powder for a rural woman. Because rural women, you see their problem today. They have to, rural women have to really employ so many things. They have to conduct a household chores. They have to raise their children. They have to cook in the home. They have to go to the field. They have to do multiple things in one shot, right? On top of it, they have to go for some common well or a common stream and wash the clothes and come back. This is the problem of the rural women. Looking into these women, this company produced a wonderful detergent powder for a lesser cost than the competition. And they told these women that you have to only soak it for 50% of the existing time. Your clothes can be washed, everything will be taken care. It technologically good, affordable is as well. And this company produced multiple varieties and they did a wonderful market and sold it to all the women. Till story is great. You know what? First 2 quarters, sales went up like this because the women bought this in a very, very radical way. But the third quarter onwards, sales started dipping slowly. Company went into shock. They employed best of research. They employed wonderful technologies to develop these chemicals and so on. Finally, sales started dipping. Then, you know what? They introduced a new role in the market called design thinker, and they sent these two design thinkers to do a survey on this. They did not send a technical guy. They did not send a marketing guy. They did not send the operations supply chain guy. They only sent two design thinkers. These two design thinkers hired a bike, and they were actually just sitting backside, pillar one and pillar and this one, and they were just going village after village. That's all they had done. And they started observing certain scenes in the villages. What happens during washing time? Most of the women, I think, when they come for a washing, they all come to a common camper or they all come to a common river stream and put bucket, pour water, put those clothes, little bit of detergent, keep it aside, and they all come together and start talking about neighborhood, start talking about husbands, start talking about children, start talking about villages. This is what they do. After introduction of this particular detergent, what happened? Because the productivity is very high, you have to only soak it for 50% of the every time. What happened? The cultural time is disturbed. The cultural time is disturbed, and these people started rejecting the product. Technologically great product, but if you miss the cultural element, social element, probably your product would not survive. This is a great example. Design thinking is human-centered approach to a experiential innovation, right? The compassion, human-centeredness is very, very important. While you develop a great product, if that social element, cultural element is missing, probably you would not get into this kind of thing. Third story. Look at this story. This is a very technological. I think while we are developing a great technology, see how we are creating. MRI scanning is the world's best innovation in the last decade because it's doing an amazing job in terms of solving some of the medical issues, diagnosis and so on. Having said that, you see the process of MRI scanning. What happens during MRI scanning? The patient have to sleep on a bed, and the patient would actually, the bed would go inside a tunnel, lights would be off, and the people would actually close the doors. A lot of noise it makes. And for 30 minutes or 40 minutes, this guy has to be there under this bed, the tunnel, and scan happens, right? This is what it happens. This is absolutely fine for the patient because medical issue is much bigger than psychological issue. They will go through this process. Happily they go and they get a report, go to the doctor and take the diagnosis. Look at from a 5-year-old kid, what happens in this case. Already medical problem is there. On top of it, 5-year-old baby girl, boy or girl has to go through this process, and nobody will be there, parents won't be nearby. It will be closed, you will get into a tunnel, and lot of sounds, very, very scary experience. MRI scanning has visibly failed from an experience innovation point of view. Recently, this is again news has not come out, I am just giving internal news. Recently, MRI scanning companies are actually looking for a new solution altogether from the kids' point of view, because they have not given the best experience possible. What they are going to bring? They are going to bring an underwater experience. Once that they go into the tunnel, you get an underwater experience or LAC in the Wonderland, right? I think that kind of experience, you just have to wear the clothes. VR technology is embedded within the tunnel now, and this is called experiential innovation. Design thinking is human-centered experiential innovation, right? I'm just bringing the point of human-centeredness and the 3 parameters of experiential innovation. That is what I think design thinking is all about. Next slide, please. Look at our story. We are the 4 co-founders of this company. We reached the market and we don't have any role at all. These are the 6 people working for us, and all the 6 people, we have not paid a single rupee. and they would not be touched, they cannot be touched because these are all outcasts. Last 3 days, we could able to interview more than 3,000 people without our intervention. We just produce a technology. The reason behind is a lot of rural people, right? Rural students, they cannot face a face-to-face interview. You study for 4 years, 10,000 hours you study, 5 minutes your job is decided. For that you have to do a lot of practice, right? Mock interviews have to be done. If you really want to sustain in a real interview, lot of practice is required. But human ego will be the barrier between us, right? So when you go for any mock interview, immediately the guy answers this way, that way, immediately you shake. That's all. All the 10,000 hours is gone, you operated. So you need to actually face a lot of times. I think you need to get that ego factor out. That is why we brought skill2030.com. From you can take this link today, you can register, and the next 3 days you can experience how the future interviews are going to be. Metaverse is going to be future, right? AI is going to be future. You can just see how you would be good at it in various things. We are testing the voice communication, we are testing the confidence, we are testing your basic computer science orientation, we are testing your domain skills, suppose you are from a mechanical engineering or some other domains and so on. We are also testing overall perspective of your general awareness about HR process and all that. And you immediately get an instant result and so on. So this is all possible with the technology, but underneath some kind of social angle must be there, right? So here we are coming a human-centered approach for experiential innovation. Now we will actually little bit dwell about what is this human-centered for experiential innovation. Like, I will not go deep into that. So I already talked about 3 things. What is experiential innovation? It should qualify on somebody should design for that, somebody should adapt for that, and pay for that, and technologically feasible. Next slide, please. So we see 3 products and we proceed. That's it. We do a small analysis. Which products would really qualify for design thinking? Elon Musk is a great inspirer and he is a futuristic and admirer for many of us, right? He has developed this product SpaceX. And the first billionaire, I think, already invested for his first ticket for the Mars, right? Whether it is a design thinking product or not, you'll see that. Human designers is there or not? Yes or no? Someone designed for going to the Mars? Yes? Yes, very nice. Technologically feasible, are you sure or not? Second parameter, is it technologically proven? No. Third one, is it business viable? Yes or no? Yes or no? Is it business viable? Can anybody afford for that? No. Hence it is not called as a design thinking product. Close it. Next. You want it right? I think we just going to take 2 more examples. See this. This is another problem. In Assam, you go to any place, lot of key workers are there. Women are employed again. You know what? The problem of these women in the Assam, we studied little bit. And these women have to go to the fields, they have to climb yield after yield and pluck these leaves and put it like this every day 1,000 times. This is the problem. However, because of that, they are getting the spinal issues. You look at it from a design thinking angle. Human design is somebody designing for that kind of a problem? No. Business viable for an investor? Yes or no? Is it a viable solution? Because a lot of unemployed are there, it is a business viable, they are cheap workers. Technically feasible? Is there any technology in this? No. Hence it is not called a design thinking. Same problem with our paddy field workers also. Paddy field workers have to stand for almost 7 hours continuously and pluck like this. Gangrene is forming here and level problems are coming. Again the same problem, no design thinking. Next. Look at the atom bomb, one of the best technological solutions which we ever produced. Technically feasible or not, atom bomb? Yes. Human desirability exists? No. Business viable? No. Hence it is no more called as a design thinking. The last one for today, so that we can discuss. We are all celebrating Google. Let's look at a Google search engine from a design thinking perspective. Human desirability exists or not? Yes. Everybody desires to search. I think by this time you might have searched 3-4 times per morning, right? Second one, technically feasible or not? Yes. Is it a business viable for you? Yes. You can afford, right? Yes. It is called design thinking. Give a big hand to the Google. And I'm done. And you can log into my walkathon.skill23.com and register your today itself. We will arrange a slot for you in the next 3-4 days. Only 17th we are opening for the entire year and experience the future of increase. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I now understood why it was rightly said that design thinking is essential and is a demand in today's competitive world. Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights on design thinking and its application in day-to-day real life.
So now we have a short session on sales software, which is founded by Kiran Sangeeta, who has more than 20 years of experience in technology industry across US, Europe, and India. With a group of 7 highly passionate developers, sales ventured into the human capital management space and built its own product and grew the user base exponentially before selling it off. So we have our speaker Sriram Nair to talk more about sales. They are a gold sponsor, so Sriram Nair sir.
Call the mic or hand mic?
Either which works. It's a short session, right? Yeah. There is. We have a single slide.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Yeah, first things first, we only have a single slide. Everything's over there. Just running through pretty quickly. Hello, I am Sriram from Sales Software. I'm one of the senior developers and architect for Sales Software. I've been working with sales for around 7 years this January now, and it's been quite a ride for me. Being here is pretty nice and unnerving for me. Nice because, well, this one goes on Instagram today for me. If I can manage to figure out how to deactivate it. And unnerving because the moment I walked in today, around 3 o'clock, I was lured into a false sense of confidence by looking at a half-empty hall. But by the time it's my turn to speak again, it's pretty much full. So you get my J-Rex syndrome, right? So, anyways, what we're here to talk about is no event is actually complete. Tech event is actually complete without even a mention of blockchain. Okay, we have to bring it in. It's in our DNA. It's in our DNA. Any new technology, everybody's jumping on the bandwagon. Blockchain again is a technology that is more or less like your ATC savings of your IT declarations. Everybody is claiming to do it, nobody is actually doing it. Nobody even, everybody is just planning to do it. So NFTs is just something that was part of blockchain that is coming and has become really, really popular. How would you like to know what an NFT is? Non-fungible token. How exactly do you know what a non-fungible token is? Where have you heard about it? Louder. So you only heard about it through blockchain. That's it, right? I've only seen like a few hands go up. So the most common audience that is familiar with this concept is usually the gamer world or the people or learners of things. Alright? So NFTs are pretty much famous in the virtual world. You know, everybody's been speaking about metaverse and virtual world. So this thing is a pretty famous or pretty sought after commodity in the virtual world. NFT stands for non-fungible token, and it is usually found in the form of gaming items that you win after quests. People who are into multiplayer online gaming, you play quests and you win some things. And now celebrities are jumping onto this bandwagon where they're picking out memories from their childhood or something, they're converting it into an NFT and that's being sold for high prices.
NFT is just a digital representation of art or an asset that can be bought and that can be owned. We know art, right? Everybody knows Mona Lisa, the painting, right? The painting itself is a physical entity. Now, if I was to turn that into a digital entity, that would become an NFT, and then I can start selling it or trading. NFT, the word non-fungible token. Some of you know what non-fungible token is. What does fungibility mean? Does anybody know what fungibility means? Yes. Yes. Functionality basically means that an item or a unit of currency, okay, any unit of currency is always equal to the same unit or to another unit of the same currency. If we talk in sense of currencies, be it fiat or crypto, one unit of that currency should always be equal to one unit of the same currency. That is, 1 rupee is always equal to 1 rupee. Another rupee. $1 is always equal to another rupee. If I can purchase something for $1, I should be able to purchase the same thing using 10 cents. Right? It should be divisible and it should be standard. Right? We know different types of currencies. Fiat currency is what we use every day, that is accepted as a legal tender, that is rupees, dollars, everything. Not that good with German, so anyways. But there are cryptocurrencies also coming into the world, right? Now, do we know whether cryptocurrencies are fungible? What are the cryptocurrencies you know? Shouldn't have taken that long. Bitcoin. More you talk to the first word that comes to our mind is Bitcoin. Is Bitcoin fungible? Yes? Why? No, but the explanation that I just gave regarding fungibility, if you were to apply the same thing to Bitcoin, is Bitcoin fungible? Is the value of one Bitcoin always equal to the value of another Bitcoin? Whatever you know. Alright, I don't want to confuse you. Usually, what Bitcoin aspired to was the same thing, yes. Value of one Bitcoin was always supposed to be equal to value of another Bitcoin. Right? Yes, that was what was supposed to happen. However, it's not always what happens. Reality crashes in. Imagine I have a criminal. Okay, imagine. I'm only saying imagine. Not. Okay? Imagine I have a criminal, like I have 10 Bitcoins and I want to sell it to you. The international market price of Bitcoin, let's just say, is $10,000. Now, I have Bitcoins, Bitcoin Bitcoins, and the entire need of money. I want to sell 2 Bitcoins, and I'm taking bids. Or I don't sell, I just want to sell. And I'm offering to sell my Bitcoins. Somebody comes in and offers, and pay you $2,000. Why? Now, he's scared because that Bitcoin is actually associated with him. Transparency in cryptocurrencies and blockchains brings in that added insecurity where you can track the movement of currencies. Yes? Yes? Right? So you basically know where that Bitcoin came from. It came from me. Now, if somebody was to look at that Bitcoin and know where it came from me, there is a risk element associated with it. So a person who is looking to buy it would usually quote less. So, am I getting the right value for Bitcoin? No, because we're getting lesser. It's not the value. One Bitcoin did not equal another Bitcoin. In the same case, there is another scenario where if you look at certain countries, the cryptocurrencies are altogether banned. What happens when government bans something? Exactly. The demand goes up, the demand goes black. And when black market deals are done, the cost of that item becomes premium, right? So, at the same time, if there is a shortage of the item, also the price goes up. So, if the entire market is selling Bitcoins for $10,000, but say one country has deemed it as banned, where your item is costing $50,000. Now, again, it's not fungible, right? But that was not the idea behind fungibility. So, fungibility versus non-fungibility. Where does this differentiation come in? Usually, most cryptocurrencies are fungible because their prices don't change. In the international market, if you read about the arbitrage, they're usually fungible. Non-fungible tokens. What are non-fungible tokens? Non-fungible tokens are just digital entities that do not always have the same value. One piece of art is never of the same price of another piece of art. Yes, you cannot price Van Gogh's painting with Da Vinci's painting, right? Just because I have Van Gogh painting and you have Da Vinci painting, you cannot just exchange because the value of one is sometimes more than the other, right? The point of this entire non-fungibility concept is, the thing is, tokens, when we say fungibility, tokens that exchange on one protocol or one network usually always have the same value. But in the case of non-fungible tokens, NFTs, the values are not the same. The chains, the entire network remains the same, but each token in the same network does not have the same value. So far, we've only been seeing these in the virtual world or the game world. My question is, can we actually bring them into the real world? How exactly do we bring them into the real world? So far, NFTs have been representing virtual assets. When I spoke about art, it was a virtual asset. You basically claim to be the owner of an art, so it's still a virtual asset. But if you were to just look at assets as a whole, any asset can maybe be represented as an NFT, maybe digitalized, and if you brought that down into the common man's market, any and every asset can actually be represented as an NFT. Maybe. We are looking to migrate everything into the virtual world. This for a change is bringing something out of the virtual world into the real world. Imagine a scenario, you own a car, you prove the ownership of your car using an NFT. You own a piece of land, you prove your ownership of that land using an NFT. What does that prove? What does that change? What advantages does that bring? Single most important advantage that blockchain offers, which is immutability, authenticity, and proof of all of them together is what blockchain offers. I know this might sound a little silly or a little far-fetched, but if I told you that I own a piece of land, especially looking at the entire scenario in cities, in fast-moving, fast-growing countries, owning a piece of land in the form of NFT, it kind of guarantees you the security of that land itself, right? So this is just one idea. There are many others. I just wanted to bring it in front of young minds, just to put an idea out there. If somebody can explore something like this, it might be a thing. That's it from me. Thank you very much. I didn't want to keep you long. Thank you.
Thank you so much for answering our questions. So, up next we have one more session. Hello. You want to go home? Are you done for the day? How was the conference? Nice కానీ ఇప్పుడు మేము ఒక్కొక్క టాపిక్ పెట్టుకుంటే నైస్ కనుక మాకు రేటింగ్ ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ సరిపోతుందా? Anyone answer this? Do you think we should have started at about 9 o'clock and not had most of you and start with the agenda? Just a question, casual question. I wanted to know. 9 o'clock start chesi. Appo actually 50-100 మంది ఉన్నారు యాక్చువల్లీ. స్టార్ట్ చేసేసి ఇప్పటికీ స్టిక్ అయితే మిమ్మల్ని టాపిక్ చేయటట్టు బై దిస్ టైమ్ యూ వుడ్ హావ్ బీన్ రెడీ. వుడ్ దట్ హ్యావ్ బీన్ బెటర్? How many of you say yes? Please raise your hands. I am not, see, I understand your right. Please try to understand this one also. It's just a casual question. Just want to genuinely know so that we can plan something similar with our coming business. How many of you say yes? How many of you say no? So do you think it was a good decision of ours that we waited for the rest of you, in the meantime, did something so that you don't get bored and went on your decision? Yeah? Do you understand or at least resonate with us when we say it is not because of ill planning, but it is because of some logistic differences or discrepancies that happen because of parallel events happening in the city? Do you agree? I request you to please bear with us. We have come together to make this happen. A lot of people, like sales software, the representative who just came and they talked about, you just heard, right? So these kind of things actually, they were essentially a part of making your experience richer. Please bear with us. It's only when all of us come together that events like this happen. You can't say I have this part, this is not what I want and all that. We totally understand you have to go very far. Please bear with us. We promise we will bind this off. How many of you are waiting for WTM session? Women technical session. Great. So guys, girls, whoever is waiting for this, we wanted to do this, but let me tell you, we are not doing this. Okay? Perhaps we will have a minute for this and we are winding. So all that we have over here is a last 1 or 2 sessions. Perhaps a photo of the. Let's leave it, okay? So what we do is we just have the last one talk that is there, and we say goodbye. No photo, no slides. We leave it because time okay, na? How many of you will say yes? Please raise your hand. Okay, please bear with us. We have planned extensively with all of you. We want you to go back feeling happy with cherished memories. You have been there with us so long. Just a few more minutes. Yeah, thanks so much. So we are having a photo, sir. Sorry, actually we had a small request. So wherever you are, if you want to come forward, it's okay. Otherwise, please stay there. A few of us will come over here actually, and we will have so that photo will be taken from this angle, so that all of you are covered in your seats, right? This is a very impromptu, only 2 minutes. We have a photographer. It is for protocol. Please bear with us. Request our volunteers to please come and squat over here so that the view is not blocked. Very quickly, all of you here. Photographer G.
Thanks to all.
Volunteers team, no stand. Come in the front. See, we come from a height. You will all be covered. Don't worry. Everybody cheese? DevFest Toyota 2022. What is that DevFest?
सर यहाँ ही खड़े हो जाइए और कहीं आपको हटाएगा ऑफिस से
माइक इज गोइंग ऑन
Okay. So now that we have learned and mastered various global technologies, let's now understand as to how we can use them for our local needs. For this, I invite on stage Mr. Chandan Achari, the project lead at Kalam Labs and the director at F9 Info Technologies, who is also our silver sponsor. So let's invite some say the huge round of applause.
So cool that achieved. Guys, we had a long session today. Very long day that we had. You should have any patience to listen, right? Yes. Then I have a huge amount of class for each and every presentation. Awesome, awesome. I will not take much time. There are a few points that I want to cover and give an opportunity to all of you. So starting with the presentation, okay. What are we looking at? So the technologies that we are looking at today, Flutter, Firebase, Google Cloud Functions, these are all global technologies, right? So where are we implementing them is my question. These are all coming under projects that we actually have and also at a very local level. Next slide. Okay, so going into my introduction, my name is Chandan. I'm a project lead at Kalam Labs. Director of Academy for Technology Private Limited and co-founder of Vizag. Guys, 10 minutes with addition. I'll conclude it as soon as possible. No talking, please. Next slide. Okay, so what is Kalam Labs? As you can see from the logo over there, we identified a man. APJ Abdul Kalam. He is also called as People's President. So Kalam Labs was founded on 27 July 2015. It was after the demise of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. So what does it provide to you? It's a platform for academia, it's for industry, NGOs, government, and donors. Here we can say as investors. What does the company focuses on? So what do you need as a student over here? There's a training session that happens, there's mentoring. If you have any ideas, they all can be patented. There's research that we do, and we also provide consultation. So at the end of the day, what is the vision of the company that we see? There are 17 United Nations global goals that we know. The company actually aims to achieve these things and make life better for the people that are there. Next slide. Okay. So these are few problems that we see in our day-to-day life in our city as well. Poverty, literacy, drinking water is not very available, clean and green energy, the quality of education that we see on a daily basis, diseases, we have already seen the COVID-19 pandemic. There are many other things that actually we need to solve in our society. Next slide. So the inspiration, okay. So how do we solve this problem? How do we bring the global technologies
for our local needs. Have you ever heard of the story? Have you ever heard of the story? However, so what happened here is there was a school in the south of India where there were disabled children. Okay, they used to have prosthetic limbs, and those limbs actually rated 4 or 5 kgs. You imagine 7-year-old wearing prosthetic limbs and carrying them along with them. Okay, so what happened is there was a team with Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. They actually built prosthetic limbs using materials made for rockets, which is actually 10 times lighter than the regular limbs. And you see, down from 4 kgs when it comes to 400 grams, there's huge difference that it makes. There's a global technology that is available over there, which are being built to make rockets. But what is the end result that we need at the local level? They were actually used to make prosthetic limbs. This is an inspiration that actually came in, and we actually started collaborating with that. Okay, so he is our founder, Mr. Satish Kushan knows him very well. He is a social entrepreneur. Guys, have you ever heard this term, social entrepreneur? Ever heard? Social entrepreneur. Yes? No? Yes? Okay, I will explain what are the qualities. There are a lot of us in the room, and you'll see who of you are actually the social entrepreneurs. Next slide. So you see this. What qualities do you have as a social entrepreneur? Is it just about going into the market, creating products, selling them, and making a business out of it? The social entrepreneurs are actually economically intelligent. They know where to invest and how to invest. They're socially motivated. They have the courage to go into the market and say, guys, I'm the one who's actually doing this, and he doesn't care about anyone else. And you see over here, the ability to source new opportunities associated with social problems. There is a problem everywhere that I actually talked about. It might be water, it might be disease, anything. Addressing social issues through market-based solutions. Your solution need to be market-based. Just like Sir explained about the design that comes in, design thinking that comes in. Your solution that you give, it has to be viable, market viable. He's a lone fighter actually. There will be a lot of people that actually will come to you and say, why are you doing this? You're wasting your time. But he actually focuses on his own work. And then, this is the one thing that you need to focus on. Business is more than just profit. Perennial social problems can be business opportunities. I'll come to this point and we'll actually try to get that cash. Next slide. So in 2020, when the pandemic started, we formed an NGO called the Vizag Government Association. So how did we actually make sure the technology that implemented to the max possible over here? We all started as a WhatsApp group. The English started as a WhatsApp group. We have served more than 3 lakh people in the last 30 months. We have a 1500 strong volunteer network, and it's a registered organization. So what did we do? How do we manage all this? We integrated WhatsApp, the API with chatbots. We have a cloud with an infrastructure. We have an integrated web and mobile application developed on Flutter. We have a digital process for blood request and fulfillment. Guys, I asked a question over here. Have you ever had a chance where you had to look out for a blood unit for your friends, relatives, or anyone? Any one of you? Ever had a situation? How long did it take for you? 1 day. Okay, I'm assuring you, if all of this number, your request will be actually fulfilled in less than 3 hours. That is what we have implemented in Visakhapatnam as of now. So we call this number 73357, your request will be actually fulfilled. Next slide. So this is something that we are working on the latest study. Okay. This is our project, which is Project BusyBlood. This is an open source project that we actually are running. We are using Flutter as a front end, and there is a lot of stuff that is happening on the back end. You see, this project is something that I am actually inviting you as students to come and collaborate with us. If you have any kind of interest where you actually want to go in and work on live projects or experience in your career, then you're definitely this is something that you need to do. Next slide. So what is the problem statement over here? Vizag actually has a 30% shortage in blood units. It's a social problem? Yes or no? So how do we solve it using technology? There's a mobile application that we are building. It will be connected from you to the blood donation bank. Any request that you place, today you actually place your food orders on Zomato, right? Zomato, Swiggy, we all use it. So imagine a day where you have to request for blood unit. You request for it, your request gets verified, and then you actually get a blood unit at the blood donation bank itself without any human interference. This is something that we are planning for using Flutter, Firebase, and Google Cloud Functions. Next slide. So, as a company, we also support the open source community. So, this is one of our packages that we have built for the Flutter community. You can go to fnit.com and see the contribution over there. There's an open source GitHub repository that you can actually access, make any kind of changes that you want to, and you can raise pull requests to definitely review them. And if you find that it is really good, then definitely do it. Next slide. There's an open source Flutter CMS that we are building. Any Flutter fans over here? Flutter fans? Guys, I actually want to talk to you after this. Okay, there is this open source CMS that we are actually building, inviting you to collaborate on this as well. Next slide. Okay, so this is the ecosystem that I'm talking about. Okay, so this is Green Labs, where you actually get all the guidance regarding mentoring, training. You get a community. You actually interact with a lot of people. You can actually reach out to investors and all. There's a voluntary network as well, where you can come and you have the feel good factor of volunteering and helping the people and all. And there is this other company which is called WTM Vizag, which is actually technical partner for all of this, which is an IT-based company, and you actually have the chance of coming in, joining the company, and working on live projects for clients that are based out of UK and US. Next slide. We have almost reached to the end. There is a video that I want to play. Please say, repeat these words. What is the name here? There's a video that comes after this. Please watch it and see if you can actually fit into it. Next. Next slide. Play. We have sound.
I will become a pilot. Okay? I will become a pilot. So it's maybe aircraft engineering. I went to airport for pilot. Okay? They will not select me. Okay? Out of 10 fellows, I was a 8 fellow. selected fellow. 9 seats only they had. I lost. Okay? But when I became the president, I became the supreme commander. I told the chief of the aircraft, I want world prize. He said, I'm going to do training. He trained me for 6 months. Then I do the security. Secondly, we transform into thoughts, research into action.
Can all of you please repeat this? Can all of you please repeat this? At a count of 3, dreams, results, into thoughts, and thoughts will convert into actions. So any dreams that you have, please don't give up on that. Okay? Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for this opportunity.
Today we have roasted about 150 infrastructure including stations, spreading across Vizag, Tamil, whichever. I request any of the staff for running any meetings to approach GDG recently. I will provide a consultant to the office for seeking mental support, engagement with entrepreneurs, and also venture capital fund network. We are running our programs and we would like to extend our support and facility to all the staff. Thank you and have a nice day because we will be there.
That was APIS, AP Innovation Society CEO Anil Kumar Garu, who was supposed to be part of our event today, but because of the sudden logistic change and the arrival of PM and CM in our city, he had to be there with us, so he could not. So he sent his message to be played to all of you. I'm sure you must have heard something. If you are interested, reach out to me so that I can share again with you. So, we have arrived at the last and final part of this event. Finally, promise you'll be leaving in the next 5 minutes. Before I give or let you go, I want to ask how many of you have any questions regarding WTM, Women Techmakers? Any questions? We had a slot, but because of the time constraint, we are cutting it short. Any questions, anything we can definitely take. Let me tell you what it is. Women Techmakers is an initiative again by Google for providing visibility, community and connectivity to women in tech. Okay? So, and there are many resources that are curated for our lives. So, it's like a filter that you can put, just register, put your likes and dislikes and you will be directed to courses that are fine-tuned to your likes. Okay, online courses related. అలాగే within WTM in 60 seconds, లేకపోతే machine learning in 60 seconds అని చిన్న చిన్న షార్ట్స్ వీడియోస్ ఉన్నాయి. Just go see women techniques and చూసి అందులో Vizag chapter తో you can reach out. Importantly, we are going to share some cards actually with you. If you are interested, please revert back on that. Okay, we will tell you all the details that you need. That is all. If you don't have questions, we will call it a day. Any questions? Thank you so much. Before we leave, we would want to give our sponsors. I request Gurumurthy Garu actually please help give away our mementos to our sponsors. First, I would like to invite Sales Software. Anybody who is around, please. Thank you. We reached out to many people actually, but this company has been really helpful in coming forward and they stepped up to help us in our initiative. As we spoke earlier today, as we spoke earlier this morning, the intent was very strong. We wanted to do a good job. We wanted to take you. And then it was God's way of pointing us to right resources like this college and our sponsors. So we thank you very much for your initiative of coming forward and helping us. Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. So 1 minute. I would like to call upon stage Kalam Labs and F9K.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I request sir, please, Ravi Saspect, introduction. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay? Yeah. So I finally leave it to Vinu. So I can't believe it is end of the day already. We have our young organizers and volunteers, Manas Malla, Srinidhi and Sriteja, to give a special thank you. Or maybe let's call it see you next year by Manas Malla and team.
A very good evening to everyone in this hall. First of all, this Akka mentioned this as the last part of the day, but I don't feel so. All of you have been wonderful audience, and hence we would like to give you a small teaser of what is going to be in store for you. First of all, Team GDG can never be enough thankful to Geetham, GCGC for giving their extended support and making sure this event has happened in such a way. Thank you so much, Gurumurthy sir, Vikas sir, for your support and experience. And we also thank our organizer, Ms. Usha Ramani Vermuru, for making sure that we are all empowered and make sure that we are great we are today. Next, we will have to take a little bit of time to thank all our speakers, Mr. Krishnamohan Chivkula, Icebreakers by Uma Pratima, Manas Vikram, our Flutter Talk by Ms. Pooja Bhavnik, our Tech Computer Showcase by Prasida Saripalli, Yashwant Modepalli, and our web track speaker Mr. Krishnamohan Chivkula, our cloud track speaker Ranga Karanam, founder in 28 minutes, Mr. Madhu Atlamani, and the annual track, which was taken by me. And like the Flutter track, which was taken by Sridhar Kamsu, Sampath Balivada, Vasant Korada. And next, our DevFest Design Thinking Pre-First session by Mr. Ravi Saripalli sir, and then White Cloud by Ranga Karanam sir, and our panel discussion experts, Dr. Suresh Bhata, Sridhar Kosaraju, Commander Gurumurthy sir, Ravi Saripalli sir, which is moderated by Ravi Ishwarapu sir, and an NFT and Global Technologies for Local Needs by Chandan Acharya sir, and finally, our ambassador, Ms. Bala Tripura Sundari.
Guys, where's the energy? Where's the power? People who join the hands to pull this event, such a big event.
Come on, guys, where's the energy?
This is not a physics class, this is DevFest. Isn't it, people?
Why do we need energy?
Right?
Yep, clapping. They don't have energy. You look like you don't have energy, people.
Unexpected sudden changes due to the Prime Minister's meeting are all unstoppable audience have still till the end of the day and have made sure to become a great rockers. So, get on the top of the audience.
Also, I'd like to thank the voluntary team who have literally worked really hard for this DevFest. So thank you guys so much. Thank you. Sorry, but the interview was urging you guys. So thank you so much.
Before the Prime Minister, I think that organizing team needs security because the area of weekend and we don't have any other than Sanna, please.
If we really sleep on weekend,
Come on, we need energy, come on,
someone like, we just sleep on weekend. Yeah, only someone has said, we have to sleep on weekend. Come on, we sleep on weekend.
So finally,
we have it. Yeah. We creativity, we passionately, we fervently, you have a great audience and have never seen people. You have 10 years from the morning.
so we have the audience. Members today, and Salman, you are
Thank you so much. Yeah, I know that you have the energy you need. Okay, so while moving, don't move this side. We are opening these two gates. You can go to this door.
You can exit from these two doors. Slides will be given here. You can exit from these two doors and then.
Hey, just a second. We can't go over it.
So, good evening, one and all. This is Bala Tripura WTM Vizag, and a product developer at Expressor Technologies. So, okay, just to make it take much more time. Okay. So, I want to share my journey because everyone is asking the same question: how to be part of this community? The first question, and second one, what do we need to do, and what are the benefits we get? So these are the three questions I'm getting from most of you. I just want to share one thing. The first DevFest was the first event I've attended. At that time, I was one of the
out of only around the negative much in the start of 2 years. So, why I am telling everything this one because even I do it. So, maybe I said you can also do it. There is no saying that never too late. So don't feel like not chala learn efficiently, not those facts. So just come network with us, communicate with us, we are here to help you. And most of them asked about me since I don't know what is, so just I'm here to direct you can come and connect with me. Okay, regarding the community or anything about this choice or if you have any other questions regarding the technology, you can come and connect with me and right here in the areas. Okay? Focus on time. Bye. Thank you so much for everyone. Just
Yeah, I'm putting a connectivity is needed.
And I'm going to watch the blog.
And we are signing off. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Guys, don't leave the computer getting my flag, okay?
Please collect your slides for which you will take the entire day. Please do collect it and then proceed. Signing off. Thank you guys. Have a good day.
Co-host, my bag is in the guys. We have a bag in the please collect it. Hey, can someone get the bags? Marvin bag.
संपत है
Please get the bags here. I has the option there.